for a very important cause. We are here to help raise money for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We are going to reach our goal of raising $100,000 to help St. Jude. We are already at over $50,000. $51,272 is what we raised so far coming into the night. That's with the Zooms that we've done, some giveaways that we've done over eBay. It's been a fantastic start to our campaign, our Draft-A-Thon to raise money for St. Jude's, and we're hoping to do much, much more. Let's shatter the $100,000. Let's go well above that goal if we can. So we appreciate you sending in your donations, and here's how you donate. Like we showed you, you can show the QR code and send your money in that way. You can certainly find us on all of our social media accounts to donate that way as well. But the goal is $100,000, and we hope to achieve that tonight as we help you get set for your fantasy football domination in the 2021 campaign. So guys, we've had a fun training camp, a fun preseason so far. We've learned a lot. We've lost some players along the way. It's gotten to a point, I think, where we know what's happening going into the start of the season and what our fantasy players are knowing going into their draft. But we want to catch people up a little bit on some of the bigger stories that have happened throughout the course of the last couple of weeks. And to do that, we have nobody better than our buddy, Pete Prisco, senior NFL columnist for CBS Sports. So Pete, thanks you for joining us here on our Draft-A-Thon and catching us up on some of the bigger stories that have happened around the NFL. Let's start with the one that happened just yesterday when cuts came, when the Patriots moved on from Cam Newton, naming Mac Jones their starter. Give us your take on the Patriots offense now that they're going to have the rookie quarterback under center.
I think it's going to go back to being more of the conventional Josh McDaniels offense, which means anticipating guys coming open. And that was the biggest problem with Cam Newton. That's not his strength. And so Mac Jones beat him out. I mean, he actually beat him out by being able to throw guys open and really make accurate throws. I think this is going to be a lot like the offense that we saw, and I'm not going to say he's Tom Brady, but when Tom Brady was there running the offense for the Patriots, which means ball gets distributed. And in those days, much like this team, they don't have great outside receivers other than when you had Randy Moss, which means they'll probably lean on those two tight ends a great deal, and they'll run the ball. I mean, Jamie, that's one of the best offensive lines in the league, if not the best, when you go tackle to tackle. They're big, they're strong, they're physical, and I think they'll see a lot of Damian Harris early in the season.
Oh, we like to hear that, Pete. Damian Harris is one of our favorites. Dave, how excited are you about Damian Harris, about Jacoby Myers, about Jonnu Smith? I mean, these are guys that you were excited about, certainly the latter two, before the quarterback change. Now I know you're even more excited about them.
These are three players I'm targeting in all of my leagues, and I really do think that Damian Harris is going to be the main running back, certainly on rushing downs for New England. Without Cam Newton there, that means that he's got a clear path to handling those short yardage and goal line touchdowns. Jacoby Myers has looked outstanding this preseason. He's getting at least a half yard of separation every single route he's running. There was one play this preseason where he didn't do so well. He learned from it, and almost the exact same thing happened in the next preseason game, and he held on to the football instead of getting it ripped away, which is what happened against the Giants. And Jonnu Smith is a mismatch nightmare. So he's a top 10 fantasy tight end. I look at Jacoby as a number 3 fantasy receiver who could be a number 2 by the end of the year in PPR. And Damian Harris, I'm pretty excited about him. I would take him round 5, maybe even late round 4 in a non-PPR league.
You know, it's interesting because it's one of those situations where we don't like the quarterback as much because he's not going to run like Cam Newton did. He's not going to have the rushing production. You can't really expect a whole lot from a rookie quarterback in terms of fantasy production without the running. But for virtually everyone else, this is a boost, including a guy we didn't mention yet, James White, who could go back. Like if this goes back to the offense they were running with Tom Brady, that means 100-plus targets, 90-plus targets for James White. It means he's a great value in round 9, round 10, round 11 in a full PPR league, and really makes it a lot easier to focus on wide receivers, tight ends, and quarterbacks early.
Cam would run. Mac Jones we expect to be a little bit more of a statue, so absolutely James White is a big winner in this as well. And take a late-round flyer on Ramondre Stevenson also, just in case something happens to Damian Harris, the lead running back for the Patriots. Like Pete said, offensive line should be great. That could be a great position to have on your fantasy team. Pete, let's go to Denver, which was a surprising move, I know for you, as the Broncos named Teddy Bridgewater their starting quarterback, benching Drew Lock at least to start the season. So who wins as a result of this? Who loses? And just your overall take on the Broncos offense with the new signal caller at quarterback there.
Yeah, it really wasn't a surprise, Jamie, because I think Vic Fangio wanted to play it safe, and it was a surprise. It wasn't a surprise to me, but it's not the right decision for me either. I would have gone with Drew Lock, who has more upside. I think you have a higher ceiling with Drew Lock but the floor is probably not as low either. So I think he took the safer route because he knows his defense is going to be that good. That defense can be one of the better defenses in the league. They can rush the passer. They're going to be outstanding in the secondary, and I think the linebackers are going to be improved. So I think the defense will carry the team, which means Vic Fangio will want Teddy Bridgewater not to mess it up, which is weird when you look around and see the skill position players. Courtland Sutton looked like he was back last week. Jerry Jeudy's going to take a big step forward this year. Hamler's looked great in the preseason and can fly, and we know Fant is going to be a good pass-catching tight end. But they're going to run the ball. I mean, if you look at the body of work of what Vic Fangio wants to do, he wants to run the ball and play good defense. And so from a fantasy standpoint, I think this actually hurts those outside guys. And really, when you look at the backfield, they're probably going to split the carries. So I think from a fantasy standpoint, this is a hard team to evaluate for me.
All right, so Pete, struggling a little with the Broncos. I think some of us are as well, just in terms of who's the best running back, Melvin Gordon, Javonte Williams. Who's the best receiver? Is it Jerry Jeudy? Is it Courtland Sutton? You're a big Noah Fant guy, Heath. So how do you sort of weed through the mess there and tell people who to target?
Well, the nice thing is there's no question who the best tight end is. That's Noah Fant, so we don't have to debate that. But Drew, I do think it will be interesting to see how Courtland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy do. What Teddy Bridgewater likes to do is throw to wide open targets. He does not want to throw into tight coverage. Jerry Jeudy is one of the best young route runners in the NFL. So I think this should be good for him in terms of total target share. It might be targets closer to the line of scrimmage. Drew Lock was about 8.8 intended air yards per attempt last year. Teddy Bridgewater was around 7, and that was about his highest mark of his career. So Bridgewater is definitely going to be closer to the line of scrimmage. I'm not sure how Courtland Sutton, who's more of a big play guy, who's more of a contested catch guy, is going to thrive in this environment. That's the one that scares me a little bit. And then when you go with the running backs, it's probably better for them as well, because I think this probably means more dump-offs to the running backs in the passing game. I still expect it to be Melvin Gordon at the start of the year, with Javonte Williams slowly taking that job if he can. Gordon was great last year.
He was good when Phillip Lindsay was gone. So with the two of those guys there, could be a little bit of a problem for Gordon, for Williams, but I think a lot of us are hoping that Williams does take over that role. I guess the one thing to say as a positive, as Pete brought up, that there you go, there's $1. Every time my phone goes off, I can't.
I think it's got to be more than $1.
All right, we'll go $5 donation to St. Jude every time somebody.
I'm going to start calling you during the show.
Stop. In any event, anytime my phone makes a noise, we'll donate to St. Jude. We'll figure that out in the next break. But we saw Sutton score from Teddy Bridgewater, so red zone opportunities could be big for him. So we'll see how this goes. But Williams, Gordon is at least the way you're going to draft the running backs. Jeudy, Sutton is the way you're going to draft the wide receivers. And then Noah Fant is a top 10 tight end. There you go. That's our producer, Jack, making us some more money here. Thank you, Jack Capitordo. I'm going to take it out of your salary. All right, let's go now to the next story, Pete, and that's our what's happening in New Orleans. So we got two big things that have happened in the offseason that we're certainly watching here. First is Jameis Winston being named the starting quarterback over your favorite NFL player of all time, Taysom Hill, and then Michael Thomas being placed on the PUP list. So take me through the quarterback decision, because you spent some time in New Orleans with Sean Payton, and then what does this mean for the receiving core without Michael Thomas there? I know you were very high on Marcus Callaway, who's certainly blown up since you were in New Orleans a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the thing about it is, Jamie, I think what Taysom Hill can provide to the team, in addition to being a quarterback, really helped influence the decision. Now, Jameis Winston outplayed him. He's more of a conventional quarterback. He earned the right to have the job. But throughout the whole process, and when I was there and talking to Sean Payton, one of the things he said was, yeah, we understand that. We know what Taysom Hill brings at other spots. He can play on special teams. He thinks he could be a great pass-catching move tight end. He thinks he can give the team so much versatility. So you couldn't start Taysom Hill and bring Winston off the bench, but you can start Winston and bring Taysom Hill in for his gimmick. So I think that played into it. I do think it's the right decision. I think Jameis Winston's had a great offseason. He drives the ball down the field. And one thing Sean Payton did say to me was, look, I know he's thrown interceptions in his career, but my quarterbacks don't. And I think he's really preaching on him not to. So I think the turnovers will come down. You might not have as many of those chance throws down the field. But I like the decision, and I think it's going to open up the passing game on the outside. I think Callaway, I told you 3 weeks ago, and he's kind of blown up like you mentioned since then. I think he's going to be a big play threat in that passing game. And Jawan Johnson's another guy, the former wide receiver who's been transitioned to tight end. He's been impressive, and I think they're going to count on him early. If you go back in history, Jamie, and look at Drew Brees when he didn't have the great outside guys, one of the things they did was they leaned on the backs and they leaned on the tight ends. I know Troutman's hurt, but I think that's going to be the kind of the game plan as you try and navigate it without Michael Thomas.
And this is going to be an interesting offense to watch, and everybody saw in the preseason game against Jacksonville that Marquez Callaway is a deep threat. But it was Jameis who placed those balls there for Callaway to make the play, and I thought that he played excellent. He's one of my favorite guys to go and get round 8, round 9. And Michael Thomas will probably get drafted before him. I think it's a mistake to take him in round 7, knowing that he's going to miss the first 6 weeks of the season on the PUP list. He might come back in week 5, then they've got a bye, or 6 and then they have a bye. I don't remember exactly. But he's missing a big chunk of the fantasy year. So I wouldn't overrate Michael Thomas, and we don't know how he'll be when he does come back. He's someone I'm kind of staying away from. I'm more interested in Callaway just for that fast start to begin the year. And then you get to the running backs, and you know what to do with Alvin Kamara. He's a top 5 pick. I like him 3rd overall in PPR, closer to 5 in non-PPR. And the backups behind him, Tony Jones has looked good this preseason, but the fact that they kept Latavius Murray on the roster suggests that he's still going to be the guy behind Alvin Kamara, and Jones might be kind of like a change of pace option over the balance of the year. Jones is someone, and Murray too, late round picks with those guys.
And Murray was somebody that we were somewhat excited about, thinking that he had some standalone value, but like you said, Dave, it's going to be probably both those guys taking some opportunities when Kamara's off the field, or certainly if he gets hurt, we'll see if there's more of a committee backfield. But still wouldn't be surprised if they make a move to maybe trade Latavius Murray to a team that could be in need of a running back. And Pete, I want to ask you about 3 running back situations. Your favorite position, obviously, is the running back spot. 3 injuries that were sustained in the course of the last couple of weeks. Cam Akers was first. He had the Achilles injury. Gus Edwards benefits with J.K. Dobbins not being there with the ACL tear. And then you have Travis Etienne going down with the foot injury. So of the backup running backs, Gus Edwards in Baltimore, James Robinson in Jacksonville, and then what looks like, at least on paper right now, Darrell Henderson. We know the Rams had the trade to bring in Sony Michel. Which of those running backs do you think has the best chance to maybe take a step forward and take advantage of the injuries that happened in front of them?
JB, I think it's going to be Gus Edwards. I think if you look at his body of work, he's 5.0 or better yards per carry in every single season. Every time he gets on the field, he makes plays, and I think he's going to be their guy. And he's going to get, they're going to run the ball. That's what they want to do. It's Lamar Jackson, run the football. And they say they're going to be better throwing the football. They're going to change some things. I got to see it to believe it. So I think Gus Edwards is going to have a big year in that offense. You average 5 yards per carry. You get the touches, you're going to put up big numbers. So of all those guys, Gus Edwards is probably the number 1 of that group. And then I'd probably lean to James Robinson at number 2. And by the way, Robinson was going to be the starting running back. As strange as that sounds, when you draft Travis Etienne in the first round, James Robinson came back to camp in shape, in better shape. It's not that he was out of shape, but he leaned up, he's quicker, and they were excited about James Robinson. So I'd probably put him 2, and then the Rams running back situation would be 3. But don't forget about funk, man. There's always the funk in Los Angeles.
Bring the funk. That's right. We like it. That's what you do for us here, Pete. So we appreciate the little tour around the NFL, catching everybody up to date on all the latest news. Certainly, Pete's going to be a part of our Fantasy Football Today shows once the season starts, and obviously on Sunday. So you get to see Pete probably lose to Heath once again and name that player. But Pete, thanks for joining us as part of our Draft-A-Thon.
I won last year.
You won a couple times last year. You didn't win overall. Let's give credit where credit is due. But thank you for your time, Pete. We certainly appreciate it. Guys, let's get into those running backs here. So Pete says Gus Edwards is the best of the group. Do you guys agree?
I do not. I like James Robinson better. I know that James Robinson is going to be that lead back for Jacksonville. I think Gus Edwards will be that guy for Baltimore, but we also know that Baltimore is a legit threat at quarterback to run the football. And Lamar Jackson, he'll take on more work in short yardage situations.
I think there's a chance that Gus could be in non-PPR. That PPR that really kills him, because Pete's right. He'll average 5 yards per carry, maybe have 220 carries. He's going to go over 1,000 yards. He might score 10 touchdowns. If you catch 12 passes, that really, really hurts you in PPR. I think Robinson's catches might come down, but he still might have 3 or 4 times as many as Edwards does.
It's going to be interesting to see with the Rams backfield also who's the better of the two, because there was the trade from the Patriots, so Sony Michel going to the Rams. Darrell Henderson projects as the starter, but we were very excited about Henderson when Cam Akers first went down. Sony Michel dampening that a little bit, but Henderson's still the guy that you want to draft first, and probably looking now round 5, round 6, as opposed to round 4, round 5, when the injury initially happened with Cam Akers. All right, we're going to take a break right now, but we want to make sure that you're donating to a very, very worthy cause. You see the QR code here. We'll show it on the screen. But we're going to take a break right now. When we come back and get into some Bills conversations, Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen, big-time fantasy players. We hear about them next year on CBS Sports HQ. So thank you guys on the YouTube page that are hanging out with us. We appreciate you sticking with us through our breaks here on CBS Sports HQ, and to make sure we answer some of your questions. So keep them coming on the YouTube chat there, and we will answer them for you. So Joseph Boros wants to know, do I start Gerald Everett or Jonnu Smith at tight end? Is that an easy one just for you?
I'm going with Jonnu week 1, but I'd like to have both of those tight ends, and that's one of the ways that you can go about drafting is just waiting on the position, or you just miss out on those top 6 or 7 guys. You spend 2 late picks on tight ends. Those are 2 good ones to have to see how they do. Is
that something you would do, knowing that Everett probably is going to be hanging out on the waiver wire and may not be that much better than Tyler Kroft, better than Blake Jarwin, better than some other guys that are going to go undrafted?
I think
or do you want to make sure you lock them up?
I think these names we're talking about is why I want to take the top 6 tight ends. But yeah, I would probably just let him be on waivers. Because I'm not even 100% sure week 1 he's going to have more targets than Will Dissly. So that whole situation is so messy. I'd be fine seeing production before I added him.
Right. Russell Wilson very excited about Gerald Everett, but then we saw the preseason unfold, and it was Everett and Dissly kind of splitting time there. So we'll see which of the 2 stand out, but we could see how that goes. Matt Clamp wants to know, Marcus Callaway, Robbie Anderson, or Antonio Brown as a flex option, I guess for week 1. So probably has all 3 of these guys on his roster. So Callaway, we know the Saints game is moving to Jacksonville as they take on the Packers. Robbie Anderson gets the revenge game against the Jets, and Antonio Brown gets the Cowboys. So which of those 3 guys would you rather have as your flex option?
How do you go away from the revenge game with Robbie Anderson? And I've got Robbie Anderson ranked the highest for the season, so I would go with Robbie Anderson.
Now, to be fair, we haven't got really fully into our week 1 rankings yet, but it's hard not to say the guys being drafted first shouldn't be the first one that you play.
I agree, and you've got to love the matchup for Anderson against the Jets. That's a defense that doesn't have a good pass rush right now. Their secondary isn't that great. It might be Sam Darnold's best game of the year.
Might be Sam Darnold's best game of the year, another revenge game factor for him as well. Cliff wants to know, are Jacoby Myers or Jerry Jeudy wide receiver 2s or flex plays? I don't think we put those 2 guys in the same category. We like Jerry Jeudy as a very solid wide receiver 2 right now. I know for you at least it's a borderline wide receiver 2, and Jacoby Myers more of a flex play, but not a bad situation to have both those guys.
No, absolutely not. And it's easy to get both of them. Jerry Jeudy's now going in the 4th or 5th round. You can wait until round 9 or 10 to take Jacoby Myers. I do have them closer together. I view Jeudy as more of a number 3. But yeah, I think Judy's a high-end number 3. Jacoby Myers is a borderline number 3 for me at least.
Should be fun to see those guys operate with new quarterbacks as Jerry Jeudy gets Teddy Bridgewater and Jacoby Myers gets Mac Jones. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. I'm Jamie Eisenberg. That's Dave Richard. That's Heath Cummings. We got a lot more to get to as part of our Draft-A-Thon. Remember, we're here until midnight, 2 hours here on CBS Sports HQ, 6 hours total on our YouTube page. And of course, we're raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. You could donate by seeing the QR code that we're going to throw up plenty of times throughout the course of the show. We're over $50,000 so far that we've raised. The goal is $100,000, so please keep those donations coming. We truly, truly appreciate it, and we will, in return, help you win your fantasy leagues. I want to bring on a special guest right now. Joining us is a very important young man, Jake Matthews. He's been a part of our Draft-A-Thon now for the last several years. And Jake, before we get into the Bills, because we know you're a big super fan of the Buffalo Bills, and understandably so, you got to be really excited. Tell us what St. Jude means to you, and just your story involving St. Jude, and why this is such a worthy cause.
Okay. Yeah, my St. Jude story goes back almost as long as I've been alive. I first started going St. Jude in the year 2000 when I was just 2.5 years old. I had a ependymoma, which is a rare type of brain tumor. Do not ask me to spell it. I have no idea how to. Starting back in 2000, I had the tumor removed up north in Albany. I live in New York State, about an hour south of Albany. So the tumor was removed in Albany. And at the time, no matter where you went besides St. Jude, the practice was you got chemotherapy or some kind of treatment post operation of removing the tumor that wouldn't really help heal the person, and it wouldn't guarantee, or it wouldn't give the ability for that person to have a fulfilling life after treatment. So my mom did some research, or my aunt did some research online and found a man named Dr. Thomas Merchant, who's the foremost authority on ependymoma, and he happens to work at St. Jude. So my mom ended up calling him. They spoke for an hour, and he told her about this new revolutionary treatment they were offering at St. Jude called pinpoint stereotactical. That's what my mom says, stereotactical radiation. So it was just a beam of radiation right to the site of the tumor instead of whole brain, which would cause like further life. It would have effects further down the line. So I've been going to St. Jude ever since 2000. I technically graduated in 2016 when I turned 18, but I still consider myself a patient because I get to do events like this. And I signed up for a life program, which means I can continue to go back for checkups. And St. Jude, it just means the world to my family and I, just because I saw a chance I wouldn't be here today, or I wouldn't be the person I am today. I get to say that St. Jude helped me have a dream. And now I also get to say, that St. Jude lets me live out my dream.
Well,
So,
I mean, Jake,
it's a very important place.
It's an extremely important place, and we're so thankful that you're here to tell your story and to live out your dream and share your dream with us. We know it's also important to you to talk about the Bills because you're a diehard Bills fan, and
I don't know if you guys could tell.
it's a little hard to get that. I want to tell you, we have Jim Nantz and Tony Romo coming up on later in the show, and I spoke to Jim prior to talking to him later. And he said to tell you that he spent some time with Josh Allen this offseason. They played some golf together. And not only is he a great football player and a great golfer, he's a great guy as well. So it's always nice to hear good things about some of the players that you root for. And I'm sure you're really excited about Josh Allen this year. So just talk about him as a quarterback. What's it like to root for a guy like that? And obviously the expectations to maybe win a Super Bowl this season.
Yeah. Wow. Firstly, I would like to speak on Josh Allen as a person. If that man needs a best friend, I know he doesn't, but if he does, I'm your guy, Josh. Give me a call. Anyways, now with him as a player. This is the most exciting time I've ever had as a Bills fan. I was born in '97, so Jim Kelly retired a year earlier than the year I was born. So I never got to see any of the Kelly, Thurman Thomas heyday, you know. So I just grew up in the drought era, 17 years of pure terribleness. So it's really exciting to finally see my Bills be something I can brag about and actually have some backing with it. And Josh Allen, I think the most intriguing part of him is his athletic ability. We haven't even reached the full surface of him as a quarterback yet. He's continuing to grow. And it's just so exciting to watch him play every Sunday and to see what he can do to top what he did the previous Sunday. And the Bills fully can win the Super. Excuse me, I'm getting choked up talking about my Bills. The Bills definitely have the opportunity to win the Super Bowl. They've improved the defensive line. They've improved the defense a little bit. They re-signed some guys that I didn't think they'd have the ability to. And I think we can really make a good late season push. And that's crazy for me to say as a Bills fan. So I'm excited.
Yeah, you know what, Jake? It's totally not crazy. And it's the first time in years we've been able to say that the Bills are a legit contender in the AFC. And I'm with you. I think they're going to the Super Bowl. They're my pick out of the AFC as well. But the one thing that always bothers me about that Buffalo offense, at least based on what we saw last year, is the run game. They don't necessarily have that great running back like they've had in the past with guys like Thurman Thomas, for example. It's Zach Moss, it's Devin Singletary. Is there one that you and other diehard Bills fans like better than the other that you might go into your fantasy drafts and say, okay, when I'm in round 9+, I'm going to take this guy?
I think personally, I would go with Motor. That's what we call Devin Singletary. Just following the Bills and just following different Bills beat reporters, I saw all the work Motor put in this summer. He was trying his dang hardest to improve. I can tell you that, because there was a bunch of speculation that the Bills were going to pick ETN or get some high name free agent. So I think that running back room took that to heart and started really trying to improve, especially with Motor. And no, not a knock on Moss, but just through his first year and this offseason, he doesn't seem to have the best durability health-wise. He was banged up a lot of training camp, so we didn't get to see him too much in the preseason. But we did see Motor in the preseason scoring 2 touchdowns in 3 games. So I think that's a good option for a later round pick.
Okay, Jake, there's no debate about who the number 1 wide receiver is. That's obviously Stephon Diggs. But at number 2 is a bit of a question mark. Cole Beasley, you got Emmanuel Sanders coming in. We're all excited about the upside that Gabe Davis has. Is there one of those guys that you think can separate enough being the number 2 wide receiver in Buffalo to matter for fantasy?
I think it's got to be Cole Beasley. He was a second team All-Pro last year. And I think it's Cole Beasley. The man just catches passes for a living. I know that's literally his job description, but he does it better than anyone. I don't think he catches a ball that isn't for a first down. You might not get too many touchdowns with him, but if you're in a PPR league, he can get you some points.
It's going to be fun to see this Bills offense operate. And Jake, I know you're going to be following every minute of the Bills action this year. And Josh Allen is a top-tier quarterback. The running backs will kind of figure out, but Stephon Diggs and the rest of the receiving core, there are going to be a lot of points to go around and certainly a lot of fantasy production to follow. But we love having you on during the Draft-A-Thon. I know you usually come on with us at some point during the season as well as part of our podcast. But Jake, we love hearing your story. We certainly love what St. Jude has done for you and what you continue to do for them. And thank you for spending some time with us here on our Draft-A-Thon once again.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. I always love talking football, and listening to you guys talk fantasy football gives me a leg up on my competition this year. So I appreciate that.
Well, we hope
and
you,
as always, thank you for helping spread the word about St. Jude.
It's our pleasure. And again, thank you for spending some time with us once again and spreading the message about what St. Jude has done for you and what it hopefully will continue to do for all the other kids out there. Again, please continue to donate. You'll see the QR code up as well in a second, but it's stjude.org/FFT. Again, that's stjude.org/FFT. And again, you see the QR code there. Our goal is $100,000. We're over $50,000 already, and we want to keep those donations coming as we help you dominate your fantasy leagues this year. You help us give money to St. Jude. We're going to take a break right now, but when we come back, we're going to get into a little conversation with some guys you might know. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. The voices of CBS Sports, the voices of CBS Sports NFL. They're going to talk about maybe a decision they have to make in their fantasy league, kind of relates to some of the things that you were dealing with. Stay right here next on Fantasy Football Today. All right, thank you guys for sticking with us on our YouTube page, and I want to answer again some of your questions, so keep them coming. Our buddy Debo's going to facilitate those, so Debo's waiting for those questions to come in, so send them to him, he'll send them to us. And this one comes to us from Dwan Torney. Should I trade Jamal Williams for Marcus Callaway in Dynasty? So two players that are going to potentially be helpful for you this season. Callaway, probably a little bit more on the rise, though. Heath, you're the Dynasty guy. What would you rather have?
Yeah, I would guess, and I don't have it pulled up right here, I guess I've got Jamal Williams higher than Marquez Callaway in Dynasty just because of the risk of what Marquez Callaway came into this year as. I mean, this was not a guy that had any sort of floor coming into the year. He's made a name for himself in the preseason. I think this is close enough that it really depends on what your roster looks like. If you don't have running back depth, I believe Jamal Williams is more valuable. If you're thin at wide receiver, I think it's a fine trade to make.
Feels like a short-term play, but it could more I would say the more long-term play is Marcus Callaway. Because he does hit with Jameis, and Jameis blows up, and these two guys get on the same page. Look, there was some Michael Thomas trade rumors not so long ago, so who knows if they decide to move on from him. All right, rank these late-round tight ends. Tyler Kroft, Dan Arnold, Donald Parham, Chris Herndon, or Hayden Hurst. So, Dave, who's the favorite for you of that group?
That's a brutal list. I think Hayden Hurst would probably be the one that I would want the most. I know that Tyler Kroft is someone that people are excited about. Earlier today, we were saying he's the only tight end on the Jets. Well, the Jets have already added 2 tight ends since then. So I'm not buying Tyler Kroft as a breakout tight end this year.
I mean, he's at least a starting tight end on his own team, so I'll go with Tyler Kroft.
All right, so we'll see which of those guys. For me, I think it's probably, I'll take a chance on Herndon. You know, just hope that he can relive some of that rookie magic. And
if I had $1 for every time you said that.
I haven't said it in a few years. I haven't said it in a few years, but it's time to maybe buy back in. All right. So again, thank you for sending us the questions on our YouTube channel. We appreciate that. And Alan Davis wants to know, what is Curtis Samuel's trade value in Dynasty? Is he worth a round 2 pick in a rookie draft? So somebody that's maybe looking to acquire some rookie capital, round 2. Is that a fair trade for Curtis Samuel?
That sounds just about right, yeah. I think if I knew because right now you don't know what the pick's going to be. It's just a round 2 pick. It could be an early round 2, a late round 2. If I knew it was like a top 3 round 2 pick, I'm not sure I would give that up for Curtis Samuel.
The guys that are typically going in the second round of rookie drafts, though, it's the top end of the bottom of the wide receivers. So it's anybody from Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore.
I'd rather have all those guys in Dynasty.
You'd rather have all those guys in Dynasty, but then you get to Kenneth Gainwell, Ramondre Stevenson. Those running backs are in the second round. Pat Freiermuth is in the second round. You might see in a 1-quarterback league, maybe Trey Lance and Justin Fields slip into the second round. Certainly Zach Wilson and Mac Jones are in the second round. So those are the players that you're typically debating of those groups. So yeah, it's not a bad idea if you're rebuilding to see if you can get one of those high-end wide receivers, but if not, you might want to hold on to Curtis Samuel. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. Man, am I excited about week one. Look at this slate of games on CBS. Steelers, Bills. Going to be a fun one there between two great offenses. Cardinals, Titans. Hopefully another fun showdown there. Jaguars, Texans, we'll see, but at least it's the debut of Trevor Lawrence. Then Dolphins, Patriots, you got the Alabama quarterback situation at play with Tua Tagovailoa and Mac Jones. But that game that's highlighted, Browns and Chiefs. What a rematch that should be. And hopefully a lot of fireworks and offensive productions from both sides. Joining us now on the CBS Sports Draft-A-Thon is the best announcing duo in the NFL, two of the best voices, two of the best people that you could possibly have on the show, and especially on the CBS network. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo joining us here tonight. Guys, thank you for taking the time to be with us here on our St. Jude's Draft-A-Thon to benefit the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I got to just tell our audience, we're setting this up, setting up the cameras. You guys are talking fantasy football the entire time as the cameras are getting set up. You guys obviously really love this game. So, Jim, just talk about the leagues that you're in. Tony, you follow, and just talk about your love for fantasy football in the upcoming season.
Well, first off, we're in this one league jointly. So I'm in 3 leagues overall, but the one that really truly gets the most attention is the Fantasy Football for the FedEx Cup League that involves a number of our CBS colleagues and a number of players on the PGA Tour, namely Phil Mickelson, who's had a past championship in our league and should have won it last year, and guys like Justin Thomas and a few others. So most everyone has a teammate or two. There's some serious trash talk going on in this thing, and we've been right in the mix. We've just had a little heartbreak in the playoffs, but this could very well be our year. I'm kind of feeling it.
I would agree 100% with Jim. I think that obviously the other teams got lucky to beat us. Phil obviously has somehow streamlined his team to be really good every year, but I think he cheated a few times. But I think we've now corrected those situations, and so he can't do that anymore. And I think this year we're going to go ahead and just cakewalk straight to the championship.
Imagine just being, sit back and just talk trash to Phil Mickelson. This is why we have these guys on here on our Draft-A-Thon and why they're the best at what they do. Guys, I know that the season's coming up, and obviously there's a lot of storylines. Tony, just with your connection to the Cowboys and obviously everything going on with Dak Prescott and his shoulder injury, and he's such a big fantasy player and one of the top 5 quarterbacks. Your impressions on, I don't know if you're following Hard Knocks or just, from your connections there with the Cowboys, everything going to be okay with him going into the season? Any reason that we should be concerned?
No, I mean, he's just got to get, it's like any injury. You just need time to get to know yourself at that point. And you trust it. But now it's like, oh, wait, this is a real game. Now it's like, it's a little faster. Everything's going to be a little bit more. It's just going to take a little time. But I think that he's a veteran. He knows how to play the game. He's got a lot of talent around him. And that helps. Now, if he had to just carry the load right away, I think then that'd be a little bit. But, he's good. He knows how to play the game. And he's got a lot of players around him that are really, really, fantasy football type guys you're going to draft. So I think he'll be just fine. I would not be scared of taking him. I would take him very early.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those top 5 quarterbacks. And Jim, I want to ask you your impression on the quarterback position as a whole, because it's one of those spots in fantasy that a lot of people tend to wait on, but the top half of the group right now, Mahomes and Josh Allen and a lot of these guys, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, that group, when you guys go about, building your team, when do you look at the quarterback position? When do you approach taking those guys?
Well, that's something that we have to discuss, because one year we had an early pick and we took A-Rod, we took Aaron early on, and it probably wasn't the right move, even though he produced his great numbers.
Yeah.
But we missed out on some really stud running backs early. So, we learned a little lesson there. We work well as a team. We got Brant Snedeker, by the way, is in our league. He's a great trash talker. If he had any kind of partner in our league, he's with the guy, one of our directors named Chris Svensson, who doesn't help him at all. But if he had any help, he could have already he could have won the tournament. He's won the FedEx Cup. That's the name of our league, but he hasn't won the fantasy football for the FedEx Cup. Tony and I will have a serious discussion because we're in a keeper league, Jamie. We get to keep 2 players off of last year's roster, which means the draft is a little bit watered down, but Mahomes will be available I think the team that had him last year is not going to keep him because they got some other stud running backs going to keep instead. So that will be something we'll discuss. We're picking 10th overall in the first round, and I think Patrick might be there.
Yeah, I want to, if you guys don't mind, bring our audience into the conversation you guys were having. So maybe just, for a second, talk about the keeper decision that you have to make, because a lot of fantasy managers go through this, having to decide on who they're going to keep and the decisions that you have. And you guys have some tough decisions to make with the 2 keepers that you have and certainly 3 players that you're considering.
Well, I think we're pretty fortunate. So we'll try to pick up what we were doing before you started rolling here. Given the fact that we're in a PPR league and we have 2 of the top 3 rated wide receivers off of your list, Jamie, which I monitor on a regular basis. We have Devontae Adams and we have Stephon Diggs. So it's kind of obvious we keep those 2, and we're pretty well set at wide receivers as long as we keep them upright. But what we're giving up, because we did build a hell of a roster last year, we're giving up the likes of Darren Waller, for example, who can give you an edge at tight end. Maybe might be the best, if not just right behind Travis. Don't mean to minimize Travis Kelce's numbers, but you could have gone with a stud there. But Tony, I think we're wondering if maybe Waller, since we put him back into the draft, he could be available 10th overall in the first round. I expect he will be, so we could still go back and get him.
I think that's a great decision, and it's a tough one, but I think Jim has played this year in, year out, and he knows it's hard with a keeper league, right? So it's like, well, we know the top 10, we know it's going to go, but as soon as you get a keeper league, all of a sudden you're like, wait, whoa, we're now on to the actual 18th, 20th, 22nd, 24th best players in a real draft. So it changes a lot. And then you have to sit and say who's in front of you in the draft and what positions do they have. So it's actually much tougher for other people who, aren't as smart as Jim. Obviously Jim's going to be ahead of the curve and have all of those details down in a written note and send it over. And then I'll just tell him, good job, Jim. I like it.
It's good to have a good partner, and certainly it's good to rely on somebody who's been doing it for a long time. Tony, I want to ask you, when did you start getting into fantasy? Was it right as soon as you got done playing? Were there any leagues that you participated in maybe when you were playing? When did the bug start to get to you?
It was Jim Nantz. Literally, that was the first league I'd ever played in. It was when I got off, and he's like, "You're going to be with me if you're okay with that." And I was like, "Absolutely." And then we got in, and all the trash talking happened, and then it's been really enjoyable. Now I mean, every year I get more of a bug than the previous year. I mean, the first year was just kind of like, oh, how did we do? Blah, blah. Now I'm like, wait, what decision are we making? Oh, yeah, I like this. Well, and then Jim brings me on and does a really good job of making me like, we got to make a choice today, this quarterback or this one and everything. And I'm like, I don't know. I can't do it. So it's been really enjoyable.
He's got to lean on you for some insight from the former player's perspective, and you have to lean on him as the experienced fantasy player. So that's a good mix,
yes.
I'm sure, that you guys have. You got a big game coming up with the start of the season between the Chiefs and the Browns. And so, Jim, I'll start with you. What are the things you're looking for from this Chiefs offense once again, coming off another amazing campaign, rebuilt offensive line? The biggest question, I guess, would be at the running back spot, but otherwise this team looks locked and loaded to have another big offensive season and certainly can lead to a lot of fantasy points.
Yeah, I think actually the biggest question mark on the offense is going to be, what will that offensive line look like? As you said, rebuilt. I mean, completely rebuilt. So what will that look like? I mean, we called the Super Bowl, whatever it was, 7 months ago, and that was the story of the game. They never gave Mahomes a chance in that game to compete, and they just got dominated. So I'm anxious to see what that's going to look like. And, on the other side, you haven't asked about Cleveland yet. I trust you will, but this is a team that played them in the postseason. Tony and I were there to call the game, and there was a late 4th down throw by Chad Henne in for an injured Patrick Mahomes on a 4th down play near midfield that, won it for him. Otherwise, Cleveland might have won that game at Arrowhead. So we've got a fabulous season, a great schedule, and it starts out in a big way with that rematch coming up on September 12th.
Yeah, Tony, if you could talk about the Browns, just, what you saw from them as they built toward that playoff run, the signs that Baker Mayfield showed of turning the corner, and now they get Odell Beckham back, coming back from the ACL injury. This looks like another team that's headed in the right direction. Do you think this could be a big year for the Browns?
Oh, absolutely. I think the biggest thing they have is they have the ability to play, big boy football, and their offense and defensive lines, right? So it's like they have a guy on defense, Myles Garrett, who's going to be as disruptive as any defensive lineman in the NFL. And so you're always going to have to account for that guy, and that's a huge thing. And then on the offensive line, they did a good job of allocating resources to that the previous year, and I think you're just seeing now the other guys can flourish, and you get a good coach. Stefanski comes in; it's a great hire by Haslam, and I think they're a formidable opponent for anybody. I think you're talking about a top 5-8 team in the league for sure, and we know who the Chiefs are. And I tell you, what better opportunity if you're a Brown fan and a player on the Browns to go out. If you knock off the Chiefs in week 1, you just told everybody, oh, wow, these guys are for real. Watch out. They're actually a Super Bowl contender. You go into Kansas City week 1 and win, I mean, they're for real. So this is a great opportunity for them. Now, the problem is this. Patrick Mahomes is going to walk out in that stadium on that field that day, and you got to go through him to win.
It certainly is going to be a fun game, and it's certainly going to be great to hear you guys calling it. And we really appreciate your time here on the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. Good luck with your fantasy league. I hope this is a successful FedEx Cup championship year for both of you. And listen, you got 2 great keepers with Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs, so it sounds like you guys are on your way.
Thanks. Appreciate you. Thanks, Jim.
And FedEx, Jamie, sponsors the golf tournament, the St. Jude Classic in Memphis. We at CBS interact very heavily with St. Jude. I love St. Jude. I love the kids of St. Jude. I think it's great. You guys are raising some incredible money and funds. There's no charity that puts its funds to better use than what St. Jude's does for the children. I'm in awe of it. So we love being a part of it, and we thank you very much.
Yes, thank you guys so much for taking some time and obviously helping out the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So we appreciate your time, and again, good luck with the upcoming season and starting off with that great game between the Browns and the Chiefs.
Thanks, Jamie. Keep us informed. I know you will. We'll be leaning on you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, pal.
Remember, you can donate to the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital by going to the QR code there. You could also go to stjude.org/FFT. And again, please keep those donations coming. Our goal is $100,000 before the night is over. We'll be with you, CBS Sports HQ and our YouTube channel until midnight. And here's where we are with our march toward 100 grand. Just over 52,000, creeping up to $53,000. So keep those donations coming. We got a long way to go still. You guys have been fantastic so far, but we still have a lot of work to do before the night is over. And you know what? If we can get to our goal of also 100 tweets before the night is over as well, I'll give you $1 per tweet. What do you think? Sound fair? $1 per tweet?
Nice.
Let's go. So let's keep those questions coming. Send them to us on Twitter using hashtag AskFFT. So man who tweets wants to know, Henry or Zeke or Kamara at 3 in half PPR. I like the floor note I'm getting in Henry, but maybe he thinks that Zeke or Kamara has a higher ceiling. We'll answer this question and more next after the break here on our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. All right, let's go out to our YouTube audience now and answer those questions as well that are coming to us on the chat there. So Rod wants to know, does Brandon Ayuk finish with wide receiver 2 numbers in standard scoring if everyone remains healthy in San Francisco? So we saw Ayuk blow up last year with George Kittle banged up, with Deebo Samuel banged up. Dave, can he put up those type of numbers again? Maybe not to the same heights, but still be good enough to start as a weekly wide receiver.
He can finish as a top 24 guy, and I know there's concern about the quarterback situation there, and Garoppolo and Lance now mixing together. We saw that in the 3rd preseason game. I think it'll be all right for Ayuk. He's their best playmaker at wide receiver.
A guy you could take in the round 5 range. If he slips to round 6, that's even better, but certainly a guy you can draft as a top 24 caliber wide receiver. Hopefully finishes in that range as well. Ed wants to know, I have the 2nd pick in PPR. Should I go with Kamara? So similar question to what the tweet we just saw that we'll answer after the break. But for Ed, would you take Kamara number 2 overall, assuming that Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook are both there?
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, well, not McCaffrey gone, but Dalvin Cook is there.
Right, yeah. It's closer than it was when I was concerned about Taysom Hill starting, but it's still not close enough. I'm going with Dalvin Cook. I just think there's too much upside. We still haven't seen a full season of what Dalvin Cook could do over 17 games. I think he has a better chance of being number 1 overall than just about anybody but McCaffrey, so I'd go Dalvin Cook.
Dave, you said this on the show on Fantasy Football Today earlier on Wednesday, but Lake City Cobra wants to know, is Marvin Jones being undervalued?
I think he is. I think he's someone who could end up being very good in fantasy, and you can draft him I'll say round 9 plus, but it's really more like round 10 or round 11 where you'll be able to
Depends
find
on the
Marvin
injury.
Jones.
When he's healthy with the shoulder, everybody I think is all in.
Sure.
He's dealing with the shoulder injury now, but Urban Meyer says he'll be ready for week 1 against Houston, so that's a good sign.
And it's an unsexy pick, but on a PPR per game basis, he's finished as a top 30 receiver each of the past 4 years. Different team, different quarterback, but I think he's got a chance to be the number 1 guy in this offense.
And same coordinator, so that helps as long as Darrell Bevell has the job with the Jaguars, but you never know how Urban Meyer's going to feel about that. All right, Heath, last one here for this. This one comes to us from HMR22. Who are you taking at pick 1.7 between Austin Eckler, Aaron Jones, Nick Chubb, and Ezekiel Elliott? I don't think it matters. It's going to be Zeke, right?
It's going to be Zeke, and I've got Aaron Jones and Zeke really, really close. But maybe it's just the hard knocks bump, but I do feel like Zeke at 5 is where I'm going now. So if he's still there, I'm taking him.
All right, so Zeke is the choice, but very good selections. I wonder who's going at 6 to bump those running backs down. It's our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. We're here until midnight Eastern trying to raise money for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So again, please keep those donations coming. And like I told you before the break, for every answer that we give you from your tweets, so keep sending them in. I'll donate $1 to St. Jude's for myself. Anybody else wants to donate, they're more than welcome to jump in on this as well. But send us your questions using the hashtag AskFFT, and we will try to get to 100 before the night is over. So let's get to it right away. Tease you with one of these questions going into the break. And let's show you that one once again from Man Who Tweets, wanting to know about what to do at number 3 overall. All right, I guess we'll skip to the next one here. So Tristan wants to know, half-point PPR, can you rank these players for me, please? Robert Woods, Deontay Johnson, Chris Godwin, and Cortland Sutton. Let's assume, half PPR. So Woods, Sutton, Godwin, Johnson. Who are you going with?
Woods is my top choice.
Oh, Woods by far is first.
Yeah.
Sutton by far is 4th, I think. It's the 2 in the middle that are difficult, especially in half PPR. I think if everybody stays healthy in both places, I would take Deontay Johnson, but Godwin has the most upside. If something happens to Mike Evans or Antonio Brown, Godwin might be the number 1 wide receiver in fantasy.
I'll take Godwin over Johnson. So Woods, Godwin, Johnson, Sutton.
I'll go that way also, but I think Heath is right. They're very close between the guys in the middle. All right, next question. Man Who Tweets, this is the one we teased you with. Henry or Zeke or Kamara at 3 in half PPR, just likes the floor, knowing who's getting his Henry. So you got the 3rd pick in half PPR, and McCaffrey and Cook are gone. Dave?
I know it's not going to be Zeke. I don't think I can resist Derrick Henry there in a half PPR. Full PPR, I'm going to take Alvin Kamara, but if those catches are going to be cut in half in fantasy points, and Kamara might not get quite as many receptions with Jameis as he did from Drew Brees, I think Henry is the one I would go with.
I'll take Kamara.
Kamara for you. I'll take Kamara as well. Anytime there's receptions mattering, I'm taking the guy with the catches. All right, Jay Smith wants to know, A, how to spell my name, and B, I'll have to drop 2 in half PPR from Ty Johnson, James White, A.J. Dillon, Kenneth Gainwell, and Tyson Williams. I like them all. All right, one's easy. Ty Johnson. Who's the second one?
Yeah, don't drop A.J. Dillon. Whatever you do, the rest of that we can figure out. I'm going to say I'm going to drop Tyson Williams with my second drop. I kind of like what Kenneth Gainwell could be in Philadelphia, especially with the way that reports about Miles Sanders have leaked out with the new coaching staff. It does not appear they like him very much.
I think Gainwell might end up being the 3rd running back to start the year in Philadelphia. Boston Scott's looked good this preseason, and he can play on rushing downs. I would drop Gainwell and Johnson, and I love Ty Johnson.
I would drop Gainwell as well as the second option to Ty Johnson, just because Tyson Williams is maybe an injury away from being the starting running back for the Ravens at this point. All right, Randy wants to know, I draft first in a 12-team non-PPR league where we start 2 wide receivers. This really all fit in one tweet. I'm assuming McCaffrey's first. How would you value high-end wide receivers at the 2-3 turn versus running backs typically available? It's usually A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, etc., versus David Montgomery, Josh Jacobs, Swift, Gus Edwards, etc. Waller, and the elite quarterbacks are there too. So I think we'll all probably agree, even in non-PPR, if this is the group you're choosing from, it's probably Waller and maybe one of the receivers, correct?
I think it's A.J. For me, it's A.J. Brown, and then it's a tough call between Montgomery and Waller. That's where I really struggle. I would probably go A.J. Brown and Waller, but Montgomery is right there.
I don't have a problem with what you're saying at all, Heath. Waller would absolutely be on the list for me, but I know what those running backs are going to look like when you pick again in rounds 4 and 5, and it ain't going to be pretty. You want to have that position filled early on this year. Montgomery would be with Waller.
Yeah, but I mean, in non-PPR, I don't know how much the drop-off if everything goes right for those other guys, like Damian Harris, Gus Edwards. They could be right there with David Montgomery. They're not going to catch the passes the same level, but the touchdowns may be better.
They get more receiving yards.
On the teams that they're on, though.
Montgomery would get more receiving yards.
Right, but
what
I'm saying is I might pass on Montgomery, which I think is a little bit of a reach at the end of round 2, and go on the next swing and look for a Harris or Edwards in that regard. That's just the way I would approach it. I wouldn't take Montgomery in that spot. All right, 12-man, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 2 flexes. I traded Calvin Ridley and Mike Davis for Aaron Jones. I now start Austin Eckler Jones at running back, Robert Woods, Deontay Johnson, Mecole Hardman at wide receiver, Chase Edmonds and Montgomery at flex. You think I gave up too much in the trade, or was it a solid move? So traded Calvin Ridley and Mike Davis for Aaron Jones. I think it's too much personally.
I'm okay with it as long as we're not talking about a dynasty or a keeper league. If it's a dynasty or a keeper league, I think I'd rather have Ridley than Jones maybe. But in a redraft league, I'm okay with it. It might have been a slight overpay.
But didn't he just take his round 3 and round 4 or 5 pick and turn it into a round 1 pick? I think it's too much for Aaron Jones. I agree with you, Jamie.
I mean, Ridley could be the best receiver in fantasy this year. He's got that much upside. So it's not horrible, but it does feel like a slight overpay. All right, next question. Quinn wants to know, in 12-team PPR, flex drafted 9th, Kelsey, Ridley, A.J. Brown, Herbert went quarterback early. Woods, Edmonds, Javonte Williams, Damian Harris, Michael Carter, Jamal Williams. Would y'all get Ramondre Stevenson or Jones?
Probably Tony Jones.
Yeah, as sleepers for Williams or Carter.
I'd absolutely get Stevenson just to have that running.
But you're not dropping Carter
yeah.
Williams.
No, I don't think I'm doing that. But
Right.
this is a great result for going 0 RB. Like, I don't know if you can really pull this off anymore with Harris.
Well, I mean, yeah, Harris in round 8 is not something that's very realistic, and the hope would be is that Javonte Williams becomes the lead running back for the Broncos. But yeah, this is a very strong roster, given the tight end and the 2 receivers you have at the top. And yes, maybe Herbert's a little bit early, but again, our drafts are not necessarily reflective of how most drafts go. All right, Jason wants to know, was offered an early trade CeeDee Lamb and DeAndre Swift for Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Brandon Ayuk. Not confident in Swift's health, and is Lamb that much better than Ayuk? Keith, I'm sure you're going to say that you probably would prefer the Lamb-Swift side.
I would take Swift over CEH and Lamb over Ayuk, because that would be an easy one for me. I think it's a lot more difficult for you guys, though.
It is absolutely more difficult for me. I think I would actually stick with, is this PPR, do we know? If it's PPR, I like the Lamb-Swift side better.
To me, right now, the player with the most upside of this group is CeeDee Lamb. So Swift and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I don't know how much difference there is, so I'd rather have the Swift-Lamb side. All right, next question. Travis wants to know, who do you like better as a late round flyer, Terrace Marshall or Gabriel Davis? I think we're all in agreement. It's Terrace Marshall, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so the third receiver for the Panthers hopefully will deliver in a big, big way. All right, we're wrapping up hour number 1 here on our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon to benefit the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Again, please keep those donations coming. You can donate to stjude.org/FFT. We're not done. We're going to take a little break right now. When we come back, we're going to get into a mock draft, show you some of tiers at the running back and wide receiver position, and answer more of your questions as we help you get set to dominate your fantasy leagues for the 2021 campaign. All right, guys, thanks for sticking with us with our YouTube channel. Wanted to keep those questions coming and give you the answers that you need. So Rokun wants to know, how early are you all taking Travis Kelce? So we know the 5 spots are typically locked into running backs, but we have seen some drafts where he goes 3rd overall, 4th overall. But what's the sweet spot for Travis Kelce?
For me, I'm taking him in round one, obviously, but pick 9 overall in PPR and round 2 in non-PPR.
I had a terrible realization today as I was going through all my rosters, because we do so many mock drafts, I forget who's actually on my real teams. I don't have a real team with Travis Kelce yet, so I might take him like 4th or 5th in my next draft, but 7 through 9 is the sweet spot.
Is that in non-PPR too?
Non-PPR, I think it's 9 through 12.
9 through 12. All right. So middle of the first round, end of the second round, end of the first round, depending on the format that you're in. Elijah Moore or Henry Ruggs in the last round of a half PPR league?
I like them both, but I think I'm going to go with Moore.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Moore. There's a better chance that the number 1 receiver role on the Jets might be worth more than the number 1 receiver role on the Raiders.
Yeah, I like Elijah Moore too, but it's hard not to get more excited about Henry Ruggs now that John Brown is no longer with the Raiders. Andy Pham wants to know, full PPR, 2-quarterback league, I plan on targeting Lamar Jackson. Would you target Gus Edwards or Mark Andrews if trying to pair with Lamar? So we get this question a lot about stacking. It's usually a better strategy in best ball, obviously DFS, but in redraft leagues, do you go about pairing the quarterback with one of the other playmakers? Usually it's the receiving threat, so Mark Andrews makes more sense, but with the way the Ravens operate, it may not be a bad idea to have the running back as well.
Honestly, I actually like it for the Ravens and what they do, and that they run the ball so much that you could go and get Gus Edwards, and they can be independent of each other week to week in fantasy. I don't have a problem with either stack, but that's the one that I think I'd probably find myself falling into, because people will tend to take Mark Andrews a little sooner than I'm ready to take him.
Yeah, I'd go with Andrews just because I'm taking Andrews ahead of Edwards, and it's so much fun when he throws a pass to Mark Andrews for a touchdown and you get 12 points instead of 6. So yeah, I'm going Andrews.
Yep, it's not bad. Sometimes it works out poorly, as we saw last year with the Cowboys. If you had Dak Prescott and Amari Cooper or CeeDee Lamb, you know how that went. It wasn't exactly a fun situation when the quarterback went down. We got time for one more, Jack? All right, we're going to take a break of our break. Hour number 2 of our fantasy football today Draft-A-Thon here. We got up until midnight, so we're going to switch over after the next hour and take you to our YouTube channel. But please keep those donations coming. We really are trying to raise as much money as we can for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Our goal is $100,000. We may fall a little short tonight. I hope not. But even if we do, we're going to keep the donation page open for as long as we can. And you can donate to stjude.org/FFT. Again, that's stjude.org/FFT. We're north of $50,000. We're approaching $55,000. So we certainly are doing our best to help raise money for St. Jude, and we want to continue those donations. We also want to continue to answer your questions, and as I said in the first hour, for every question that we answer, I will donate $1 per question to St. Jude myself. So we want to continue to contribute as best we can. So send us your questions on Twitter using the hashtag AskFFT. So we had some fun interviews in the first hour. Now we want to dig down deep into a lot of the fantasy stuff that's going to help you get prepared for your upcoming draft. And nobody does a better job with their tiers than this man here, Dave Richards. So you can check out his full tiers at every position on CBSSports.com. You can go back and watch our quarterback and tight end conversation that we had earlier on Wednesday on FFT. And please make sure you check us out with our show every day at noon Eastern, Monday through Friday. But we're going to dive into the running back tiers right now. So let's show you the tiers here that Dave has, and we'll have some conversations around these tiers. And the first question I have for you, Dave, is, are you doing the top guys a little bit of a disservice by making this such a deep tier 1? Because I know the wide receiver tiers, you separate Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill, but this doesn't feel like Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook are getting the service they deserve by being lumped in with some very good players, but they might need to be on the tier by themselves.
You can absolutely do that. In fact, I think there is a tier break between Henry and Ezekiel Elliott, even though in most leagues, those are going to be the running backs that you'll see go 4th and 5th off the board, whether it's at 4 and 5 overall or 4 and 5 amongst running backs. But really, I'm just trying to give the picture that this is a round 1 look. These are the running backs that I think you're going to see go in round 1 in your PPR drafts this year. Of course, I'm not going to say, well, Jonathan Taylor is the same as Christian McCaffrey and he's the same as Austin Eckler. It doesn't work that way. But they're ranked in order of how I would take them, and I think it's the order that everybody else should take them too.
All right, so if you draft with Dave, you're taking Austin Eckler 1st overall. Maybe you're taking Jonathan Taylor 2nd overall. Don't even bother with Christian McCaffrey.
Maybe next year.
Especially in the leagues that we play together. All right, Heath, I want to ask you about the tier 2 running backs, because these are the guys that we typically see in round 2. Should all of these guys, you're not going to see David Montgomery, I think, creep into round 2, but he has the potential to be. But should these be the round 2 running backs? Gibson, Chubb, Mixon, Harris, Barkley, and for Dave's tiered list here, David Montgomery as well.
Yeah, I think these are the guys that belong there. I've actually got Joe Mixon at the top of the group, and I've taken him in round 1 in a few drafts. I think you took Antonio Gibson in round 1 in a draft that we just did today. Like, some of these guys will sneak into round 1 in occasional drafts, but these should be the round 2 running backs, and I actually kind of like Montgomery there as well. Whether he's round 2 or not, I think he fits better with this group of running backs than he does with the next group.
Fair point. And, I think the thing we see with Barkley now, which has been such a big talking point for us, and I know probably every time I send the notes to our producer, Jack Capitordo, and you guys probably see the talking point, oh my God, we're talking about Saquon Barkley again. But he is very polarizing, a guy that started the process as a first-round pick, but because of the uncertainty of when he will actually play, Joe Judge saying that it's not a guarantee he will even be ready for week 1, that's why he's certainly slipped into tier 2 and into the second round of the majority of fantasy leagues. Tier 3, when we get into that tier, there's an interesting player on that, and that's Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Some people take him in round 2. I was at that point for a good portion of the offseason. The ankle injury, for me at least, dropped him down to the 3rd round. So, Dave, he's clearly in the 3rd tier for you. He's not in the 2nd tier in the same group as those other guys.
I wouldn't take him in round 2. I wouldn't recommend anybody take him in round 2. And I'm worried that he's going to be minimized to a degree in this offense. And it's not necessarily because I believe in Darrell Williams or Jerick McKinnon. It's Patrick Mahomes. Last year, Mahomes was a better stat producer inside of the 2-yard line than he was. And I'm worried about Edwards-Helaire getting that type of short yardage touchdown work that he missed out on last year. I'm worried about him catching a lot of passes. This offense in Kansas City is going to continue to revolve around Patrick Mahomes. And you talked about the offensive line and the changes that it made. Jim and Tony talked about it with you earlier, Jamie. That was done more so for Mahomes than it was for Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, I think I'm still the low guy on Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's important to say when we're saying negative things about him that he does still have top 10 upside if everything goes well. The thing that bothered me was really unusual in his rookie year. He started off week 1 as the bell cow, playing at least 60% of the snaps, all those games. Went about 6 weeks like that, and they said, oh, we need to go get Le'Veon Bell. Look at him, he's looked so good the last 2 years. And then they gave him snaps over Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and then in the Super Bowl, 3rd down snaps, short yardage snaps are going to Darrell Williams. If he is able to earn their trust in those 2 spots, then he could still be a top 10 running back. But there's a risk that he loses and not earns.
The only thing I will push back on, the Super Bowl, he's coming off the ankle injury.
Right.
So, I don't know if that's necessarily a good barometer of how he was, and Darrell Williams was so good for them in the 2 previous playoff games against Cleveland and against Buffalo. So I think more of a trust factor in that. But, they were getting blown out. Why would you throw Clyde Edwards-Helaire out there for that situation? So I'm still a little optimistic. Like you said, he does have top 10 upside. I do think that the offensive line was done in part to run the ball better. I don't think it was just to protect Patrick Mahomes. They have to have a little bit more balance on offense and take some pressure off of Mahomes where he's not throwing sideways off of his back foot and trying to make things happen, try to have some plays in the run game. We know Andy Reid's been very good for running backs, which is why I'm still a little bit excited about Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So you saw the first 3 tiers there. If you want to throw it back up there, Jack, we can just talk some other running backs as well about some guys maybe that could push their way into the conversation. And 2 in particular, Dave, are Gus Edwards and Damien Harris. We know both of these guys are big winners as a result of what's happened to their situations. Edwards benefiting without J.K. Dobbins, Harris benefiting with Cam Newton now gone. Any consideration to those guys being maybe not tier 3 guys, but close enough that you would consider putting them near Myles Gaskin, near Edwards-Helaire, near the other 2?
I've already got Damien Harris in the 4th tier, and Gus is the top running back in the 5th tier. That's in PPR. In non-PPR, they're both going to be in that 3rd and 4th tier. I think that you're going to see them have a chance to earn a ton of rushing yards, not do a lot in the passing game, and there's going to be a split. Both of them are going to share the ball with another running back. We've seen it with the Ravens. They use a second running back. That guy usually gets around 8 to 10 carries per game, and they don't throw the ball to their backs. Damien Harris will work running downs, not passing downs. I'm okay with them as number 2 running backs, but I'm not ready to push them any higher than where I've got them.
In full PPR, I would agree with that. It's hard for me to get them into that tier 3. You know who I would say needs to be in tier 3 in PPR?
DeAndre Swift.
Maybe I have to wait until the next screen to talk about DeAndre Swift, but I think you look at the guys in that tier 3 and you can easily see they have top 10, top 12 upside in PPR because they'll be very involved in the passing game. They're talented. They also have lots of question marks in tier 3. There's plenty of things you could pick apart about them. And so I think that's the perfect spot for someone like DeAndre Swift, who has battled a groin injury all of training camp, and he's moved down everybody's draft boards, but also is a guy who, as a rookie, earned more than 50 targets, averaged 4.6 yards per carry, and scored 10 touchdowns on 160 touches on a 5-win team. That's the perfect spot for DeAndre.
They may not win 5 games with an extra game this year. That's the problem, though, and they do have Jamal Williams. It could be a little bit more of a factor in the passing game than Adrian Peterson and the other running backs that Swift was sharing with. So I share your feelings on DeAndre Swift. I used to share your feelings on him, but I just can't buy into what seems to be a little bit of a downward trend for him at the current spot right now. My favorite guy actually in that tier, in tier 3, is Myles Gaskin. I just think he's going to have a blow-up season as long as the Dolphins don't do something stupid like give Malcolm Brown touches, and we've already seen them do that once, so hopefully that's not the case once the regular season starts. So let's go now from the running back tiers, and you can see the full list and the full scope of all the tiers that Dave goes into, late round picks and sleepers and all that stuff on CBSSports.com. But we want to give you a taste of the wide receiver tiers as well. And again, so you were a little bit more respectful of the guys at the top in the wide receiver tiers when we get to tier 1. So you give Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill their due, and I know that's because those are first round guys. Tier 2, or Tier 1B at least, Stephon Diggs, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Keenan Allen, and Justin Jefferson. I do think you're doing a disservice to Allen Robinson. I think Allen Robinson belongs in that group. So why is Robinson not in Tier 1B when he is going to be potentially drafted among those guys? Certainly closer to Keenan Allen and Justin Jefferson, but those two guys I think go kind of hand in hand, and we see a lot of our drafts.
How many times have you seen Allen Robinson go in the second round in fantasy drafts this preseason?
I've seen him in some analyst leagues. Yes, he does go in round.
He does?
Yes.
Most of the time I see him go into round 3, and I'm a little bit worried about the target volume with Andy Dalton, and then maybe just a little bit about Justin Fields running the ball, but I do think he's a fantastic wide receiver who should be in line to get 135, 140 targets. I know he's gotten more than that over the past couple of seasons. I think the upside and certainly the efficiency could favor a lot of those other wideouts that you saw in Tier 1B.
Yeah, I would put for sure Robinson right there with Keenan Allen and actually ahead of DK and Justin Jefferson in full PPR. I think I just would have cut 1B off after A.J. Brown because I can see Stephon Diggs, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, A.J. Brown without any problem at all. It's easy for me to envision them having a year that turns into the #1 wide receiver in fantasy. It's more difficult, for me at least, to envision that happening with Robinson or Keenan Allen. I think DK Metcalf and Justin Jefferson's volume might not quite get them there in full PPR.
I want to have 2 conversations about Tier 2. The first one would be, because it's a question we get a lot, is CeeDee Lamb. And where is Amari Cooper in relation to CeeDee Lamb? I know he's not in this group clearly because he's not listed there. Dave, you and I are on the CeeDee Lamb side of this. Heath, I think you're still on the Amari Cooper side of this. We did a draft earlier today as part of our Draft-A-Thon where CeeDee Lamb went in round 3. I got Amari Cooper in round 4. I love that. I love the opportunity to take him later. I think they're close, but I would take Lamb over Cooper. So make your cases, each of you. Dave, why do you have Lamb higher than Cooper? And then Heath, why do you like Cooper better?
I think he's a little bit healthier. Amari Cooper's coming off of the injury this offseason, and he's practicing.
Well, one guy's on the reserve COVID-19 list now. One guy's practicing.
Well, hopefully the COVID issue isn't going to be something that lingers with CeeDee Lamb, and hopefully he plays and he's back in no time flat. But in practice and training camp, and we saw it at times last year, he was throwing the ball even when he was covered, and he would still make the play. I think that's going to continue to happen. He didn't have a big target share with Dak Prescott. He still had a minimum of 10 PPR points every single game, and 3 of the 5 games with Dak, 16-plus PPR points.
You can tell that Dave has not watched the latest episode of Hard Knocks where Amari Cooper was the featured star of the offense, and Dak Prescott throwing to him and making bets about Diggs trying to cover him. It was a very fun part of the episode. Amari Cooper looks back, Dave, so I know I like Lamb better, but I'll let you make the case for Cooper. He looks really good.
The thing with Amari Cooper is we don't need to see it in practice because we've seen it over 29 games since he got to Dallas. He's been a superstar in full games that he's played with Dak Prescott. Basically, on those first 4 games of last year, a lot of people talk about look at CeeDee Lamb's projected pace, and it was really, really good because the Cowboys were on pace for 7,000 yards. Amari Cooper was on pace for 196 targets over that 4-game stretch with Dak Prescott. I just think that Cooper is still Dak's #1. Lamb is a 1B right behind him. They're both extremely talented. My only concern is that the targets get spread around a little bit too much. But yeah, I like both of them in round 4. I would take Cooper first.
I don't know how anybody covers this team. I don't know how you defend this team. If they are healthy, the offensive line is back, the run game is back, the quarterback is back in Dak, and you see what these receivers can do. And if they have any play out of the tight ends as well, it could be the best offense in football by far because at every position they are loaded. So it's really fun to look at the Cowboys. I just think Lamb's ceiling is a little bit higher. But again, if you want to reach for CeeDee Lamb and you tell me I get Amari Cooper a round later, I'm doing that all day. I'll take the value on Amari Cooper because I do think they will be close. 1A, 1B, however you want to put each one in that category. I think they're both going to be awesome in 2021. Dave, Chris Godwin is another guy on a loaded offense, and he's going to join us on CBS Sports HQ next week as part of the preview for the Cowboys and the Bucs for the season opener. but you're very excited about him still, even with Antonio Brown there and O.J. Howard coming back and Giovanni Bernard on the team. Let's not forget they have Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski. So Brady's going to spread the ball around. Do you still think Godwin is worth drafting as a top 15 wide receiver and somebody that should be in that tier 3 range?
He was a very consistent PPR receiver last year, 15.4 PPR points per game, 15 plus PPR points in 7 of 12 games. He scored 7 touchdowns in 12 games, 1 touchdown every 9.3 receptions, and he was averaging 7 targets per game. And that offense was pretty loaded, lots of mouths to feed. Even before Antonio Brown got there, it's still going to be the same thing. I think he's got a ton of upside in PPR. Never going to be double covered when they've got AB on one side and Evans on the other. He'll have the middle of the field out of the slot. I think he's got a chance to be the best Bucs wideout this year.
I think he was consistent last year because he did a good job or was fortunate scoring touchdowns when the yards were down. Because once Antonio Brown got there, the targets, the catches, the yards were not very consistent. It goes 53, 97, 25, 36. It was all over the place down the stretch. Antonio Brown actually led this team in targets and receptions per game. He's the only Bucs wide receiver who I think is a good draft value right now.
It's very true. It's very true. But, I still think, Brady's going to lean on the top 2 guys probably a little bit, especially if Howard is back and they get in this 2 tight end set. Somebody's going to be off the field. They can't have all 3 of these guys on the field if they're going to operate the way that we expect them to operate. And, I didn't get a chance to ask Pete Prisco when he was on with us earlier, but when he was in Tampa, he saw that a lot. Brown off the field and the other 2 guys still getting their opportunities. But it's not a bad idea based on the value, as you said, Heath, to look at Antonio Brown. I love Godwin. I think he still has tremendous upside. I just don't know if he belongs in this group. I know you're very optimistic about him. Hopefully he delivers as still the best Bucs wide receiver. All right, so we want you to continue to donate. Please click on that QR code and send us your donations. You can also donate by going to stjude.org/FFT, stjude.org/FFT. We're here to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We want to hear many, many stories like our buddy Jake Matthews, who joined us earlier and has a success story coming out of St. Jude, living his dream, as he told us, thanks to St. Jude. So keep those donations coming, please. We truly, truly appreciate it. We're going to take a break right now, but when we come back, it's the final showdown of ADP Price is Right. You see the standings. 12-12 was the overall score. 2-2-1 in the series. Who will win the 2021 ADP Price is Right Championship? That will be decided next year on the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. Thanks for sticking with us on our YouTube channel. Going to get to some of your questions right now. Debo's been firing them away all throughout the course of the show. So this is a good one about streaming defenses. So streaming defense, Kansas City versus Cleveland, New England versus Miami, without Stephon Gilmore, by the way. Or, this one's very interesting. I wasn't really thinking about this defense until we had Ben Gretsch do our salary cap draft with us, and he took the Carolina Panthers. And they get the Jets week 1, which, could be good. We don't know how Zach Wilson first game, how that will go, but not a bad defense to go as a streaming option. That might be my favorite if we're talking about streamers.
It's mine too. Strictly just for week 1, I think that you could see Carolina against the Jets get a couple of turnovers. They've got some really good talent on that defensive front and in the secondary.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Bill Belichick. I'll take the Patriots against the Dolphins. I just think, especially since they're not
a rookie anymore.
It's not a rookie. Not a rookie, but he's not going to have Will Fuller. He hasn't been practicing with Devontae Parker. The offensive line is a major question mark. I'll take the Patriots.
All right, Bump to Run wants to know at pick 11, am I crazy to want to go running back, even if Devontae Adams is available?
Yeah, you're crazy.
I was going to say, well, you taking running back? You got to go Adams in that spot. If he falls to 11, I think it's easy. You get a running back in the second round, you're off to a really good start. So, yeah, don't pass on Devontae Adams at 11th overall. Steve Pavia wants to know, if Carolina is going to have a good offense, then why isn't Darnold rated any higher? So we get this question a lot with Roethlisberger, with a guy like Darnold, with Bridgewater, guys that we like these offenses, we like these pass catchers. Should Darnold get a little bit more due?
I didn't like the way he looked in the preseason. I thought he was off target on a couple of throws. It really took him until he was playing against the third-string Steelers offense to get going. I'm not a huge fan of DJ Moore compared to you guys, and I do like Robbie Anderson. It's not somebody that I'm into. There are other quarterbacks that have higher ceilings than Sam Darnold.
Yeah, he's thrown 1,200 passes in the NFL, and he's got a quarterback rating of 78.6. I mean, it's just he's going to have to do something positive, I think, before we're going to buy in for fantasy purposes.
And the receiving core was very good last year with Teddy Bridgewater, not as a good fantasy quarterback. I think that's the best argument to make, is that these guys can still get their numbers, and Bridgewater, as we saw last year, doesn't necessarily have to be a good fantasy quarterback. Same thing with Darnold coming up this year. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. I've been waiting all day for this. This has been something we started at the start of training camp and preseason. When we got back to doing our shows for the 2021 season, we came up with this new game based off of the original Price is Right. We're doing ADP Price is Right, showing the average draft position on CBS Sports. These guys have to guess the average draft position, and here are the rules so you see what exactly we're talking about here, so you know exactly what we're dealing with. But they have to guess the ADP. The closest to the ADP without going over the number wins. The winner gets to analyze the player, so you get the fun of talking about the guy that you just got the number right on. And if they both go over, which I'm going to throw a little curveballs at them today. If they both go over, I get to analyze the player. And you saw the scoreboard going into the break. Let's show you the scoreboard going out of the break again. It is dead even. We thought Heath was going to run away with it at first. He had a 3-0 comeback, right?
Yep.
To win the first one.
Won the second one,
and
too.
won the second one, too. And then Dave has come back in a flurry after tying it to make it 2-2-1. So this is it. And, we've started this going with best out of 5, but we got to go all out for the championship. It's best out of 7 today. So you guys really got to come correct knowing the ADP. Now, Heath has been cheating a little bit from the standpoint of you've been studying the ADP for your job.
Right.
So you've not been cheating for the game, but you have a little bit better understanding. And I think Dave sneakily has been doing the same thing. So we'll find out how well these guys know some of the players. And we're going to see how some of the movement that has happened has changed some of these guys. So here we go. Dave, since you are on the hot streak right now, you're going first.
Yeah, I won the last game.
So the ADP Price is Right. Guess the ADP for Damien Harris.
And this is going to be the ADP on CBS Sports right now,
CBS
so it's going to
Sports
be
right
inclusive
now.
of
The one you
everything that
the
it's
one you
been.
just looked at.
No, I didn't just look at it. I promise I didn't just look at it. I'm going to put Damien Harris at 70. 70th on CBS ADP.
70 is the guess for Dave. Heath, what is your guess?
I like the fact that you're choosing the big movers. That will, like anything you saw a couple of days ago, is no good
And
at
he's
all.
relevant. I think it's a good call.
He is relevant. I'm going to guess that he's moved just a little more than that. I'm going to go with 60.
60. Wow, you really are optimistic on Damien Harris. Well, Dave, you went over. His ADP is 67.77, so you're on the board first. Here we go. Heath, tell us about Damien Harris.
I mean, he should be moving up to this range, and in non-PPR, he should move up higher than this. I think he's a 3-4 pick in non-PPR. He has double-digit touchdown upside. There is some potential for him to catch more passes with Mac Jones. This is a guy in full PPR that maybe he does need to fall into that round 5 range. But I love him at ADP of 67.
It was in the 80s prior to this, so he's certainly moving up with the news of Cam Newton being cut, and we'll see what happens over the weekend if people just get overly excited, because this is going to be the biggest draft week, biggest draft weekend. I love Damien Harris. I'm excited about Damien Harris. I was excited about Damien Harris before Cam Newton was cut, very much more so now that he doesn't have to lose those rushing goal line opportunities to Cam Newton. All right, so Heath, you're winning 1-0. Let's see if this momentum carries over as you're up first now on our next player here. So for the ADP Price is Right, guess the ADP for Gus Edwards.
I knew that was going to be
another guy that's definitely moving up a lot. I think we did this like a week ago when he was in the 100s. I'm going to guess that he's moved up quite a bit from there. I will go with Dave's guess of 70.
70 is your guess on Gus Edwards. Dave?
I think he's going to be a little bit farther down the line than that, and I'm going to play this game the way Heath taught me to play this game. 71.
71 is the guess for Dave. Dave, you win this one to tie the score at 1-1. The ADP is 83.44, so he is on the rise. We'll see if he continues to rise. Again, J.K. Dobbins being hurt over the weekend, suffering the torn ACL. So we are now 3-4 days into the news of Gus Edwards being the lead running back for Baltimore. Will he be a lead fantasy running back this season as well?
I think if you draft him with the idea that he will be a number 2 fantasy running back, you'll be a happy camper. And this spot is maybe just a little bit too late in a full PPR league. I would take him a little bit earlier than that and significantly earlier than this in a non-PPR format. I definitely think he's got a chance to get close to 15 carries per game, but unfortunately, that's where it's going to end. I don't see him getting 2 or 3 catches per game. He's certainly going to be their goal line guy now that J.K. Dobbins is on the shelf, but Lamar Jackson will work in there as well to take some touchdowns away from him. I think he's a good number 2 running back. I don't see the ceiling for him to be in the number 1 range.
It's going to be touchdowns. That's totally what's going to come down to. And we go back to the 2019 season. Everybody says, Mark Ingram was so awesome. He caught 5 touchdowns on like 25 passes. It wasn't very sustainable. We told you that going into 2020. And so you saw, even with J.K. Dobbins there, that the running back position as a whole did not produce at that level. But Gus Edwards' ceiling certainly is much higher now. His arrow definitely pointing up. And so, again, we'll see where his ADP lies. But Harris over Edwards, I like the way that that's trending. I hope it continues that way. But I would not be surprised if Edwards closes the gap a little bit as the weekend unfolds. All right, Dave, you're up. Score is now 1-1. And the next player that we're doing on ADP Price is Right, guess the ADP for Laviska Shenault.
And I don't think he's moving up quite as much as he is in our drafts. I think we've seen him go as early as round 7 in some of our drafts. I think he's going to go after round 8 in a lot of drafts. But I'm going to give a guess that leaves you a little bit of room if you want to go well past round 8. I'm going to say 87.
87 is the guess for Dave Richard. Heath?
There's no reason to take any chances today. It's the championship. I'll go with 88. I think I'll go with 88.
88. So Dave gave him some room, and that room pays off. So the ADP is 111.36. So Heath, you take the lead 2-1. And Laviska Shenault, we heard Urban Meyer say that the other receivers are trending toward being ready for Week 1. Marvin Jones with the shoulder injury, DJ Chark with the finger injury. Shenault's been kind of steady Eddie, and we've seen a spike in targets without Travis Etienne on the field.
Yeah, I think the hope for what we get for Laviska Shenault is Deebo Samuel at high volume. If he could be the number 1 wide receiver for Jacksonville and have that Deebo role, because he's not going to do a lot down the field, I don't expect, but he can do some jet sweep stuff. And really, they don't protect Trevor Lawrence well enough right now for anybody to get down the field. I do think he has a chance to lead the team in targets. I don't think he'll be as good in non-PPR as he is in full PPR, because the yards per catch is not going to be very impressive in this offense.
Could be a red zone threat too,
right.
So certainly in the passing game, we saw that with a very nice touchdown score for him in that 3rd preseason game. So hopefully Shenault continues to be a heavily targeted option for Trevor Lawrence. All right, so the score is 2-1. Heath, Dave, let's see if you can tie it up once again. Although Heath, now you are up first with our next player. We haven't talked a lot about this guy because he hasn't done a lot in the preseason so far, but somebody I'm still very excited about. So it's time for now, guess the ADP for Darnell Mooney.
Where has Darnell Mooney been? We haven't talked about him
That's
at
right.
all.
I tried to find some guys that we haven't talked about.
I love it.
Just completely absent. And I believe he's probably around
he's frozen.
11 ADP. I'm going to go with 126.
126 is the guess on Darnell Mooney. Dave?
There's a big part of me that wants to take the under on that and say something like his ADP is 5, just so I have all that other range, but I'm not going to do it. I think that he's going a little bit later. I'll say 128.
128 is the guess for Dave, and Dave, you had tied the score at 2-2. His ADP is 136.38, so still has not moved a lot. We had some conversation about some wide receivers who have fallen as a result of injuries, and I think that Mooney might be better than some of those guys, like Mike Williams, like Curtis Samuel, like Marquise Brown, given the fact that the Bears have put him in bubble wrap, and despite wanting to see a lot from Justin Fields, we know they haven't played Allen Robinson. They haven't played Mooney either, so that's going to be really good for the second-year receiver.
I agree 100%, and you know that he's got good speed to go with this game. He's improved his route running according to reports, and he's really taken to the craft at wide receiver. He was a little bit raw when he came out last year as a rookie. Still had a pretty good season, and we saw it a little bit in that preseason game against Miami where Justin Fields would run a bootleg. He'd roll out of the pocket. He'd fake the throw. A defender would come at him. He would leave the guy wide open, the receiver that the defender was covering, and Fields just flicks it to him. If defenses do that to Fields and Darnell Mooney is left wide open, it's a house call every single time. He's got great upside. Love the idea of taking him. Round 11, this is his ADP. Man, he should be going a lot sooner than that.
It's a great value pick for a player that has a very high ceiling and closed last year playing high level. The Bears did add Brashad Perryman after he was released by the Lions yesterday, but I don't think you're going to see Mooney, and certainly not Allen Robinson, come off the field for Brashad Perryman. All right, so the score is 2-2. Let's see how we finish here as we go to our next player as part of ADP Price is Right. And Dave, I know you're going to love this because this is a tight end situation that you love.
Oh, boy.
And it's certainly a guy that you've been talking around a little bit, and that is, guess the ADP for Patriots tight end, Hunter Henry.
And I knew you were going to do that. And you know what? I actually spent some time studying Henry today, but I didn't study the ADP. And I think the ADP is sliding. People aren't talking about him enough. He's going to be, I'm going to put it at 154.
154 is the guess for Hunter Henry for Dave Richard. Heath?
There's not a lot of ADPs on CBS that are after 154. That's a very, very late guess. I'm kind of thinking that might be a little. No, 155.
5. Whew, 155. You both are over. Slightly. 152.08. So I will do my due diligence to give you the analysis on Hunter Henry. And the thing about Henry is Sportsline loves him, which is a little surprising how much they're all in on both Patriots tight ends. They have Jonnu Smith, number 9, Hunter Henry, number 10. Now, I don't think any of us have them ranked anywhere close to that. I think there's a pretty big gap between Jonnu Smith and Henry. Heath might be the closest on these two guys. But if they're going to try and replicate Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez on the field, Henry is certainly more of the Gronk role because he will be more of the inline blocker. And so we'll see how things go for him coming back off the shoulder injury. Jonnu has the higher ceiling, but Hunter Henry's been the better tight end in the NFL. And so even though Jonnu was the one that got the contract first, they signed Hunter Henry right after that. So I think we could be sleeping on Hunter Henry a little bit, but he certainly has the opportunity to maybe be the best tight end going into the 2021 campaign for the Patriots. All right, we got 2 left, and the score is 2-1.
2-2-1. And yeah, I'm in trouble. It's a bad spot.
I've been told that this is it. This is it. This is the deciding one.
Oh, because we're tied right now?
Because you're tied right now. Here we go.
You're in big trouble.
Yeah, that was.
You've got to do what I did.
I've got to nail it. I've got to nail it on the number.
ADP Price is Right. The final player for this season.
Yeah.
Guess the ADP for Bengals quarterback, Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, I believe, is going right around pick 92.
Pick 92 is the answer for Heath Cummings.
I'm going to say 93, but I got a feeling it's like exactly 92.
93 is the answer for you?
That's what I'm going to say. I got to play the game.
And the winner of ADP Price is Right for the 2021 campaign is Dave Richard.
Oh, wow.
With the ADP of Joe Burrow, 107.29. So, Dave, you went without a win to start the game. You come back in a flurry to win it 3-2-1 overall. We'll show the scoreboard after you give your analysis on the Bengals second-year quarterback.
First of all, I think we got to change the rules for ADP Prices Right, where you can't just do the dollar more, because then it just makes it easier.
Part of the game. It's part of the game.
I guess it's part, but then it makes it. You have to nail the ADP if you're the first one to go.
I mean, you both just went over. You did the
forever wonder who the 7th player was.
The great
the
mystery
game
of
got
life.
call after
Well,
seven.
we should play it during
innings.
the break on you. I know this is like baseball. It's crazy.
Congratulations,
Look,
Dave.
Thank you, Heath. Thank you.
You really earned this.
Look at look at all the money I'm going to win. My wife will be happy. Joe Burrow.
You go to Hawaii.
I've done that before a couple of times. Oh man, I wish there was money for this now. Pay back for that Hawaii trip. Joe Burrow, top 13 fantasy quarterback. You can draft him with Jalen Hurts, Matthew Stafford, even Aaron Rodgers. He's a good sleeper if you want just a blue chip guy and he falls in drafts. But he's got potential to throw a ton of passes this year and get some good numbers because that offense is going to be on the field a lot in competitive games, playing from behind. And we started to see it toward the middle and end of his time last year in Cincinnati that he was becoming a better NFL quarterback. And you're adding his top target from LSU and Jamar Chase. I think there's really a chance that he does finish as a top 6 or 7 fantasy quarterback, and you don't have to draft him that way.
Any final words?
I mean, I messed up. Do
you know how many times I was closer but went over? Like, that's the other rule that we need to change. Like, if you're within 5, if you go over by a few,
you shouldn't be trying to change the rules right now.
You won. Just celebrate your victory. You did a great job. Here's the updated scoreboard, the final standings of ADP Price is Right. Today's score 3-2. Overall score 15-14. It was so close, so close. It was so much fun to see how these guys went at it. So Dave wins the series 3-2-1, and I guess we'll never get to talk about that 7th player on ADP Price is Right. We're going to take a break right now, but we got a lot more of the fantasy football today Draft-A-Thon coming up. I'm going to tell you about a mock draft we just did. Dalvin Cook, where did he go? What about Justin Jefferson? The Vikings players? Another NFC North guy in Aaron Rodgers, Tyler Lockett. Mock draft review coming up next year on Fantasy Football Today. get to our YouTube channel audience. Janine, it's okay. Go walk through. We're very very relaxed here with the YouTube channel, so we're going to keep those questions coming. As you see Chris Towers joining us now. Heath is going to jump over to the YouTube page once we switch over there at 8 o'clock, so we're going to give Heath a little bit of a break. But Devin Martin wants to know, Tevin Coleman or Ramondre Stevenson in PPR? So Coleman could be the Jets starting running back. Stevenson most likely going to be the Patriots' number 3 running back when you factor in James White and obviously Damien Harris. So Chris, I'll give you the first word as you're joining us now. Who would you rather have in PPR, Coleman or Stevenson?
I think a lot of it depends on what kind of team you're building, whether you need that late round. If you're going 0 RB, it should probably be Tevin Coleman if you need someone who can fill in the early season. But otherwise, you go for the upside play with Stevenson. You know, if Damien Harris, he's been injured 4 or 5 times in 2 years since he joined the NFL. If Stevenson gets a big role, I mean, everything we're saying about Harris could just be true of him. So, yeah.
He's right. The only way you take Tevin Coleman is if you need a starter to begin the year.
Right. It's more of a floor versus ceiling play, and I think that's the best way to approach it. All right. Next question comes to us from Keith, and I'm going to let our guest answer this one because it's a little wide open, but this is one of the best fantasy minds in the industry. Mike Wright of the Fantasy Footballers joining us. Mike, thanks for taking the time here to be with us on our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. I'm going to officially welcome you when we get to the HQ portion of this, but this is our YouTube channel. So, Mike, Keith Sharp wants to know, he lost Travis Etienne in 3 leagues. Any tips on having to replace the young rookie running back?
Oh, my goodness.
Easy question to answer.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for lobbing the softball to the guest. Tevin Coleman you just talked about it, but he's a good name to monitor. Even Ty Johnson, the chance that the workload is truly split between those two guys. Jamal Williams, one of my favorite late-round guys from the new running back for the Detroit Lions. That dude might be starting week 1. He might be starting week 2. On top of that, while DeAndre Swift is recovering from his injury, and the way that Dan Campbell talks about them, maybe the quote was Mark Ingram, Alvin Kamara. So you have a lot of upside already in terms of volume. Not necessarily a lot of touchdowns going to be scored by the Detroit Lions this year, but Jamal Williams is someone I would be looking for as well off of the waiver wire.
All right, so fun to see Jamal Williams. We're excited about him also, and tough to lose Travis Etienne when you are. This is why we hate drafting early. A lot of us do it in the industry, but a little frustrating situation as well. Please continue to send your donations to stjude.org/FFT, and you can check out the QR code as well. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. I'm Jamie Eisenberg. That's Dave Richard. And joining us for the first time tonight is our buddy Chris Towers. Heath is going to jump off and get on the YouTube channel starting at 8 o'clock. But we're here raising money for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Please continue to send us your donations. Again, stjude.org/FFT is the URL to use. You could go to the QR code as well. We're trying to raise money. Our goal is $100,000. We're almost there. We're going to continue to try to raise that money until midnight Eastern tonight, and hopefully help you get ready for your fantasy leagues as well. Joining us now as well as part of the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon, it's one of the best minds, best people in the industry, Mike Wright of the Fantasy Footballers. Mike, thank you for joining us here on our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. Now you get to play Professor. Chris also gets to play the role of Professor and grade a mock draft that we did as part of our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. And Mike, your buddy Andy Holloway had a role in this draft. He's actually the 2019 champion. I am the 2020 champion. We are the only 2 people to win in this league, so you can critique our teams. Dave is going to compete for his first title as well. So let's go through the first round, and we'll show you guys how the first round unfolded. We're going to try and get through 5 rounds here, and this is a 12-team PPR league. And Andy had the second pick. He took Dalvin Cook. You see, it's pretty standard here with how the draft unfolded. Mike, I'll give you the first word. I hope you can see the graphics where you are. Any surprises to you in the first round? Devontae Adams going 7th overall, Travis Kelce going 8th overall. You see it's mostly running backs, no surprise there, but anything stand out to you?
Not really that I would say anything is egregious, but I mean the biggest takeaway is Saquon Barkley there at number 12. I mean, this is a room full of really sharp people, and so that doesn't surprise me that he fell. But you, Jamie, going Antonio Gibson over Saquon Barkley with the hopes, the promises that, well, not really promise from the team, but the promises that we are making to the fantasy football community that Antonio Gibson is going to be all of that. He's going to get in on third down finally. That's bold. Like that is some intestinal fortitude to take Antonio Gibson over the known 3-down role that Saquon Barkley has. I understand the Giants are going to be a hot mess, and I'm very in on Antonio Gibson as well. That's surprising to see in an actual live draft situation.
I've gotten to the point, Mike, where it's the group of Gibson, Barkley, Mixon, Taylor for me as well, Najee Harris, they all kind of feel the same, in a lot of ways. You have concerns with Barkley, you have concerns with Taylor, with the Colts situation, what's happening there. Najee's a rookie. Mixon, we know the concerns that certainly have gone on with him. So Gibson to me is a guy that's got the rocket ship pointing up, and the fact that I don't know if he's necessarily going to play on third downs, but he may play a little bit more. Offense seems like it's getting better, and I'm just looking at the players that I want to have on my fantasy team, and Antonio Gibson is one of those guys. Chris, I know for you probably would have taken Joe Mixon in that spot, though, right?
Yeah, my thing with Joe Mixon is, one, he's never hurt me before, because this is the first year that I'm actually higher on him than consensus, and it's just because the situation's never been all that good for Joe Mixon. We've always been hyping this talent. We think he's this special player who can overcome the situation. Well, I think he's pretty good, but now he's got the situation. He doesn't need to overcome a situation. With Gio Bernard gone, I think 70 targets might be the floor for Joe Mixon. So if I'm in a PPR league, I can get Joe Mixon at the 1-2 turn. I'm happy with that. If I can get him in the second round, I'm thrilled.
And he goes in the second round. I took Jonathan Taylor in the second round. So, if you're debating Taylor versus Gibson, you see how it worked out for me going running back, taking those two guys there. Dave, you're also in this draft. Your first pick was Travis Kelce. Your second pick was Stephon Diggs. So typically a running back guy, you avoided the position with your first two selections.
I decided to do something a little bit different and take some players that I hadn't taken in previous drafts, and just to see how it would turn out and see how my team would go. So this is an example of what your team would look like if you do end up not taking a running back with your first two picks. And assuming that Stephon Diggs is A-OK to start the season, I'm going to be real happy having one of the best tight ends, the best tight end in PPR leagues, and one of the top 5 wide receivers to start my team.
Mike, you see what Andy was doing there with his team. So Dalvin Cook in round 1, DK Metcalf in round 2. We could throw up round 3 as well. And he goes back-to-back wide receivers with Allen Robinson as well. If you're picking in one of the first 4 or 5 spots, is that a strategy you guys like to do, or you in particular like to do, following what Andy did here, running back, receiver, knowing the receivers that typically fall to the end of round 2 and beginning of round 3?
I think that he was kind of pushed into it a little bit, just with the format of the 3 wide receivers, as we are this year in particular. It's really felt like if you can get 2 solid running backs to begin your draft, or if you're going to go Travis Kelce and a running back, that's been my preferred starts. So I think that the format lent it, it helped push Andy in that direction of going with DK Metcalf. I'm a little surprised that he didn't follow that up, in the third round. I don't want to get ahead of everything, but just kind of looking how it unfolded for him, he is one of the David Montgomery truthers. I mean, there's not a ton of them that remain after what he did to us at the beginning of his fantasy career. Maybe he gained some trust with that league-winning performance of last year at the end. But that's where it's surprising to me that he went DK Metcalf and followed that right up with Allen Robinson, where that running back, that starting running back and potential 3-down guy, that well goes dry really, really quick in this year's, if you're following the ADP.
Now, I don't want you to make fun of your friend, but do you think maybe he just saw Bears and clicked on the wrong guy? He thought he was taking Montgomery, but he clicked on Robinson instead?
It's possible, but I don't know. I mean, he made that pick really quick, in 20 seconds. So I think he had a strategy and he was going forward with it.
Okay, so going running back, wide receiver. Dave, you went with Chris Carson in round 3, and Carson, Montgomery, James Robinson. All these guys are kind of getting bunched together a little bit. Maybe some people could look at Damian Harris. Obviously, Myles Gaskin goes in that group. Josh Jacobs. It's that whole kind of jumbled group of backs. Why Carson for you?
It's the last gasp group of running backs where you can look at him and say, okay, I could start this guy as a number 1 running back if I decide to start my team with a couple of non-running backs. And that's how I feel about Carson at this point. He is going to be the lead running back in Seattle. We know this offense is going to be a lot more quick passing type of a deal. And Carson can get in on that. We saw him last year make an impact in the passing game. We know he's going to be the goal line guy. He should dominate carries and playing time in that backfield so long as he's healthy. I'm comfortable taking him in round 3. I didn't want to take another receiver or quarterback there because I knew that when I came back in round 4, the running backs that were going to be left were not pretty.
But you did make a nice move in round 4 by taking Tyler Lockett. So you have 3 very good receiving options with Kelsey, Diggs, and Lockett, along with Chris Carson. It's a good start. I went a little different route. You know, I've kind of got away from this a little bit, Chris, by going 3 running backs with my first 4 picks. But I knew that, as Mike said, this is a sharp group. We've got Chris Harris of Harris Football, Dave Heath, myself are in this draft, Jake Seeley of The Athletic, Nando DeFino of The Athletic, Eric Young, who's been around the fantasy industry, a professional wrestler, Joe Pisapia of Fantasy Pros, Scott Fish of the Scott Fish Bowl, Adam Rankin, Marcus Grant of the NFL Network, and obviously Andy Holloway of the Fantasy Footballers as well. So I wanted to get 3 running backs that I like, and as Mike could tell you, I took part in their fantasy MVP that they do on the Fantasy Footballers. Myles Gaskin was my dark horse candidate to be the MVP. But I started with 3 running backs along with Amari Cooper. I know you don't like that strategy, but if you walk away from your draft, Antonio Gibson, Myles Gaskin, and Jonathan Taylor with Amari Cooper, it's pretty good first 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I mean, look, I wouldn't usually go 3 running backs in 4 rounds, but I've done it before. And if you're going to do it, you know, that's the kind of approach you should go with. You should be looking for like a Myles Gaskin, a DeAndre Swift if he's there. You know, the guys who catch passes, the guys who are in a PPR league, are going to have that upside where, you know, even if their team falls out of the game, that might actually be better for their fantasy value because Myles Gaskin could get 6-7 targets in a game. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is I did see the Athletics Dolphins beat writer, whose name I can't remember right now. You know,
He's a new guy.
Yeah, he mentioned you know, Malcolm Brown's going to be the short yardage guy. Myles Gaskin will be the lead back. He said Savon Ahmed might be the 3rd down back.
It could be.
When you were at training camp,
Yeah.
you know, you said Myles Gaskin was the 2-minute guy. So
100%.
as
every
long
snap.
as he's got that kind of role in the passing game, I love taking him. It's just there's a little bit of risk there, but running backs in the 4th round, you know, they bust about 50% of the time. So you've got risk no matter who you're taking.
Mike, I want to come to you on Andy's pick in the 4th round. He took Miles Sanders, a very polarizing, you know, player for a lot of people. You know, the training camp reports haven't exactly been great, dropping passes. Kenneth Gainwell getting first team opportunities. Boston Scott getting first team opportunities. Where do you guys come out on Miles Sanders?
Yeah, it's trying to follow the money that Philadelphia has put forth, and that was. You know, it hasn't worked out, but they grabbed Kerryon Johnson off of waivers. Yeah, he's gone. They added Jordan Howard, and yeah, he's gone. But it felt like Philadelphia was trying to find something new, so something that they can put out there with Miles Sanders. Now it's gonna be Miles, Boston, and their new rookie Kenneth Gainwell, who's an incredible pass catcher. But this is why I was talking about. I was surprised that Andy went with that 3rd wide receiver there. Because now you're in that corner of, okay, well, I guess I'm taking Miles Sanders, or in this PPR format, you're going with the newer hotness of Gus Edwards or Damian Harris, knowing that both of those players, while they will be very competent and solid for your fantasy football team, they don't carry the upside of a true 3-down, a pass-catching specialist in a PPR. So Miles Sanders there, I think the ADP value is fine, and he's someone that you can definitely play right away. He's not going to kill you, but he doesn't feel like someone who's going to take you over the top and really be a powerhouse running back for your fantasy team.
Right. What he could have done if he, played it out the way maybe you thought he could have, taking David Montgomery in the 2nd round instead of taking Allen Robinson. Then he comes back in the 3rd round, and instead of taking, in the 3rd round taking Allen Robinson, the 4th round instead of taking Miles Sanders, he takes Adam Thielen there, who he took in the 5th round, and maybe another wide receiver in round 5, like Julio Jones, DJ Moore, Jerry Jeudy. Those are the guys that were available. And it sounds like you probably like that build a little bit better.
Yeah, that's the way I would have gone.
Okay, so let's take a look at Andy's team so we can get the full scope and let Professor Mike Wright, the hitman, give a full grade on Andy's team here. So his quarterback is Tom Brady, Dalvin Cook, Miles Sanders, his running backs, DK Metcalf, Allen Robinson, Adam Thielen. We do start 3 wide receivers. So those are his receiving trio of receivers. Tyler Higbee at tight end, Antonio Brown is his flex. And he's got Marvin Jones, James White, T.Y. Hilton, A.J. Green, Zach Pascal, and Josh Palmer on his bench. Is it just a requirement that you guys have to take one member of the Arizona Cardinals, so that's why he took A.J. Green?
That's actually not that's not an Arizona pick. That's an Andy is obsessed with A.J. Green. We all have those players that we can't let them go. So even if A.J. Green landed somewhere else, I'm sure Andy still would have been in on him. But to his credit, it's A.J. Green is interesting. He's left for dead in fantasy football drafts. Meanwhile, the Cardinals gave him a lot of money to come in and be the wide receiver 2 for this team. And I know we're excited for Rondale Moore, our new rookie here in Arizona, but A.J. Green is a proven guy. Look, like last year, that wasn't all his fault. He had one of the highest percentage of uncatchable targets in the league at the wide receiver position. So maybe A.J. Green does have a little bit of juice left, and getting him in the double-digit rounds for what he could become, which is honestly a weekly wide receiver 3 or a flex play. Taking him in the 10th round, I think, is a steal at this point.
All right, Mike, I just need a grade from you. Give me a grade on Andy's team.
Oh, come on. It's an A+.
No surprise.
Fly together.
That's loyalty right there. I like it. A+ for Andy's team. All right, let's take a look at Dave's team, and then, Chris, you can grade it for us. So Dave, again, had the first-round pick of Travis Kelce. Goes back-to-back with the receivers in Stephon Diggs, Tyler Lockett, and Jerry Jeudy right on his receiving core. He's got Dak Prescott at quarterback, Chris Carson, Raheem Mostert at the running back spots, and Melvin Gordon is his flex as of now. Sony Michel, Jonnu Smith, Mecole Hardman, Ramondre Stevenson, Rondale Moore, and Ty Johnson, correct?
Ty Johnson was my very last pick.
Is on his bench, so give him a grade.
I think that's a B+. This is almost a Chris Towers team. This is kind of my approach. 3 wide receivers with your first 5 picks. I like it.
All right, so Chris giving you a solid B+. Very, very strong.
Did he just say this is a Chris Towers team and then it's a B+?
Well, look, you
Like
got to
your
understand. You
team-
got to understand. I was a C+ student at best, so B+ is rarefied air.
All right, so B+ is the grade there. Mike's sticking with his guy, giving an A+. We'll just show you my roster real quick, and then Dave can give you a grade on that one. But I had the 11th pick. Like Mike told you, I went with Antonio Gibson, back-to-back running backs with Jonathan Taylor. Lamar Jackson's at quarterback, Amari Cooper, Jamar Chase, Jacoby Myers at the receiving core, T.J. Hawkinson, Myles Gaskin, tight end and flex respectively. On the bench, A.J. Dillon, Marcus Callaway, Jarvis Landry, Sterling Shepard, Tony Jones, and Rashad Bateman. Dave, give me a grade.
It's an A. That team's great. I love the receiving depth that you've got. I like the running back depth that you've got. And this is what happens when you take 3 running backs with your first 3 picks. I believe that's what you did.
3 of my first 4.
3 of your first 4? Perfect. And Lamar Jackson on top of that, you know that he's going to fall in drafts with analysts. I wouldn't expect people to find Lamar Jackson where you got him in their home leagues. But I think that this is an excellent type of team and one that's going to be very competitive because of that running back depth.
I appreciate the grade. So an A+ for Andy, a B+ for Dave, an A for me.
All right, Dave.
Mike, we appreciate you joining us here on our Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon. Make sure to follow Mike at the FF Hitman on Twitter. And, of course, check out the Fantasy Footballers. They are one of the best podcasts in the business. They are fantastic. We hate losing every award to them, but you should make sure you check them out wherever podcasts are available. Mike, thanks for joining us here on our Draft-A-Thon.
Appreciate it, guys. See you later.
All right, we're going to take a break right now, but when we come back and get into more of your questions, keep them coming to us. 12-team full PPR league, have the 10th pick, need 2 keepers. Aaron Jones, Calvin Ridley, James Robinson. There's some draft value involved with that. Was thinking Jones and Ridley until the ETN injury, but we give you the answer next here on Fantasy Football Today. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. Thanks for sending us your questions on Twitter using the hashtag AskFFT. Nicholas wants to know, 12-team full PPR league has the 10th pick and needs 2 keepers. Aaron Jones in the 2nd round, Calvin Ridley in the 3rd round, and James Robinson in the 15th round are the choices. Was thinking Jones and Ridley until the ETN injury. So Dave, who are you going with as the 2 keepers?
I'm still thinking Jones and Ridley. It's a full PPR league. I know Robinson's value is amazing, but you take the 2 studs.
Yeah, that's probably the right way to go, is Jones and Ridley. But
Take Ridley in the 1st round.
could take Ridley
That
in the
first pick that you still got.
Yep, that's not a bad call either. So maybe keep Robinson for that value. All right, Dynasty, do you like these guys? Josh Palmer and or Donovan Peoples-Jones. Rank these flyers at tight end: Hayden Hurst, Chris Herndon, Tyler Kroft, Dan Arnold, or Donald Parham. So Chris, I'll give you the receivers. Do you like Josh Palmer and or Peoples-Jones?
I like Josh Palmer more for this year, but the Browns love Donovan Peoples-Jones. They're talking about him in camp like he might be their Odell Beckham replacement with no guaranteed money left after this year. So for Dynasty, I'll go with Peoples-Jones.
Okay, and then Dave, the tight ends, just give me one that you like the best.
Hurst is the one that I like the best.
Okay, I'll go Kroft just with the hope that the Jets use him. Next question. I'm sorry, I'll go Herndon with the Vikings. Excuse me. 10-team PPR league have pick 4 and 5. Start running back, or running back, wide receiver. So just give me the start. Running back, wide receiver.
Running back.
Running back, wide receiver.
There we go. There's a difference. 10 teams. I'm going to try and get maybe even wide receiver. Certainly look at maybe even Travis Kelce at 4 or 5. Marcos Valdes-Scantling as a last-round dart throw. He's been the MVP of Packers camp, according to beat writers there. So dart throw on him?
I can find other receivers I'd rather use.
Dart throw on him?
He's in my sleepers column. Do it.
Your sleepers column. Check it out with the newsletter and on cbssports.com. D. Jackson, maybe it's Deshaun, wants to know, standard scoring 10-team draft for the first time. How soon should I go after any of the top 3 tight ends? Thanks, with an X. Chris, 10 teams?
Kelce with a top 4 pick, number
Top 4
4. Kittle and Waller in the 2nd round, I would do it.
Same?
No, I would wait until round 2 and get the best available tight end when you're up.
Still take a running back in the first round. I think if you're the back end of round 1, I would try and still get Travis Kelce, lock him up, get that huge edge that he gives you. Next question. Law firm. Ben Jarvis Greenellis wants to know, if I get a top 5 running back, can I go top 3 quarterback in the 2nd round since wide receivers are deep this year? So 12-team league, probably not so much. 10-team league, maybe consider it?
I wouldn't. You can wait on quarterbacks still. Top 3 quarterback in round 2. No way. There's good receivers and running backs and stud tight ends that are available then.
Yeah, you can still draft quarterbacks. I know last year was a kind of wild year for quarterback, but things will bounce back, and I think you'll still be able to stream if you need to.
Not a bad thing to do maybe the 3rd round because you are picking in the first 5. So round 3, Mahomes is there. Well, fairly deep league. Already have Cousins and Trey Lance, but Fields is available. Do I pick him up to either keep or trade when he starts, or take a lottery ticket handcuff running back like Tyson Williams or Darrell or Damian Williams? So would you drop one of those 2 running backs to carry 3 quarterbacks? Yes or no?
To be honest, I would drop Lance for Fields and get Tyson Williams.
I agree with that.
All right, so drop Lance for Fields and just carry those 2. Mac wants to know, how do you feel about drafting 2 wide receivers from the same team? So the Bengals and the Steelers, we see that a lot in the middle rounds where you're looking at Chase and Higgins or one of those 2 in Boyd. And then the Steelers trio, typically Deontay Johnson goes first, but maybe Claypool and Juju. Do you guys like that or avoid it?
I try to avoid it. I get it with the Bengals and the Steelers, though, especially in PPR leagues.
Take the best players. Don't worry if they're on the same team.
All right, last question for the night as part of this portion of the Draft-A-Thon. Will Marcus Callaway be startable after Slant Boy gets back in terms of Michael Thomas? The end of the season schedule is fire. Fantasy football God wants to know. So can Marcus Callaway be sustainable when Michael Thomas is back on the field as early as potentially week number 7?
I think there's a chance of it happening. Callaway has looked that good.
As long as Jameis is the starter, yeah, I think there can be 2 or more viable fantasy wide receivers there. Jameis is awesome.
We don't know what Traquan Smith is going to do. We don't know what Adam Troutman's going to do. We know that Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara will get the ball. Hopefully Marcus Callaway will as well when everybody is healthy. So here's what we've done so far to date. $53,010 just before the close of the show. But our buddy Todd Furman, you can check him out on CBS Sports HQ, the best in the business at handicapping games, came in with a $500 donation right before the end of the show. So we are at $53,510. Thank you to Todd. You can check out Todd over on our YouTube channel as our show continues. Please continue to send your donations using stjude.org/FFT or the QR code to help St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. For Heath Cummings, for Chris Towers, for Dave Richard, for Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, Mike Wright, and everybody who has joined us throughout the course of the night. We appreciate it, and please, again, continue to donate. Check out the YouTube channel for the rest of the show tonight.
All right, we are ready to go live. I'm going to let Michael know, and he's going to change over to YouTube.
Hey, Adam, I just want to make sure you're good with Heath's mic and everything.
Hey, Adam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear him.
That is fantastic. I can hear you as well.
And we are live.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. This is the 2021 Draft-A-Thon here on CBS Sports. I'm Adam Azer, taking over for Jamie, Dave, Heath, and Chris, and we'll have them all on in the next 4 hours. I'll be your host for the next 4 hours of amazing fantasy football content. I hope you are ready. Heath is here. What's up, Heath? How you doing, man?
Man, what a great night. Fantasy football, helping out St. Jude. This is fantastic.
It really is. And we have so many incredible guests coming up over the next 4 hours. The most important thing is we're going to have fun and we're going to raise a ton of money for St. Jude. So Heath is here. You just saw him on the first 2 hours. I apologize. I wanted the guy who won the Price is Right ADP game.
It was such an Adam Azer special. It's announced as best of 7, and then Dave wins with 3 correct answers.
Yeah. I mean, he was closest. What are you going to do, dude? So we've got Mike Conley coming on a little bit. Like, that's going to be awesome. We've got Brad Evans coming on momentarily. Michelle Majuk as well. Heath, I got an issue here that is really troubling me, where I've done all these mock drafts, and I always like your team, and I'm having trouble coming to grips with that. And I think you drafted another good one, another good one in the Draft-A-Thon League. And what's going on here? I like all of your teams.
I don't know how it happened today. I started off with 3 running backs and a quarterback in my first 4 picks and thought, man, my wide receivers are going to stink. I never do this and don't take a wide receiver in the first 4 rounds. Somehow I still ended up with DJ Moore, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Chase Claypool as my wide receivers. It doesn't make any sense to me, but it worked out.
It did not. You know what? We have our first guests here. We have Brad Evans here. We have Michelle Majuk. We could bring them in. We will do that very shortly here. We're going to get sleepers, breakouts, and busts from them. Hey, there's Michelle. What's up, Michelle? Welcome to the show. Brad, hello.
Hi.
Hola! Hey! What's going on, guys? Thanks for being a part of this. Michelle is from Ball Blast. Brad Evans from Bally Sports. And you had a homework assignment, guys. You were supposed to give 1 sleeper, 1 breakout, 1 bust. I hope you are prepared. Heath, you also, surprise, homework assignment for you. 1 sleeper, 1 breakout, 1 bust. Yeah, Michelle, I'm going to let you kick it off. Give me a 2021 sleeper.
Woo, real fast here. All right, I'm going to go with both my dudes here. They're kind of a duo package. It's Zach Wilson and Elijah Moore. I know it's a little risky to go with rookies in year 1 in redraft leagues, but I actually think Zach Wilson is this year's Justin Herbert, which I know it's crazy. There's not always a Justin Herbert in every year. I understand, but he has that big arm. He has that sneaky scrambling ability. I think he has some rushing touchdowns there because you know what? They're a very good running game. I think they're going to have to pass a ton, especially with that bad defense. And I think he's going to pass a ton to my dude Elijah Moore, who, by the way, averaged more receiving yards per game last season than Devontae Smith. So those are my 2 guys I love to target late in drafts. And I think they're just going to be a massive surprise because everyone's just saying they're not going to be anything because they're a Jet. And that's not fair.
Is it not fair?
It's not fair. No.
It's probably not fair. You're probably right about that. Brad Evans, how you doing, man?
I am splendid, gentlemen and milady. How you guys doing this evening? And thanks for all your hard work here on the St. Jude, Draft-A-Thon, raising money for a fantastic cause. And I'm just happy to be contributing in some form or fashion.
We're happy to have you. We really are. You always bring great energy. Do you bring great sleepers? Let's find out. Give me 1 sleeper.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, this was kind of a hot take about 48 hours ago, and now it's not nearly as hot of a take, but I love me some Jacoby Myers this year, and I feel like I've hit the lottery because I was stashing him in every single draft imaginable before the Cam Newton departure, and now that Cam is out of the way, we got the Miggity Mac Daddy and Mac Jones. For you 90s hip-hop fans, that was a crisscross reference if you have no idea what the heck I'm talking about if you're under the age of 30. But anyway, I digress. Mac Jones, the most accurate quarterback at the FBS level last season, according to adjusted completion percentage measurements, and a guy that has delivered on all fronts in the preseason. He looked poised. He was in command, throwing frozen ropes into traffic and finding his man in stride. And Myers, I believe, is the new Julian Edelman within this offensive scheme. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I think it's a minimum of 75 receptions this year. And don't worry about the touchdowns. Remember, he didn't score once week 7 through 17 last year, yet was still wide receiver 25 in PPR. He is a tremendous value right now. A guy still going well after pick 100 in average drafts.
All right, so do you know which one was the Mac Daddy and which one was the Daddy Mac?
Oh, man. Now, that's a trivia question that I do not know the answer to. And Iser, I'm imagining that you do know that answer, so I'm going to flip it back to you. Please educate me.
Chris was the Mac Daddy and Cross was the Daddy Mac.
Oh, look at you.
Listen.
Look at you. You were the one that bought the second Chris Cross album, the only one.
I want you to know a very important lesson here. If anybody ever asks you, I have no idea if that's right, but you bought it. All right? Because nobody remembers. So just say it with confidence. Just say it with confidence.
Nobody remembers.
All right, Heath. You know what? Let's hear from Michelle and Brad, and if we have time, we'll get your sleepers, breakouts, and busts. But everybody watching knows Heath's sleepers, breakouts, and busts. Michelle, let's go to breakout here.
All right, I'm choosing between two. I'm actually going with the more risky one here. It's Jerry Jeudy, and I feel more comfortable saying it now that Teddy Bridgewater has been named the starter. I really liked what he did last year. I know he dropped a lot of balls and he had 110 targets, and it only turned out to be, he caught less than 50% of those targets. So it was not a fantastic year in fantasy, but so many of those targets were uncatchable last year, 42 uncatchable targets. To compare that to someone like CeeDee Lamb had 21 uncatchable targets with the same amount of targets last season. That was with, Ben DiNucci and Garrett Gilbert throwing him the ball most of the year. So that's how incredibly bad Drew Lock was. I like the transition to Teddy Bridgewater. He's going to get him the ball. And Jeudy saw 21% of the target share last year for the Broncos. I think that even increases this year. I know Cortland Sutton's coming back, but I'm not too worried about it. The only thing that's of worry is the touchdowns, because Teddy Bridgewater doesn't throw too many. But if he can just hit 6 or 7 touchdowns, I think he'll get enough targets and receptions to make up for that. So I think Jeudy has a nice fantasy year this season.
All right, everybody, let's talk about Jeudy for a second here, because he felt like a sleeper. Now he's a breakout, and the ADP is basically around 60. Okay, so he's a 5th, 6th round pick in a 12-team league. Heath, when is it too high, too early for Jeudy?
Don't make this is what you always put me in this situation where I'm supposed to be the contrarian, and now I have to say everybody loves this guy. Now I get to hate him because you're drafting him too early. I think the too high is where Dave is for me. Dave's now taking him as a top 50 pick. Dave took him in the 4th round of one of our mock drafts. That's the point where I'm like, wait a second, DJ Moore's still there. He's already had a great season. I just as soon draft him. He has upside too. So I think it's when you get into that range where the guys who I feel comfortable with as number 2 wide receivers. Could Jerry Jeudy be a number 2 wide receiver? Absolutely. I think he could be a number 1 wide receiver if everything goes perfect. But it's when you get into that range with Deontay Johnson, with DJ Moore, with Chris Godwin, with Mike Evans, if he's going ahead of any of those guys, and in round 4, you have to go ahead of at least one of those guys, then I think you're probably in bust territory.
At least Jerry Jeudy is not stuck with Sam Darnold, right? I'm okay taking Jeudy over DJ Moore, but yeah, the 4th round's too early for me to feel good about that pick. But I've been getting him, in the 6th round, and at that point, I feel much better because of his ceiling that he does have.
Hey, Brad, would you rather have Jeudy in the 6th or Sutton? Let's say a round later. We'll put him in the 7th round.
Yeah, look, I'm a Sutton apologist, but I agree with Michelle. I think her take is spot on here. I'd actually go Jerry Jeudy and extend the go gadget arm to acquire him around earlier. One of my favorite player prop wagers that's available out there is the over on 65.5 receptions from Jerry Jeudy this season. I think the target share is going to be there. We know the guy's got routes for days. That was his calling card out of some small school. You might have heard of it in Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama. And unfortunately, last year he had shoddy quarterback play. He was outside the top 100 guys in catchable target rate because his quarterback stunk up the joint. And now you go to Teddy Two Gloves, who was number 3 in adjusted completion percentage. And given those routes and hopefully the concentration issues, because he got the 12 drops last season or long in the past, I agree unanimously here. I think Jerry Jeudy is worth reaching for because he's going to deliver on all fronts. It's going to be a huge year for him in Denver.
I'll still let you give your own breakout here, Brad. What do you got?
Well, let's stick in the Mile High City, a place I lived in for 7 years until I decided corn, soybean, and swine was a great idea moving back to Central Illinois. I'm going to go with my guy, Juggernaut Javonte Williams. And I don't know if you saw Teddy Bridgewater's comments today. I think they're a little bit of a reach, maybe a little bit exaggerated, but comping him to a young Alvin Kamara, which I found astonishing. But, you know, he was a healthy scratch in the final preseason tune-up. What does that mean? I guess we're going to find out week 1 for this Broncos team in New York as they take on the Giants. But his talents are otherworldly. I mean, the guy forced a missed tackle last season with the North Carolina Tar Heels. And, you know, it's not like they're the Sisters of the Motherless Poor. I mean, that's, you know, an ACC school 48.4% of the time. He had close to a 5.00 yak per attempt mark. I mean, he's got jukes for days as well. He's got the break tackle ability, and Melvin Gordon is getting up there long in the twos. So, you know, I think he's this year's version of Jonathan Taylor, a guy that's going to operate in a full-blown RBBC or tandem backfield to begin the season. But by the second half of the season, he is going to overtake Gordon and explode. So I love Javonte Williams this year.
All right, let's go Broncos on this show here. We'll get a bust in a second, but I want to tell everybody about our first giveaway, at least first giveaway of this hour. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Leave your Twitter handle. You can get a custom fantasy championship ring for your league, a Trophy Smack ring giveaway. That is right now, Trophy Smack ring giveaway. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Make sure you leave your Twitter handle so we know how to get in touch with you, and you can win yourself an awesome, look at that. Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
Nice.
Yes.
Bling, bling.
We're going to give away so much incredible stuff tonight. So just don't go anywhere until midnight because you have amazing opportunities to get things. All right, let's do a bust here, guys. And then I have a trivia question for you. For every correct answer, we're donating $50 to St. Jude. So I'm trying to make
no pressure, Michelle, on you and I.
Yeah. You know, the way it worked out last year was we kind of donated anyway, but we'll make you get it right. All right, give me a bust. Brad, I'll start with you. Give me a bust.
It's Miles Sanders for me in Philadelphia. The guy's got stone hands. You wouldn't want to trust him with the candy bowl on Halloween. I mean, he only caught 53.8% of his intended looks last season. You got Boston Scott there who's going to supplant him on pass downs. Kenneth Gainwell as well is going to play, you know, a role here in this offense. I know the offensive line is healthy and should be much improved, but Jalen Hurts is a certifiable goal line gremlin as well. Going to steal away some of those precious and valuable looks inside the red zone. The fact that he's going at RB16, an average draft position right now, I don't know what he is in CBS leagues, but if he's somewhere inside the top 20, that is a hard fade for me.
Hey, Heath, he said that Miles Sanders has stone hands. So, Heath, do you know this movie? Don't throw it to stone hands.
I know that movie. I have no recollection of it right now.
All right. Go.
Is this our trivia question? Is that Unnecessary Roughness? Is that what that movie is?
No, it's close. It's Necessary Roughness.
Oh, Necessary Roughness. That was close. I know that Sinbad was in it.
We just lost $50 in donations for the Necessary. Michelle, give me your 2021 bust.
Mine's Kenny Golladay, which I do think the fantasy community is starting to believe as well because I keep seeing him drop in drafts, but he's going to have to drop really far before I even consider taking him. The last full season, we saw him play. Yes, he was the wide receiver 9, but he was the wide receiver 14 in points per game. And that's with him scoring 11 touchdowns last year. And that was the only season he's ever been a top 20 fantasy wide receiver. He's never hit 120 targets in a season. He's never hit 1,200 receiving yards in a season. So that means we're going to have to depend on touchdowns and efficiency with Daniel Jones, which I want no part of. Daniel Jones threw 11 touchdowns last year. I know he threw a lot more than that in his rookie season, but I just don't want to trust Daniel Jones to get my wide receiver the ball in the end zone. And everyone wants to point to Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. You know, Stephon Diggs fixed Josh Allen. Well, Diggs is one of the best route runners and separators in the NFL. That's not Kenny Galladay's game. So we have to trust Daniel Jones to get the ball to Kenny Galladay accurately and in the right spot, because that's what he does. He wins 50-50 balls. I want no part of that. He's going to have to drop real far for me to even consider him.
Okay, 85th overall. That's his current ADP. Would you take Galladay 85th overall? The next wide receivers, Okay, all right. All right, then. All right, you guys ready for your trivia question? Ready to raise some money?
Let's do this.
Try.
All right, $50 from the CBS crew for every correct answer. Our first trivia question of the night: who led all quarterbacks in rushing touchdowns in 2020? Who led all quarterbacks in rushing touchdowns?
Cam Newton. Cam Newton.
I would go with Cam Newton as well.
Well, we're not donating 100 for that since you both got it right, but we will donate 50. That good stuff. Cam Newton is the answer. You know how many he had?
12.
Did you?
Wow!
You're
Look at that memory on Michelle.
I am an NFL researcher, so it's my job to know this stuff a little bit.
That's valid. Well played.
That is great stuff. Michelle, if we get $100 in donations, you will hang up the picture before the Draft-A-Thon ends. That's what I've been told. The picture behind it.
Yeah, this is Kate's office. So, and then you like the broken lamp. We did just move in about a week ago. So
that's character, Michelle. I like it.
Thank you so much, Brad and Michelle. Real quick, guys, before you leave, tell us how we can follow you, Brad.
You can check out my work at BallySports.com. Of course, you can follow me on Twitter at NoisyWavos. You can always listen to me scream and yell at the people of Fantasyland, 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday on Sirius XM's Fantasy Channel on Fade the Noise.
And Michelle.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at BallBlastM, BallBlastEM. That's pretty much where I put all my work, but we do have an awesome website with a ton of amazing writers and content creators, ballblastfootball.com, and we have an awesome podcast called Ball Blast, a fantasy football podcast, and you can listen to that wherever you listen to podcasts.
Thank you so much for being part of the Draft-A-Thon.
Yeah, thank you
See
so
you
much.
guys.
Bye.
Enjoy it.
All right, Heath. I'm sorry I didn't get you in there. How you doing over there?
You know, it's really okay. I was going to say Laviska Shenault for a sleeper, so you could tell me that he's not a sleeper because none of the ADPs on any of the various sites are actually accurate, and he's going earlier than that.
He's going 87th overall in the last 10 days on NFC. Let's bring in Rich Rebar now. We're waiting for Mike Conley to come on as well, of the Utah Jazz, formerly of the Memphis Grizzlies. We have I want to ask him about the draft class he was in. He was in that draft class with Greg Oden and Kevin Durant, and I don't know if people remember that debate back in the day. A lot of you were too young. If you didn't know who Chris Cross is, you did not remember the Greg Oden, Kevin Durant debate. Rich, welcome to the show. How you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen? It's great to be here. I'm glad that you guys extended the invite for a great cause. And listen, the season's here next week.
The season is here next week. I'll tell you what else is here. This Snickers bar is here. This Draft-A-Thon is presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. We say pro tip now. Pro tip, if you're going to buy a Snickers bar or something that you have coming up in a couple of days like I do not leave it out on the counter for 2 days and tell your wife that she can't have it because she's not happy with me. I was like taunting her with this Snickers bar, which I'm going to eat shortly.
I assumed after last year that you would have put it in the microwave to get it ready for the Eat a Snickers with a Fork challenge.
We don't have that this year, but I would have definitely cheated if it had come to that. All right, so Rich, I was going to ask you for stats. You came prepared with some stats. You have the most incredible statistics. Maybe. All right, what do you got? Give me one.
Well, I mean, this is kind of a bulk package here, but I think that not enough people are talking about this, and maybe we're just too far removed for it, but last season was the highest scoring season in NFL history by far. Not only did the NFL games feature over a combined 47 points per game for the first time in NFL history, it was 49.6, almost 50 points per game. There were 117 more offensive touchdowns scored last year than in any NFL season prior to last year. We already knew offenses were getting better, but we played in an extremely unique environment last year. Shortened virtual offseason, no fan attendance, minimal fan attendance, special IR changes. COVID impacted not only our daily lives, but the NFL season. For the first time in the modern era, road teams had a winning record. They had their highest yards per play and their highest points per game in NFL history. Passing performances on the road were the best in NFL history. They were better than home passing performances for the first time in the modern era. And if you look at where home field came into play, in the red zone, the money zone, right, when this crowd gets loud and can make an impact, road teams scored on 60% of the red zone possessions. It was the highest rate in NFL history. The previous 5 seasons, that rate was 54%. And false starts were called just 1.9 times per game. It was the lowest in the 2000s. Offensive holding was called 1.8 times per game, the lowest rate in 2000s. Think about this. There were 462 offensive holding calls last year. The previous 5 years, there was 724, 708, 664, 703, and 709. There's no technique or coaching changes that could have possibly reduced the number that deal. The change was made just based on the ground level of how the NFL called games last year, and as a byproduct, quarterbacks were sacked just 4 times per game. It was 141 fewer times than they were sacked in 2019, 146 fewer times than they were in 2018. So when you factor in everything I said above, you can see kind of how the impact of COVID and the impact of how the NFL decided to alter the game last year impacted the highest scoring season in NFL history. And those are all things that we can't really count on and bank on happening this year with an actual offseason. COVID still lingers, but there's going to be fan attendance. We have no idea how the NFL is going to call games, if that was just an adjustment or not. I would love to hear Mike's take, who plays in the most subjective, probably sport of all in terms of calling fouls. Have you ever seen anything like this? Like, there's no coaching change that changed how the NFL called offensive holding penalties. 300 different reduction is outlandish. Like, they just changed how the game was called completely, how the sport was played, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they roll that over.
What's up, Mike Conley? There he is. How you doing?
How you guys doing? It's good to see you all.
Yeah, I mean, so what did you experience in terms of? Did you see different officiating? In fanless stadiums or throughout the COVID experience?
Yeah, I don't think it was any different. I think the game, just similar to football, it's changing a little bit. I think offense is king right now, and more points, the more eyes you get on games, and like you said, whether that's less holding calls in football or more free throws in basketball, or just not allowing to have a as physical game in basketball, which leads to faster play and higher points. I mean, it's similar on both ends, and I'm a football fan, so I like to see a lot of action, a lot of passing, a lot of running, a lot of scoring. So hopefully, that continues.
Yes, and you're a fantasy football fan as well. I want to ask you about your fantasy teams. First, though, I was just reading about you today, see if I can get something fun. And this is something I found. It said, if you look up underrated in the dictionary, you won't find a picture of Mike Conley Jr. He's too underrated to have his picture in the dictionary. Do you think that's accurate?
I think it was at one point. I don't know if it is now. I think I've carried that underrated tag for quite a long time, and that is a funny statement. I think that it definitely holds some weight.
So how did your fantasy drafts go?
They went pretty good. I was one of the leagues that I'm really into. I was the 11th pick out of a 12-team PPR, 1-point PPR league, and I had never really drafted that low before. I've always been kind of around 3 to 6, so like I was put in a position where I kind of had to wait and see what everybody else did before I got to choose what I did. And I've always been a proponent of like picking running backs early, because I feel like everybody gets them. And this year I kind of went a little bit different. I got Aaron Jones first, and then went Stephon Diggs with my second pick right after that. So and hopefully that's a good choice this year, and we'll see how it works out.
Heath, you approve of that, I'm sure.
That is it. Like, first off, the fact that you get Aaron Jones, the 11th pick, is a fantastic start and good fortune. I love pairing Jones with Diggs. Pretty much the first 4 or 5 picks of that second round, I think, should be wide receivers.
Yeah, and there was, I think Tyreek Hill was there too. Maybe, no, he might have been picked at 12th, or he was picked 12th, so actually I didn't have a chance at him, but he would have been one I reached for too. Rich,
what would your strategy be at the 11th pick?
Yeah, listen. Welcome to the Anchor RB world, Mike. This is how fantasy drafts are won. You need to ignore the running back 2 area of the draft. Those guys don't produce league-winning seasons, and you want to dig in those wide receivers once you get that Gibraltar running back. So, I'm going to congratulate you on your premature W this year.
Well, thank you. I didn't know that, and I'm excited about getting some positive feedback there.
And so, how many leagues do you have?
I'm in 3, so 2 of them are family leagues. One on my side of the family, and others on my wife's side of the family, and then the third one is a money league that I'm involved with one of my cousins who I don't really know everybody in the league, but I decided to jump in and see if I can see what I can do.
Oh, you're the ringer.
Yeah. How do you stay with it during the NBA season?
It's actually like it's one of those things that keeps your mind off of everything. Like for sometimes it might be preparing. You're in the middle of traveling to go to another city, and you're about to hop on the airplane, and you're just like, oh, let me check my fantasy. Let me check the news on somebody got injured, or let me get on the waiver wire real quickly and try to snag a guy before somebody else does. It just like keeps you kind of on in a different venue, a different way. Always trying to have to be on it for basketball or for media or whatever it is. It's this is like a competitive way of not having to be actively doing anything. So it's a lot of fun.
All right, so Heath, let's say you have the 11th pick and you're lucky enough to have Aaron Jones and then Stephon Diggs, or maybe that's Jonathan Taylor and Stephon Diggs or something like that. What is your advice for your next 2 picks? And then we'll see if Mike remembers what he did in rounds 3 and 4.
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on what the rest of your league does, obviously, because in a lot of our types of leagues, there's almost nothing but wide receivers taken in round 3, so there might be a good running back fall to you. But most likely, I think what I'm going to be looking for is some of those low-end number 1, high-end number 2 wide receivers, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Tyler Lockett, in that 3-4 turn range, maybe CeeDee Lamb if you're that high on him. And then it also depends on whether you're fortunate enough to have Kittle or Waller fall to you at the end of round 3, but probably pass catchers, possibly Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So third pick, I think I went Chris Carson, and he was still available as far as running backs, and then I got Robert Woods as my fourth round wideout, and was very happy about that. I think this year is going to be a very good year for the Rams offense, I think. So looking forward to that. I'm interested to know what y'all think about Kyle Pitts, because I ended up getting him as my tight end later, and I think it was the 59th pick right before the 6th round. So I'd love to know what you think about him.
Rich,
I think at the 59th pick, like you get him at the end of round 5, you've got to feel really good about that, because a lot of our drafts he's going even earlier than that. He's a guy that it's hard to provide any sort of rational analysis about. He's a complete unicorn. We've never seen anything like him. And if you're drafting him in round 4 or round 5, he has to be that to pay off at his draft costs.
Right.
But at the end of round 5, I like it quite a bit. The end of round 4 is a little too early for me, but I like it where you got him.
Yeah, Rich, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Pitts is one of those guys that you always feel like a little bit better to take him in an auction because you can mitigate some of that opportunity cost that he carries in the ADP, like he said, in the leagues we're in. But in the 5th round, that's like swing for some upside zone. I mean, he literally is the Calvin Johnson of tight end prospects. I mean, since all prospects since 2000 in their final season, I mean, he's number 1 in receiving yardage per game. He's number 1 in touchdowns per game. And he's number 10 in receptions per game. So, I mean, he literally is coming out of the box, with, especially now that they moved Julio Jones. He's going to be counted on. And he only played 2 snaps in the preseason, only ran 1 route, but that 1 route was a 27-yard target. It kind of got us a little frothy about it, but yeah, he's definitely one of those unicorn talent guys.
Yeah, he had 2 snaps in the preseason. He was trending on Twitter after 2 snaps. That was pretty impressive. So we're running out of time just a little bit here. I want to ask you a couple more questions. First of all, I have a trivia question. Correct answer is a $50 donation from CBS Fantasy Crew to St. Jude. So Rich and Mike, feel free to answer here. And I'll also tell everybody who won our Trophy Smack Rings contest in just a second. But who led the NFL in passing yards in 2020? Was it A, Deshaun Watson, B, Patrick Mahomes, C, Tom Brady, or D, Josh Allen? Who led the NFL in passing yards last season?
I know it. I want Mike to get it.
I would have to, if I'm guessing, I'd have to say Josh Allen.
Rich, what do you think?
It's Deshaun Watson.
It is Deshaun Watson, $50 donation.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. I was surprised by that. It really was. What a great year for him. The other thing I want to ask you about, if we could pivot away from fantasy football for just a second, your draft class, top 5, unbelievable. Greg Oden won, Kevin Durant, Al Horford, Mike Conley, Jeff Green. And just before you hopped on, we were talking about the Oden versus Durant debate. Keith, you're kind of like a tall guy. You're probably on the Greg Oden train, right? You wanted the center?
I am no question, especially at that point in the NBA. I was on the Greg Oden side for sure.
What do you remember about that, Mike? Being you weren't in the 1-2 discussion, but you weren't far behind, being 4th overall. What do you remember about that debate?
Well, obviously it was at the forefront of all sports talk. You had two talents that could very well be Hall of Fame talents, and obviously we see what Kevin has done up to this point. And at that time, it was Portland and Seattle, and Portland had a team that was built a certain way. Seattle had a team that was built a certain way, and what made sense for Portland was a big man. I think Portland at that time had Brandon Roy, who at the time pre-injuries he was one of the best guards, forwards in our league, and adding KD, they might have thought that would have been a move that wouldn't have benefited them as much. So I was totally fine with the way that it panned out as far as who picked who. Obviously with Greg, you never know what he could have been or what he could have done given an injury-free career. But we had them all pegged to do a lot of great things.
Well, as an Ohio guy, that 06-07 Buckeyes team, that was the best team I experienced for Ohio State, man. So appreciate that run you guys had.
Yeah. Thank you. It was fun.
That is awesome. Hey, Mike, thanks. And I know also you're a big St. Jude supporter. So thank you for that and for being part of this.
Yes, thank you for having me. And good luck to you guys the rest of the way.
And Rich Rebar, always great to have you on, sir.
Absolutely. Pocket Ace is my guy.
All right, we only got one of your stats. You're going to have to come on a podcast and give a couple more sometime, all right?
I'm out of stats.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Thanks to Mike and Rich. And let me tell everybody who won our first giveaway. Tell you in just a second here. We've got a lot of people working behind the scenes tonight to make all of this possible. Noah Musser, congratulations. You're going to get yourself a custom championship ring. Now you just got to win the championship in your league, or else it won't really make sense to have the ring. But we'll help you out with that all throughout the night. Heath, we got Jake Seeley and Joe Pisapia coming on. Now we can bring them on now. Let's see if they're hey, what's up, guys?
What is up, fellas?
So it's time for the kicker discussion, I guess.
I achieved something very rare on a podcast on Tuesday. I got a thumbs up from Joe Pisapia. He liked my team. Of course, when you start with McCaffrey, it shouldn't be that big of a surprise. But let's see if Jake Seeley can get a thumbs up for his Draft-A-Thon team. Jake, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing good. You know where the thumbs up starts, and the fact that Jose Borregales, some random kicker that I put there just because I refused to play with one.
That you actually, I didn't realize they made you draft a kicker. How about that? Congratulations.
I tried not to. I tried to take Chuba Hubbard, but it wouldn't let me. It says you have to fill the position. So I just found the most random, craziest name that I could off the list, and that's who I went with.
I noticed, Jake. I noticed. This is what friends are for.
Let's take a look at the team. Let's see if we like it. By the way, Jose Borregales is a UM guy, so I'm happy you picked him. You're probably gonna win your league because of him.
Dude, so the reason I went with it because it made me think of the Aurora Borealis. That's why I picked him.
Themed hams. All right, you got Russell Wilson, Najee Harris, and Nick Chubb. I'm guessing those are your first two picks?
Yes.
Okay. Julio, T. Higgins, Chris Godwin, George. This is a thumbs up team. This is a thumbs up team, Joe. What do you think?
Thank you.
Oh, of course. It's Jake Seeley. He sniped me over there on Kyle Pitts. I had him in the queue during the draft, ready to go.
I didn't take Kyle Pitts. I took George Kittle.
I thought you took Kittle. Oh, that's right. Somebody smarter than you took Pitts later on. That's right. This is what Jake and I do, by the way. Jake and I have done thousands of shows together over the years in previous life. But yeah, Jake is always very tough in every single league that we're always in. It's always fun to draft with him. And watching him have to take a kicker was just glorious today. And I was just waiting for it. And I knew he was going to try to get around it. And I'm so glad that the software would not let him.
I was just amazed. I did not know that someone existed that liked Jamal Williams more than I did. When Jamal Williams was taken before I had taken him, it was really quite a shock. So I'm glad to have somebody else on board there.
I'm with you too, Heath. I'm right in there.
Yeah, I have a piece on The Athletic coming out. It's my guys, quote unquote, and Jamal Williams is probably on way too many of my teams. This is before even DeAndre Swift with the injury concern, because it's Anthony Lynn. What do we know about that? But also on top of it, anything were to happen to DeAndre Swift, we've seen Jamal Williams be a top 15 running back. And on top of it, let's not forget how good he is in the passing game, better than most realize. And part of that is his pass blocking, which I don't think guarantees that DeAndre Swift is, quote unquote, always the third down running back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is where I come in and I'm just like, Jamal Williams just stinks. But, when you compare what he has done in his career to Aaron Jones, all while behind the same offensive lines on the same
Aaron Jones
team.
is really good.
Aaron Jones is like Jamal Williams is so much worse than Aaron Jones. So I just don't think he's a good running back. But I think there's plenty of value in getting him. You passed up on Chase Claypool, Jamar Chase, Michael Thomas, and that's about it.
Michael Thomas, who might we get to week 9 and be like, forget it, I don't even want to play this year.
That's possible, but that could happen. But this was really a terrific team. It's a fun game. I already screwed up. Is try to guess which draft spot you had just based on your roster.
Oh, you looked?
Yeah, I looked. It's 9, and I was going to guess 10. So you actually went with this is full PPR, I'm assuming.
Yes. And
you went with Chubb. All right, I'm going to go to Joe's team in a second, but tell me why you went with Nick Chubb in round 1 ahead of Aaron Jones, who Heath took 10th. I'm sure he was doing backflips there. But obviously not a lot of catches from Chubb, but you took him in round 1.
No, but there was a little bit of an uptick late in the year, and let's be honest about how many running backs actually get 40-plus receptions, and we don't need that from all of them. We've seen Nick Chubb already be top 10, top 5 close, even a full PPR. And what it comes down to is I don't hate Aaron Jones to go by your hate of Jamal Williams. I just think there's a bigger concern for Aaron Jones with A.J. Dillon behind him than you actually might agree with this, because I think there's a bigger threat with A.J. Dillon than there even was with Jamal Williams on a week-to-week basis. I think people are forgetting how good A.J. Dillon can be, that he's kind of in that Derrick Henry mold, and that what if all of a sudden Aaron Jones doesn't get double-digit touchdowns because he barely tops 1,000 rushing yards. He's very touchdown-reliant. And what if he just loses 25% of those to A.J. Dillon? Now he's not even a first-rounder.
The only other side of that is because when I saw this change, I kind of thought, you know what, he's probably going to have fewer carries. I think his catches probably go up, though. I might downgrade Aaron Jones a little bit in non-PPR because of A.J. Dillon, because I do think A.J. Dillon's a much bigger threat than Jamal Williams. But they throw to their running back so much, and Jamal Williams will get almost half of those targets. I don't think A.J. Dillon's going to get as many targets as Jamal Williams did.
And that's certainly fair, but you also remember he got his Bowie back. He got Randall Cobb. We had to get him back into the mix.
All right, so Joe's team, and I wanted to see if I could guess his draft slot just by looking at his quarterback. So I have a pretty good idea where all these quarterbacks go among the analysts, but then I saw his number 1 running back is Derrick Henry, so I'm going to guess you had the 4th pick.
I believe it was 5th, actually,
if
memory serves. It's been a long day, but I'm pretty sure it was 5th. If I'm wrong, I'll donate another $10 to the Draft-A-Thon.
Well, you can donate anyway, but you were right. Austin Eckler went 4th to Scott Fish. We'll surely be asking Scott about that. All right, Joe, are you giving yourself a thumbs up?
Well, clearly.
Well, Trey Sermon is your RB2 and Cole Kmet is your tight end.
Yeah, so what? Well, first of all, Cole Kmet is going to I'm all about the late tight ends, and I'm telling you right now, Cole Kmet was a guy who saw his snap count go way up in the second half last year. Jimmy Graham is 174 years old, and there's going to be much better quarterback play. And I don't care if it's Andy Dalton or Justin Fields. If it's Justin Fields, rookie quarterbacks always tend to look for that check down a little bit with the tight end. And Andy Dalton made Tyler Eifert useful, for God's sakes. All Tyler Eifert ever did was catch touchdowns with Andy Dalton. So I feel pretty good about Cole Kmet, but you're kind of glossing over the strength of the team here, which is the wide receivers. It's got DeAndre Hopkins, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Robbie Anderson, and Jalen Waddle. So you kind of glossed over. You went right to Trey Sermon, who I like. You're throwing some shade there, but I mean, this team is about the wide receivers, and that's the way the draft unfolded. So that's where I went, and Josh Allen went, I think, in the 5th round to me. I was like, look, I'm going to take Josh Allen there and see where it goes, because I just didn't like the running backs on the table at the time.
Is a pretty Adam thing to do, to just focus on Trey Sermon and Cole Kmet and not your ridiculous running wide receivers. Hopkins, Lamb, Deontay Johnson, and Robbie Anderson as your flex. You also have Ronald Jones on the bench, James Conner on the bench. Maybe plug them in as RB2 if you need to. All right, so Jake, thumbs up, thumbs in the middle. Dan, what are you giving this team?
Oh, of course, a thumbs up, but that's only because I like Joe more than he likes me.
That's very true. I'm going to hop on that Jamal Williams train if I can for a second too. Just
go ahead.
I want to throw in DeAndre Swift had concussion issues last year. We already have a situation where they're going to run the football by default. You already know that Jamal Williams can catch the football as well. And it just feels like that's an investment that you make in a running back who's already got a part of the pie. And if Swift continues to struggle with injuries or has another concussion, we forget, it took him a long time to get past the protocols last year. There's always a high chance at that running back position you have a re-injury of that nature. And Jamal Williams is a guy that's sitting out there who is nothing but upside. Still, the ADP hasn't really risen, so I don't get why you wouldn't want him on your bench, because that's one of the guys that if something happens to Swift, all of a sudden opportunity opens up even greater for Jamal Williams. And I think he's a good bench running back to have.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're probably going to be terrible, right? So how many terrible teams have 3 players who are worthy of being top 80 picks?
And that is fair.
Are you upset that I got 2 of them?
He's
Who's
jealous.
the other one? Did you get Hawkins? You didn't get Hawkins.
Oh, I got Tyrell Williams as well. I want all the Williams. I want Damian, Darryl. Give me all the Williamses. I'm just going to name my team Williamses.
There you go. I think it's Williams Jake. Just want to throw that out there.
I mean, I would have taken Tyson Williams too if Joe didn't take him.
I took him. I took him for you. I saw the Williams run going, and I just didn't want you to get them all.
Hey, quick reminder here. Please donate in the next 5 minutes. We are giving away CBS Sports Commissioner Leagues. This is pretty awesome. Leave your Twitter handle. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Giving away Commissioner Leagues. And you have to leave your Twitter handle so we can get in touch with you, but donate in the next 5 minutes to St. Jude. Speaking of donations, it's time for your trivia questions, guys. Let's see how many we have. We have 2. $50 donation for every correct answer. All right, Justin Jefferson set the record for the most receiving yards by a rookie wide receiver in the Super Bowl era with 1,400. Whose record did he break? A, Randy Moss, B, Anquan Bolden, C, Larry Fitzgerald, or D, Reggie Wayne?
I'm almost positive it's Randy Moss.
Okay, you say Moss.
I'm going to take a different one, I guess, just because you say Randy Moss. I'm going to go with Anquan Bolden.
Jake gets the $50 donation.
Oh, look at you. Good job, Jakey.
Anquan Bolden. All right.
I actually knew the answer.
I'm going to give you guys, this says 30 seconds, but I have enough faith in you. I'm going to give you 20 seconds.
Okay.
Name 5 football movies in 20 seconds.
Both of us?
Replacements?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The replacements.
The Longest Yard.
The remake of Longest Yard.
No, not counting
Little
that.
Giants.
Yeah.
Let's see. Gridiron Gang.
Waterboy.
Waterboy would count. That's 5. There you go. Hey. Yeah, good job, Jake.
Remember the Titans? Let's keep going.
Remember the Titans? Yeah. We already talked about Necessary Roughness on this show.
Little Giants is the one that doesn't get enough credit. Can we just give some love to Little Giants, please?
We have a question specifically about Little Giants later on, so that's in the 12 o'clock hour or the 11 o'clock.
I'm gonna log back in for that.
Tune back in. Yeah,
I know. Heath, any final thoughts on these teams from Joe and Jake?
Yeah, listen, I think I like the hero RB team for sure from Joe, and Jake's team was good as well. I mean, his kicker's not very good. That's kind of a problem. But anytime you can have that type of receiving core and Josh Allen and, Derrick Henry, I just don't think it matters who your number 2 running back is.
So
smart man right there.
All right, Heath, do you want me to pick apart a Jake Seeley ranking or pick apart a Joe Pisapia ranking?
Well, I just gave Joe a lot of credit and kind of took a shot at Jake, so probably Joe.
Joe, okay.
Good. Knock me down a peg. All right.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Maybe I have outdated rankings. Adam Thielen, wide receiver 16. You have him ahead of both Bucks guys, ahead of Amari Cooper. I don't know that I've seen Adam Thielen that high. Wide receiver 16.
Yeah, actually, that I do not have, so I'm not sure where you're picking that up from.
So let's pick apart an Adam Azer hosting.
No. Hey, I'm just keeping it real because actually, Adam Thielen's a guy that came up on the podcast today. Was a player that I'm concerned with, because of the tread on the tires, because of, we've seen guys who have worked in that heavy volume role too, in the similar body type, kind of wear down quickly. And it looks like he was, starting to hit that kind of wall. I think Adam Thielen's still perfectly fine if you have a great wide receiver 1 and then you stack some running backs in there and then you end up with Adam Thielen as your 2 and then back it up immediately. But Adam Thielen, I think at this juncture, we have to understand that, what we've seen in the past is just that. And there's a lot of those guys this year, that I feel like people have almost a false sense of security with Mike Evans at his ADP, Adam Thielen at his ADP. I think there's a lot of guys that are like that where we just kind of buy in and like, oh yeah, they're safe. But, we've always got to be thinking ahead a little bit, because in the NFL, sometimes we see these guys that hit a wall who just all of a sudden then the drop off begins and we all go, oh, we should have seen that coming. And I think with some of them we can, and we start to get a little inclination, we should knock them down a little bit. So I like Thielen in his place, but then again, I like Jake in his place too. That's not a ringing endorsement of Sealy.
That was fun having you guys on. Thank you very much, Joe and Jake.
Always a pleasure. I love you, Jake.
Thanks, guys.
It's like me and Heath, just at different companies. All right, hey.
I do feel a little better about Adam Thielen after the Irv Smith injury. I don't think they're going to throw as many passes to Chris Herndon and Tyler Conklin as they were going to Irv Smith.
Let's bring in Frank Stamfel. I can see him backstage. He just took a big drink of something. Frank, you thirsty? You good?
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm drinking my water. Not drinking canned water, by the way, which is something Mike McClure likes to do. So when you have him on later on, make sure you make fun of him drinking canned water.
Okay, when is he coming? He's coming on at 9 o'clock. He's coming in 15 minutes. I'm putting in the notes right now. Canned water, ? That is freaking weird. What's up, Frank?
I am going to guess that he has a very well-researched reason for the type of water that he's drinking. And after you ask him, you're going to think, man, I should have been drinking canned water.
Oh, yeah, definitely drink that bottled water right in front of him and then ask him why he's drinking canned water, and he will just eviscerate you.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I need to be put in my place, especially after that Adam Thielen thing from just a moment ago. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk to YouTube star D Stroy, and goes by D, and he'll be on in just a moment. I'm gonna ask him some of his favorite players, but let's get that from Frank right now. Frank, host of our fantasy baseball podcast, host of our fantasy football DFS podcast as well. Who are some of your favorite players, sir?
Man, I'm going to give you tight ends. I'm very excited about TJ Hawkinson and Kyle Pitts. And I know normally we like to avoid this mid-range of tight end, and I still like paying up for Darren Waller if you could get him on the 2-3 turn. But TJ Hawkinson, for me, it's just there's so much opportunity. I don't know who Jared Goff is going to throw the ball to. Tyrell Williams, I think, is kind of interesting right now as a sleeper since they just cut Brashad Perryman. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown's kind of interesting too. But I think they're going to be playing from behind quite a bit this year. And say what you want about TJ Hawkinson. I know Heath are kind of off the efficiency. He hasn't really done it yet in terms of talent, but I just think there's going to be so much volume there that I am in on TJ Hawkinson. And it's the same thing for Kyle Pitts too, really. There's so many targets left behind now that Julio Jones is out of there. I don't think that we can really use the rookie tight end argument against Kyle Pitts this upcoming season because he's being thrown into a situation that we don't see normal rookie tight ends often thrown into. And he's not a normal rookie tight end either. He's really a wide receiver in a tight end's body. So I think he's going to be absolutely awesome. If there's one tight end outside of the top three that I could see supplanting one of them, like I'm not really on George Kittle this year, but I could see Kyle Pitts as like a second round pick next year in redraft.
I guess my question, like I get it when you're talking about Kyle Pitts versus anyone outside of the top four. I don't quite get why people don't see that same type of upside for Mark Andrews, because he has for 2 years in a row been on a per route run basis just about as good as Kittle and Waller. He has been on a target share basis just about as good as those guys. His team just hasn't thrown quite as much. They're talking about throwing more. I don't know why Mark Andrews doesn't have the same type of upside to jump into that group. And he's much, much safer than Pitts.
Yeah, I mean, I like Mark Andrews as well. I mean, probably not as much as those other two. I think he's right there in that same tier. And I've drafted him quite a bit too. I was a little bit lower on him before the injury to Rashad Bateman. I think Bateman could actually be an awesome, like real life NFL player. Just we have to wait for him to return here. But I like Mark Andrews as well. I mean, he has a legitimate role in the offense. The target share is massive. They just need to throw the ball a little bit more. They use him in the red zone, and he just has to be better. Like last year, we all saw it. Like he just didn't play well. He had some drops and stuff, but that's pretty fluky year over year. So I do like Mark Andrews as well. I like living in that mid tier of tight end, which I think most people usually do not.
Yeah, and I think the one other thing I'd ask about the Atlanta situation, because I've struggled with this a lot in projections, and it seems like everybody else is pretty content just saying Atlanta is going to continue throwing the ball 600 plus times a game. Have you taken any consideration as to what they might do with this offense with a new coach that we've never seen run an offense that throws that often?
Yeah, they might not have the luxury. That's the thing, right? So, like, I just think that their defense is still going to be pretty bad. They probably are going to want to try and be more balanced to start games, but I think they'll probably fall behind and they'll have to throw as a result of that. So, Mike Davis, I don't mind Mike Davis where he's going as like a low end RB2 or a 0 RB running back. If you start a bunch of wide receivers and tight ends, you take them in the 4th, 5th round, whatever it might be. But we know Arthur Smith's previous stop in Tennessee, what he did with Derrick Henry. We also know that Mike Davis is not Derrick Henry. I just think that their defense is so bad that it won't really afford them the opportunity to be as balanced as Arthur Smith probably wants them to be.
All right, let's take a look at some of these comments here about the current guests that we have. People are very excited for Destroying, who's coming on shortly. Yeah, see, and then there's this, Frank. Tell me what you think about this. Frank has done a great job of being Adam Light on fantasy baseball.
What? How did you? Seriously?
No, come on. Frank and I are like good friends. Frank's the man. Frank is the reason why Frank was such a good fit for fantasy baseball. He's just one of us, like I love him. Yeah, maybe it's because he and I have a lot in common. So
we have the same poster hanging up behind us, and we didn't even plan that. It just so happened that we got the same picture of John Starks dunking over Michael Jordan. So
you're Knicks fans, and that's the last good thing that happened for the Knicks. And so I think all Knicks fans have that.
Whoa.
Poster.
Oh, here he is, Destroying. It's Ben Trager. What's up, dude?
Oh no.
Why did you let that comment on? You can't do my guy Frank like that. No. Come on.
No, honestly, I'm perfectly cool with that. I take it as a compliment. Honestly, Adam, don't listen to these guys. You absolutely crush it. You are awesome at what you do. And I listened to you guys for like a decade before I joined CBS. So I guess it would make sense that I'm like Adam Azer Light.
I think I sort of, but just because you listen to us, I think our show has influenced you. And,
is anyone actually lighter than Adam Azer?
Well,
you have to be like 110 pounds to be Adam Azer Light.
I was gonna say, like, if we're talking weight, that's definitely not true.
I guess that means I should probably dig into my Snickers now. Get those pounds. Talk, Frank.
Adam Azer here is currently dying. Heath, what's going on, man? It's been a long time. I'm currently hosting the DFS podcast with Mike McClure and Sia Najad. Those guys are awesome. Maybe we get Heath Cummings on once here or there. See what's going on with you and DFS is here.
Yeah, you've actually kind of taken both of our jobs because you took Adam's job hosting the Fantasy Baseball podcast. You took my job hosting the DFS podcast. I don't know whose job's next. I guess Jamie should probably watch out. You might be hosting FFT next year on HQ.
I don't know about all that.
Frank is a rising star. So do you have any non-tight ends that you like, Frank?
Yeah, I mentioned Tyrell Williams as someone that I like. Devontae Smith. I mean, I'm all over Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts. I draft them as a stack, a duo. I have a bunch of best ball teams with both of them. And I just think Devontae Smith is clearly the best receiver on that team. And I think that he can go out there and people have thrown around some like lofty projections for him too. Like if you follow beat writers for the Eagles, they're like, there's a chance he can catch 100 balls. That would be crazy for Devontae Smith. I don't know if he's going to do that, but I'm very excited about Devontae Smith. I think he's clearly the most talented wide receiver on that team. And Jalen Hurts, I mean, he's got to hold on to the job. I guess we have to make sure that they don't trade for Deshaun Watson or anything like that. But his rushing ability just gives such a floor. And that's really where the quarterback position has gone. I know you guys talk about that a lot. But if you miss out on this top tier, those top 5, 6, you miss out on Lamar Jackson and Kyler Murray. I think Jalen Hurts is someone that can give you a similar rushing output. He's not going to be nearly as good as a passer, but he's going to run a lot this year.
Yeah, I think like his breakout is under the Lamar Jackson model. We saw it for a portion of his rookie season. In the second year, he could make that leap, run for 1,000 yards, throw for 3,000, and he could be the number one quarterback if everything went perfectly. I've got one more question for Frank because I'm actually on the clock in a slow draft right now. Round 10, I need a wide receiver 4. Here are my top 5 wide receivers left. Who do you like best? Mecole Hardman, Marquise Brown, Marvin Jones, Curtis Samuel, or Sterling Shepard?
Oh, I was all over Marvin Jones before he hurt the shoulder. I'm still pretty excited about him overall. I think it's between him and Mecole Hardman. I would take Marvin Jones there because early on in preseason, it looked like he was flashing there with Trevor Lawrence. He got some reps in with him. I'm really out on DJ Chark. I mean, he hasn't really had time to work with Trevor Lawrence to this point. So I'm all in on Marvin Jones. He comes over. I know they have Darrell Bevel. It was his OC back in Detroit. Now it's his OC in Jacksonville. So I'm pretty excited about him. But very close second there on Mecole Hardman.
Congratulations to Johnny Waters, who won the CBS Commissioner League, and thank you so much for your donation. Awesome stuff. Everybody, please keep the donations coming. We want to raise as much money as we can for St. Jude, which means, do we have a trivia question here for Frank? Oh, we do. All right, Frank, for $50 in full PPR, who scored more fantasy points per game? 2019 Michael Thomas or 2020 Davante Adams?
Oh, man, this seems like a trick question.
Why?
I don't know. Like, the fact that you're pitting anybody up against 2020 Davante Adams seemed like it would be a trick question. So I'm just going to go with Davante Adams. Forget it.
It's true. It is Davante Adams. Michael Thomas had like 150 incredible amount of catches. I don't remember what it was, but it is Davante Adams, and it wasn't really that close. So I guess it was sort of remember, I'm trying to raise money here, so it was an easy question.
I appreciate you giving me the layups. I got to go watch some Joe Ryan starts after this. Joe Ryan's on the Twins, by the way.
Okay, thank you. I was like, yeah. So we are giving away more things throughout the night. Please stay tuned. Please keep donating. It's any donation, any size, we'd really appreciate it here. All right. So I want to do some rankings here. I'm going to give you guys trios of players, and you tell me how you rank them, and I'll make it relevant here to the players that Frank just brought up. So let's start with one with Jalen Hurts. Let's go with Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady. Heath, how would you rank them? Rodgers, Hurts, Brady.
I do have it Brady, Rodgers, Hurts. I'm moving Hurts right now ahead of Rodgers because I do like the upside a little more. And I've gotten a little bit worried about Aaron Rodgers' offensive line. I know there's some regression coming for Aaron Rodgers. We don't know if it's regression back to his career norms or if it's what he was the 3 years prior to last year, which efficiency-wise was not very good at all. So I'd go Brady, Hurts, Rodgers.
Frank, what about you?
I'm going to go with Rodgers, Hurts, and Brady. Though I do like Tom Brady quite a bit, just the fact that he is as old as he is and he played through injury last year, still had that awesome season. I wonder if he'll be even more susceptible to injury the older that he gets. So I'll take Jalen Hurts over Brady just because of that floor, the rushing that he provides. I do think that the pass catchers are better this year. I mentioned Devontae Smith. They still have Zach Ertz. We all thought he was going to be traded. So they have Ertz. They have Goddard. They really have a decent amount of weapons here. Quez Watkins has flashed in the preseason. And then Aaron Rodgers is still at the top of that list for me. As long as he has Davante Adams, I'm not going to doubt Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, so the next one will be a Devontae Smith ranking. Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Antonio Brown. Frank, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Antonio Brown.
Yeah, I'll go with Devontae Smith at the top of that list. Then I'll go Antonio Brown and Jalen Waddle. To me, trying to figure out the Dolphins pass catchers is pretty difficult heading into this season. And I mean, they have three, pretty talented wide receivers, obviously there with Will Fuller, Devontae Parker, and Jalen Waddle. But I don't really know what the target distribution is going to look like. So I don't know if that's just like a cop-out, and that's why I'm ranking Jalen Waddle the last of the three. I like Antonio Brown. I think he's interesting. The fact that you get him at the cheapest cost of the three Bucs wide receivers, it wouldn't surprise me if their target shares are all pretty even this season. And I think he still has something left. I think we saw that last year. And I'm all over Devontae Smith. He's ranked inside my top 30 wide receivers. I think he can have an absolutely massive season. Have no issues grabbing him as a wide receiver 3 in that round 7, 8, 9 range, anywhere there. I do it every time.
Yeah, I agree with the round 7, 8, 9 range for all these wide receivers. I have it in the reverse order: Waddle and then Brown and then Smith. The thing that separated Waddle from the group for me was the fact that he was the only one that was healthy all training camp. And he wasn't actually healthy. He was dealing with things throughout training camp, and he was still practicing. He was dealing with things in the preseason game, and then he came back into the game. Devontae Parker and Will Fuller have both had so much trouble staying on the field. Neither one of them has played with Tua Tagovailoa near as much as Jalen Waddle did in college. I just think that Waddle's going to be the number one in that offense. And I think Devontae Smith is certain to be the number one wide receiver in his offense. It kind of bothered me a little bit that Nick Sirianni was talking about how the two top target getters in practice were Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz, because that's what the old offense did for the Eagles. If those guys are both getting 15% of the targets, if they're throwing a third of their passes to tight ends again, that makes it a little bit more difficult for Smith to get into that monster role. I do like Smith's talent a lot. I think Antonio Brown's probably the best value of the group just because of how cheap he is. I I don't know what we would have to do to make his ADP go up, but we've failed in that regard.
Heath is about to call it a night. We'll have Dave on for the 9 o'clock hour. And then we'll have Jamie at 10 and Chris at 11. You know what I have noticed though, Heath?
What's that?
People really are influenced by preseason football. And last year I really enjoyed not having preseason football. I'm not going to lie, because I don't want to be influenced by it. I appreciate that Jalen Waddle is rising. I mean, we've seen what he can do with the ball in his hands. He looks good. But, like Myles Gaskin sinks one week and shoots back up. I wonder if people, and then you take a guy like Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders did he have one carry? I don't even know, one carry in the preseason or something like that, and everybody's killing him. But maybe if he had beaten up on the second team defense of the Falcons, we'd like him a lot more. So I do feel like people maybe overreact a little bit in certain cases, which they usually do.
Two that I have been astonished by, and I'll get to it in just a second. I just do want to say like how important what we're doing tonight for St. Jude is. And I went through when my youngest was born, he had a rare disease and we had no idea what it was. And we went to 17 different hospitals, and it took a place like St. Jude to figure it out and then to get us through that process. And so I'd encourage everybody to contribute tonight. And this is a very, very important cause. The two guys that have really shocked me in that regard are Mac Jones and Marquez Callaway, because Marquez Callaway was really not very highly thought of at all last year and didn't do anything last year. And as soon as Michael Thomas' injury was announced, everybody's like, yeah, Traquan Smith's going to be the number one wide receiver. And then Marquez Callaway's made some plays, but now it's not just that we've decided he'll be the number one when Michael Thomas is gone, but Callaway's definitively good now because of what we saw in the preseason. And he's going to have a role even with Michael Thomas. And then the other one's Mac Jones, because that pick was panned quite a bit. We were making fun of the 49ers when reports are they traded up because they wanted Mac Jones. Twitter thought it was hilarious that somebody might think Mac Jones was going to be a good quarterback. Now, Mac Jones has completed a bunch of 4-yard passes in Josh McDaniels' system in the preseason. And now Mac Jones is the favorite to be the rookie of the year on some betting sites.
How about that? Well, Heath, thanks for sharing that story, by the way. Very good reason to give to St. Jude tonight. We appreciate it. We got 3 hours left in our Draft-A-Thon. And thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Hey, it's been a blast. You guys keep killing it.
We will. Frank, you know you're my boy.
Yeah. Look, don't listen to these fools, Adam. I know how it goes. It's all good. I think
100% going to have my job in like 3 years. 100%.
No. The thing is, I don't want your job, Adam. I want my job. I want to stick with my job. You do a lot. You probably you definitely do more than I do. So.
Well, check out the Fantasy Football Today DFS podcast to hear more from Frank, and of course, Fantasy Baseball Today. And Frank can keep naming players, and I'll learn more about fantasy baseball just by talking to Frank, who somehow passed me in our Roto League when he was by far the worst team in the league for like half the season. So,
I brought that up recently on the podcast, and I was like, Adam said this is the worst Roto team of all time. And I was in last place for like the first 2 months, and now I'm in 5th place, and I'm ahead of you. So take that, Adam.
Congratulations. That is Frank Stanfull and Heath Cummings. We're going to get Dave Richard on soon. We're going to get Larry Hartstein on as well. Welcome to the 9 p.m. hour. All right. We have completed 3 hours of our 6-hour Draft-A-Thon. We've got 3 left. I've got less than half a bottle of water here, so that's going to be an issue for me at some point. I certainly did not pace myself for my 4 straight hours. Let's bring on, we got Larry and we got Mike McClure coming on here. All right. First things first, Larry and Mike. Mike, all right. It's a bottle of water. It's delicious. What the hell are you doing drinking canned water? Where do they even sell canned water?
You can buy canned water at Whole Foods, and I love canned water. I don't know why. I play a lot of tennis for those, and I like to crack new tennis balls all the time, right? Yeah. Same thing with the can of water. The cracking of the can of water, it's always tastes cold, even when it's room temperature. I love it.
Okay, yeah, that was a perfectly good explanation. So these are our Sportsline gurus here, and by the way, we're giving away a Sportsline year-long subscription. I'll tell you when to donate. You can let me know, Ben, if we're going to be doing it now, but stay tuned because we're going to be giving away a Sportsline subscription, and yeah, more on that in just a second. But we're going to talk a little Week 1 spreads. Larry, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Draft-A-Thon.
Great to see you, buddy.
Who do you guys like in Week 1? Give me some Week 1 spreads, Larry.
Well, you may not like this, but the one spread that I like so far is the Denver Broncos going to the New York Giants. you know, you look at the preseason for the Giants and Galladay, Barkley, Tony. We didn't see any of them. Are they going to be ready to go? You look at this Denver team coming in with a great top to bottom roster that everybody agrees. And now you get a quarterback that maybe is not going to put them in bad situations. They had the most giveaways in the lead. They were number one in turnover margin for on the negative side last year. Drew Lock threw 15 of those. The other guys, Rippon, Driscoll, they all threw. Now you got a guy that takes care of the ball in Teddy Bridgewater. And they also were one of the most injured teams in the league last year, the Denver Broncos. I'm high on them. I think the spread under a field goal. So far, that's the only week one play I like.
Okay, and it looked like the Giants opened as favorites, 1-point favorites. Now the Broncos are about 2.5 right now. Yeah, Mike, how about you? Anything you like in week one?
Yeah, there's a play I love. Some of you, if you follow me, might call it a homer pick here, but the data definitely backs it up. That's Kansas City -6 against the Cleveland Browns. I think that they're giving the Browns a little too much credit here. I think that the number definitely reflects the offseason hype that we've seen. However, I make the Chiefs -6.4 on a neutral field. This is a home game for them. Home field advantage in the NFL is not quite the 3 points that it used to, but around 2.2 to 2.3 for a team like the Chiefs here. I think that, like I said, our colleague RJ is also on this one, and I think he nailed it in his write-up. If you look at this game, the last time these two teams met, we saw a competitive game where the Chiefs won by 5 points, and that was largely due to the fact that Patrick Mahomes left the game early with an injury and was arguably playing hurt a little bit at some point during that game. He is the most important player to a point spread in the NFL. Very obvious. Love the Chiefs. Anything under 7, I think this one should be at least 7.5.
Look at this guy. Look
This
at
is a crazy host. I know. It's nuts.
No respect.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, my gosh.
Just sit there eating a Snickers. Dave Richard.
How are you?
Hey, man.
Official sponsors of the FFT Draft-A-Thon. Snickers satisfies.
All right, so when can I guess I'm going to start eating mine. I'll do it in our next segment. So, all right, so far we got the Chiefs and the Broncos as week one. I don't know, Dave, have you taken a look at week one yet?
Haven't looked at a single week one line yet.
All right.
But it's good to share the screen with Mike and Larry for sure.
Absolutely.
Great to see, Dave.
There's going to be a little bit more of that down the line. That's a little teaser for everybody.
Hey, if for our viewing audience out there, if you have any questions, now's the time to get them in. We're going to read as many questions as we can in the next 15 minutes or so. We also have some trivia questions for charity that we'll be reading shortly here. All right. What do you guys think of the Saints and Packers, Larry, now that the game is going to be played in Jacksonville?
Well, it's amazing that you brought up the Saints because I actually wanted to talk about the Saints. I wanted to talk not about that game one spread. I mean, I would definitely lean Packers right now. I think the Saints are in for a long season, and not just because of the hurricane and maybe not being at home, but with Jameis Winston and all his turnover issues and all of the people they lost on the other side of the ball. You know, I saw a stat where when a Hall of Fame quarterback retires, you drop by more than 4 wins on average. And I think the defense is not going to be put in all the great situations that they were. I don't believe that Winston can all of a sudden, you know, because he's seeing better, because he's with Sean Payton, not turn the ball over. And I do want to get your opinion, though. I have a prop on this team. Latavius Murray under 530.5 rushing yards. It just seems like he almost got cut. It seems like they like Tony Jones. They like how he catches the ball. And I've been reading that Tony Jones might get 100 carries or 75 to 100 carries. And if that's the case, I think Murray goes under.
So if I'm reacting to that, I think that Latavius Murray is somebody who, because he made the team, I think he's going to end up being like the number 2 running back there. And Jones is going to be that change of pace guy. I'd be a little surprised at this point, unless Murray got hurt or Kamara got hurt, that if Jones gets more than what you said, 100 carries, that seems like a lot. If Kamara were to get hurt, I think Latavius Murray would probably see a big jump in playing time.
Yeah, but I think that's I like that. I mean, first of all, if they're not winning as much, they're probably throwing more, and that takes Latavius Murray off the field. And yeah, he might be the number 2 running back, but Jones, I think, is going to be a factor. He's going to get something in there. I like it, Larry. And I'll ask you this, Dave. If you're going to see, that was a great stat. Hall of Fame quarterback retires, you see a drop of 4 games. Maybe it won't happen to that extent, but they'll probably be worse. Is that good for Alvin Kamara? Should that make us feel even more confident in his ability to get back to the 80 catch mark as he's done every year in his career?
The one worry I have is about whether or not Jameis Winston can completely and consistently find him the ball. When I watched him in the preseason, I know, Adam, you hate reacting to preseason. Jameis was throwing downfield with good accuracy, but when it came to short passes, there was one to Jones that was not it was not an on-target throw. And I'm a little worried about Winston and his career tendency of throwing those intermediate and deeper passes rather than those shorter passes. And I know Sean Payton's trying to beat it into him, not literally, figuratively, to check down and lean on the running back. And of course, the Saints are going to have plays drawn up that are going to be designed screens and certainly slants, Alvin Kamara, stuff like that. It's a matter of whether Jameis thinks about doing that all the time, because Drew Brees did it all the time. When receivers were covered downfield, he's checking it down. When there's a play called for Alvin Kamara, Kamara got the ball in the perfect spot. There will be some lumps here, and I'm a little worried that by the end of the year, he will not be close to 80 catches. It'll be maybe like 65 to 70 receptions for Alvin Kamara over the balance of the season.
All right. Well, he did go third overall in the Draft-A-Thon draft that was done this afternoon. That was Adam Rank who took him. Adam Rank is joining us very soon. Mike, who are some fantasy football targets of yours this year?
I mean, let's start with the Saints. Early in the season, it's going to be Alvin Kamara and Marquez Callaway. With Michael Thomas already ruled out, I do think that Larry's correct. The defense isn't going to put them in quite as many favorable spots, but it's going to lead to some longer fields for them. I do think that the volume will be there for Alvin Kamara. I think the only question is, which Dave kind of brought up there, is the efficiency from Jameis. If Jameis is remotely efficient at all, I think that Kamara is just going to absolutely smash and be maybe RB1 even, frankly, just because of Michael Thomas being out.
Possible.
They're going to find themselves in games where they're going to be trailing a little bit more than they might normally be. And I think those things are going to be absolutely critical for his fantasy value. So in week 1 of DFS anyway, I'm definitely going to be playing Alvin Kamara, Marquez Callaway, and then I'll be bringing it back on the other side with Devontae Adams. I think that the value in New Orleans early in the season, especially if you look at like Callaway's price, right? He's way too cheap in week 1, which means he's likely going to be too cheap in week 2. They're not able his salary overnight, no matter what kind of performance he has. And, unless he comes out and just isn't targeted at all for some reason, nothing is going to fundamentally change enough to make him a bad play in week 2, even if he doesn't perform in week 1. So we'll definitely have a lot of Saints exposure early in the season here.
So from a DFS standpoint, one thing I've talked about on the show, on our podcast, about Marquez Callaway is that it looks like he has some pretty tough cornerbacks on his early season schedule, starting potentially with Jair Alexander in Green Bay in week 1. Does that worry you? I mean, he won't have Stephon Gilmore, so that's the good news, but it's not like that's the only good cornerback that they have in New England. At Carolina in week 2, that's fine. But then you've got New England in week 3, you got the Giants, you got Washington weeks 4 and 5, and then Michael Thomas could be back as early as week 7 after the week 6 bye. But how much do you factor that in? Are there any cornerbacks that you avoid in DFS?
There certainly are. I think the thing that we all know about DFS is the price is what's going to matter more than anything, really. And the price point in week 1 at 3,400 is just simply too low that you're not really ignoring that price point in any matchup in the NFL. The volume is simply going to be there. The game script is actually pretty nice in a competitive game with Green Bay. Everything's just so ideal there that I am not at all worried about the matchup in this one. If that $3,400 price point was, say, $5,600, which is somewhere he probably should be based on the volume that he's going to have and the opportunity he's going to have, then we would start to care a lot more. But at that current price point, it's not a concern at all. I would take him up against literally any corner in the league.
All right, everybody, please keep donating to St. Jude. Larry, let me get your thoughts on some futures. Super Bowl, divisions, whatever it is. What jumps out at you?
A couple things we talked about on some podcasts that are going to be released this week, but I think the Steelers and Mike Tomlin are in for their first losing season. It's never happened. The win total is 8.5. I just think they have the toughest schedule based on projected win totals and based on opponents' records from last season. I know sometimes people say, which do you count more? Well, on either metric, they have the toughest schedule. They got a 39-year-old quarterback. They have lost Bud Dupree, Joe Hayden getting older. I think the defense will be great, but maybe not as dominant. And the offensive line is a disaster. It was terrible last year, and everything I'm reading, everything I'm hearing is that it could be worse. I mean, with Pouncey gone, DeCastro gone, Villanueva gone, etc. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball again.
Yeah.
And so I'm going under on the Steelers. I'm also going under on the Lions. If they had a 20-win season, I would go under 5 on the Lions with the brain trust of Dan Campbell and Anthony Lynn, with Jared Goff instead of Stafford, with the defense that gave up the most points in all of football, in a division where I think the other 3 teams are solid, if not really good. I love them under 5 wins.
All right, you can get much more analysis like this. If it's gambling, if it's DFS, if it's fantasy, whatever, go to Sportsline. And if you want a free year-long subscription, now's your chance. Donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle. That's really important. You got to leave your Twitter handle. Donate in the next 5 minutes. You are eligible for a Sportsline year-long subscription. We will pick someone. We will announce it not long after. Let me make sure we get your trivia question here, guys. All right, so $50 from the CBS Fantasy crew for every correct answer. I don't know that we've gotten any wrong so far. Which tight end in the Super Bowl era holds the record for most yards in a single season as a rookie? Okay, we're looking for the best rookie season in the Super Bowl era in terms of yards. Is it A, Jeremy Shockey, B, Keith Jackson, C, Mike Ditka, or D, Evan Ingram? Would you like the options again?
You're asking me? I know the answer.
No, you're not allowed. No, you're out.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
It's not Ingram. I'll go with Shockey.
All right, Shockey, Keith Jackson, Ditka, and Ingram. You say Shockey. Mike, how about you?
I will say Shockey unless we're talking about most drops in a rookie season.
Jeremy Shockey is the answer. Good job. You know what? I tried to throw a little trick in there with Ditka because he does have the most yards for a rookie tight end, but it was before the Super Bowl era. So I'm not sure if you guys knew that and you were just too smart, or you just kind of got it wrong but got it right. Either way, Jeremy Shockey is the answer. How about that?
I just knew with the New York, centric attitude that it was likely to be Shockey.
Yeah, and the UM centric attitude for sure, man. To Mike and Larry, thank you guys very much for hopping on. We appreciate it.
Great job tonight. I'm loving the coverage.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. I hope you're saying that at midnight, Larry, because I'm going to be running on fumes by then. All right, Dave. We've got some good guests coming up. We got Adam Rank and Eric Young joining us. So
two of my faves. I've always wanted to, be on our airwaves with Adam Rank. I never officially have. We've been on other podcasts together, and now we're going to be on this show together. And EY is awesome. Like anytime you can get a professional wrestler talking fantasy football, and he's passionate about both of those things, you really have to take advantage and listen and enjoy. So two of my favorite guys for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, EY took Clyde Edwards-Helaire in round 2 in a 3-receiver PPR league.
I never said he was smart. I just said I wanted to listen.
Well, I can say this to his face.
But don't tell him I said that, because then I'm going to end up in a pile driver, and that'll be bad.
Oh no, there he is.
Oh no!
You guys know how this works, right?
Yeah. That's
okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing great, man. I think the most prized thing that COVID has taken away from me is being able to be locked in a room with you, Adam, for 12 hours. So this is a good reprieve and an excellent gift. I feel like this is the pro wrestling segment of the show, so I'm excited to be part of that.
You know what? You are right about that. It is the pro wrestling segment of the show, and we got to bring Adam Rank back on.
Yes.
On with Dave.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You and Dave are on a segment together.
Finally. By the way, I'm a little thrown off I almost broke kayfabe right there, right out of the gate. Breaking kayfabe. Eric's wearing a collared shirt. Now I feel inappropriate.
I'm not going to show what I'm wearing on my legs.
Okay, fair enough.
Or am I wearing
I don't want to know.
Hey, Adam, when does Justin Fields become the starting quarterback for the Bears?
Week 2. I don't know. I think after he comes in the second half in week 1 against the Rams, they'll go through the song and dance of letting Andy Dalton play the Andy Dalton revenge game.
Yeah.
And then, here we go. You know what? Here's what I don't understand. Football is a violent sport. And all the whiny ass little soft millennials, look, you can't start him against Aaron Donald. You're like, hey, every team has good players. Like, there's not a player on the Bengals who could injure him. Like, they're going to play the Browns in week 3 who have Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney. Like, hey, like it's going to be a theme throughout the entire season. So let's just play him. Let's just do our thing. But, it's Andy Reid's history and the coaching tree, and you never want to play the rookie quarterbacks.
All right. Am I a millennial? I think I'm on the border. Oh, no, I'm a millennial. Do you think I'm...
If you have to ask, you are. Do you know who...
soft millennial? Do you think that is that me?
I just think, honestly, you're whiny and soft. I don't know if your generation has anything to do with it.
I can't disagree with any of that. All right. We are doing today in our Draft-A-Thon here presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies. Dave already finished your Snickers over there?
Halfway done.
Okay.
I'm trying to watch it, especially when I'm on with two svelte men like this.
The 3 svelte men.
Yeah, I don't know if you count.
No, I don't count. We're going to do some fantasy superlatives, okay? So here's your first one. Who is this year's Ultimate Warrior? That would be a talent who will do well, but you'll feel kind of icky rostering anyway. Who is this year's Ultimate Warrior?
Oh, that seems a little harsh. That I feel terrible rostering? Well, for me, it would be, I'm sorry, Eric, I'm cutting you off. I feel like I've talked way too much. Like, Eric's a former world champion. And by the way, Christian...
Two-time.
Listen, Christian Cage, we're happy that you're back. There's nothing better than seeing you back in professional wrestling. I've been a huge fan ever since the days of the Brood. And by the way, Doc Ellis is out of his mind. I would have brought you back for another match. But here's the thing. You have something that belongs to my friend, and it's only a matter of time before it goes back to its rightful owner. So enjoy what you got going right now. Enjoy your matches with Kenny Omega, because the clock has started, and it's coming for you. Sorry, that was me being a mark. Huge thrill.
When you have friends like Adam, you don't even need to say anything. I'm just going to sit here. We're going great for me.
He's your heater.
Eric is legitimately like a friend of mine. Like, I would say, like, we're friends. Like, we've hung out. I've had dinner with your wife and everything. Like, we're legitimate friends. It's 100%. A thing. I still freak out every time. I still want to mark out. Like, every time. Like, we drove him to an NXT show one time at the Palladium. One of the best wrestling shows I've been to. And I don't know how they do it. Right when we pulled up the car, there was the kid with the autograph book. Hey, do you mind? Like, we just pulled up. I don't know how that is, but I freaked out. Anyways, we were talking about the Ultimate Warrior. I am so sorry. I'll get us back on track here. You know who it is? You know who it honest to God is for me? And this happened last year. It's Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't want him on my roster, but I know that there is nobody who does petty better than Aaron Rodgers, and he's going to go out there and have a great season. So I don't want to enjoy it, but it's inevitable. So I might as well get the fantasy rewards for it. And that is my Ultimate Warrior for this season.
Okay. EY, what do you got?
Yeah, Ultimate Warrior for me. And I'm going to have this guy, I think, probably on a ton of my teams. I have him on a few of them already, and that's Cortland Sutton. Just a massive belief in him last year going into his second year. Even bigger belief this year. The Teddy Bridgewater thing does worry me slightly. Not exactly a guy that whips it down the field. Jerry Jeudy is another guy that I really like. I don't think there's a ton of balls going to be going around in Denver. I think they're going to want to run the ball a lot with Gordon and Javonte Williams. But that's a guy that I'm going to own, and I'm going to have him a ton of places, and that's kind of a guy that I'm going after wherever I can. But I still kind of feel gross about it. I think he's going to be a number one, but I'm not completely convinced.
Okay. Dave, did you have an answer for this, or are we just having our
Sure. Speak to me, Warriors! I'll spare you the whole Ultimate Warrior shtick here. I'm going to go with Melvin Gordon.
Well, this is why. This is where it appears. Do it. Do the Ultimate Warrior thing.
I'm not going to do it, Adam. I'm done. It's 9:30 at night. I'm way up past my bedtime as it is, and I have technical issues going on. I got to really just take it easy. I might have a heart attack, and there's 4 Snickers here.
What a millennial. Wow.
Big time. So, look, Melvin Gordon is the pick. We know that he's going to end up being the 1A, I guess, to begin the season. It feels gross. He's one of the older backs, but he's got an opportunity, and that's the name of the game in fantasy football, is that he's going to have that opportunity to go and get good numbers, or at least good carries on a game-to-game basis, maybe a couple catches on top of it. So put the face paint on him, put the tassels on each bicep, let him run onto the field at Mile High.
Okay, and now at some point in this segment, you'll all figure out, and this will probably be it, that I didn't write these questions, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Who is this year's Santino Marella, the out-of-nowhere sleeper for your team? EY, why don't you start?
Yeah, okay. The out of nowhere sleeper for me is OJ Howard, a guy that was really good to start the year. And I know Gronk warmed up as the day goes by or as the season went by. Him and Brady have this unconscious connection, but OJ Howard is healthy. I think he's back. I think he's going to be the touchdown maker for this team, the red zone guy for this team. Even though Gronk is there, I just have this weird gut feeling you can get him last, your very last pick. I'm getting him at the end of my best ball drafts all over the place because just size, speed, body composition of a guy like that. Tom Brady wants to win. And if you want to win, you throw it to OJ Howard. So that I just feel he's going to be just a touchdown maker this year.
All right. Adam, what do you got?
I'm going to go with J.J. Taylor, who has been a player that I've been stumping for quite some time. And when I started talking about him in July, everybody's like, well, they got Sony Michel there. There's no way he's going to find a way or find a role. And good luck getting goal line carries with Cam around, which is like, this is why I always hate doing drafts so late, is that you miss out on having prognostications and some foresight and looking ahead. Because like the OJ, and for Eric, the OJ Howard thing, like that'll end up being a thing in week 3 and everybody will jump on board. We'll all get on our shows. We'll forget that Eric said that. And we'll just claim it as our own and be like, yep, we're taking OJ Howard. You never heard that the whole summer. But JJ Taylor's been a player that I really like. I think that he kind of reminds me a lot of what Rex Burkhead does when he's healthy. And I think that he can catch the ball really well. I think I know that they have Stevenson there and everybody's going crazy for him because what he did in the preseason. But I think JJ Taylor has a real opportunity to carve out a role with this Patriots running attack. And really, if you're one of those people that say like, well, I don't trust the Patriots running. You're like, they just avoid it. Like, I just think less of them. It's like when people say like, I only watch one wrestling company on Monday and Friday nights. And I'm like, well, then you're missing out on a world of stuff that's amazing. And I think less of you. No, actually I do. I think less of you because there's some great stuff going around. Okay. That's you. So if you want to be that simple casual and you don't want to play a Patriots running back, that's fine. I'm in.
Okay.
If you draft JJ Taylor, how long are you willing to keep him on your bench for?
I mean, it really does depend on how you're constructing your roster this season. I know in years past, you don't normally carry 2 quarterbacks. You don't normally carry 2 tight ends, but I think with COVID and everything going on, it's a little bit more difficult now. I think that I've got a spot for him carved out. Like I'm hoping that my wide receiver, like I don't have to make a lot of moves at wide receiver, that my running backs can hold steady to allow me an opportunity to keep JJ Taylor around. Because it's going to be like, you're going to have to pick your spots with them. Like that is one of the biggest things about the Patriots. You have to pick your spots, but when you do, and it hits, it's awesome.
All right. Gonna talk about a giveaway right now in just a minute. Trophy Smack. Check out these rings. We're gonna get the image up for you. Trophy Smack ring giveaway. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Please leave your Twitter handle. That's the only way you can be eligible to win. Donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your handle. Doesn't matter how much you donate, but obviously we'd love to get as many and as much as we can. We have a really awesome giveaway. Hopefully you saw it in the last hour here, but it's basically a championship ring for your fantasy league from Trophy Smack. It is awesome, and please donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle, and you're eligible to win one. Oh, look at that.
There it is.
Freaking awesome.
Can I say
one of those?
That's cool.
Can I say something about this, Adam?
Sure. You're never.
No. It's positive. Listen, no. It's positive because a lot of I see a lot of these things where people have these gargantuan trophies or something crazy like that, like something huge and obnoxious. Your significant other will never let you keep that in the house. That goes directly to the garage. You win a ring from Trophy Smack. You show up at your fantasy draft. You throw it on. You can display it in your house. And your significant other will be like, they'll roll their eyes. They'll allow that to be on the mantle. A big trophy, not happening. So check out Trophy Smack. You won't be disappointed.
That's a pretty good point right there. All right, listen, we're running out of time, so let's do one more here, and then we got to get the trivia question in for the donation. Who are this year's Road Warriors? The duo you want to have on your roster. This is 2 players from the same team. Dave, Richard, I'm going to let you start. 2 players from the same team. Your Road Warriors.
I've thought about this a lot today, and the two receivers that I think I would consider doing a friendship strategy with, the whole idea of taking two receivers from the same team, hoping that one of them hits, is in Las Vegas with Henry Ruggs and Bryan Edwards. I know Waller's going to be the top target getter. I want the second best guy. We think that Ruggs is going to be that guy. We think he's got more upside. Certainly, he's got the speed on his side. Las Vegas has to use him more in the passing game. Otherwise, they're going to look like fools for drafting him in the first place. But Bryan Edwards is caught on as one of those perimeter receivers that's got some physicality to him, huge catch radius. We know that Derek Carr likes that from Darren Waller. Certainly, he would like that from Bryan Edwards. And we haven't seen either of these receivers play in the preseason. And I wonder if that's just because they're trying to hide him and save him so that the rest of the league doesn't catch up to them. And the best part is that maybe at worst case scenario, round 9 on Henry Ruggs. But you can probably get him in round 10 or round 11 in your home leagues. And half the people in your home leagues won't even know who Bryan Edwards is. These are two receivers that you can take with your late pick. One of them will end up being starter for your fantasy team.
I'm going to go to EY next. What do you got? Teammates.
Yeah, for me, it's a pipe dream, but I actually did it in a friends league. I went Mahomes and Kelsey, and it makes your team look really weird. I don't advise it, but for me, I mean, if I was a gambling person, I would bet that Mahomes ends as the quarterback 1, and Kelsey again ends as the tight end 1. That's a really good place to be. I think you can coddle together running backs and some wide receivers and make your team pretty decent. The reality is at the end of the year, look at your team. I bet you'll have less than 5 people that you drafted through trades and waiver wire. So that's my team. Honorable mention to Tua and Will Fuller. Really believe in that combination this year.
Oh, all right. Adam, your Road Warriors.
I'm going to go with, I know a lot of people like to do the quarterback wide receiver stack, or as Eric was doing with the quarterback and tight end. I'm going to go quarterback running back, and it's going to be Ryan Tannehill with Derrick Henry. Obviously, I'm not fearing any sort of regression for Derrick Henry because he is a special human being. Like if you've seen him in person, you're like, I don't care if he had 900 carries last season. They're going to go back to him. But you have to remember, Ryan Tannehill had 7 rushing touchdowns last season. Darrington Evans is not going to be a factor. So if you have those two players, you have every rushing touchdown the Titans will get this season. Unless they run A.J. Brown in a jet sweep or something, you're getting pretty much 95% of every rushing touchdown of the Tennessee Titans. And they're going to get a lot, especially with that schedule in that division, playing against some banged up defenses. I love that combo.
All right,
that's a sick combo. By the way, last year, Adam,
yes,
16 games, those two played together. 10 times Tannehill had at least 20 fantasy points, and Derrick Henry had at least 15 PPR points in the same game.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good combo. Adam, I have the 4th pick in a PPR league tomorrow. Should I stop being a whiny-ass millennial and just take Derrick Henry? Because I'm really on the fence.
Well, I honestly, like the first 3, I love that CMC, Dalvin Cook, and Alvin obviously should be the first 3 gone. The only other person I would consider possibly over Derrick Henry is Austin Eckler because he's a great receiver out of the backfield. I don't know. I still like Derrick Henry. I think people get scared off way too much because of the whole notion of the PPR. I wouldn't be afraid of him.
All right, EY, should I take Henry or Zeke?
You're always going to get Henry for me. Joe Pisapia broke my heart today by taking Henry right in front of me. Next time I see him, I'm going to fist fight him. I'm pretty sure.
Then I'm not going to take Derrick Henry because that's how you report it.
I'm not in that draft. I fully support it. He's not a human being, and people want to compare him to Emmitt Smith, and he's double the size of Emmitt Smith. Modern science is a thing. He's not a human being. He could run the ball 400 times this year and be completely fine.
Fellas, here's your trivia question. Correct answer leads to a $50 donation to St. Jude. Who was the last non-quarterback to win Super Bowl MVP? Who was the last non-quarterback to win Super Bowl MVP? I would say this is the hardest one yet.
Is it Julian?
It wasn't that hard. Julian Edelman is the answer. Good job. I had a feeling.
That's my guess too, I guess.
Nice work.
Should have been Damian Williams.
I love having you guys on. Bring the energy.
Is that it? Wait, hold on. Is that it? Did I eat up all of Eric's time? Because now I feel terrible. I cut a promo on Christian. I'm so sorry.
That was great. I hope he sees it.
Can somebody at the CBS, can somebody clip that off and send it to me so I can put it on our social media?
I'm sure we can make that happen.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna require a St. Jude donation. So
100%. Yeah, you got it.
Thank you, guys.
The donation? All right. Good.
Yeah, there we
got
it. Adam Rank, Eric Young, Be good. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
gentlemen.
guys.
Appreciate
Good luck tonight.
Thank you
have
very
fun.
much. Thank you. And everybody, please keep on coming with the donations here. Catching up on some of the winners. We're giving away some great stuff tonight. Sportsline, your subscription. Matt Ruiz, Trophy Smacks Rings winner. Dave, guess what? It's Derek Richard. He's one of our most dedicated audience members. That's awesome.
And it's not me. I swear they're not just giving me the ring. There's actually somebody out there named Derek Richard who is not me. It's not my burner account. I don't even know who he is. But he's a great fan, and we're happy for his donation, and congratulations on the win.
All right, we're giving away another commish league shortly, so stay tuned for that. Right now, I want to get a couple of guests on. Samantha Praviti from the Action Network and Scott Engel from Sportsline are joining us. We're going to talk about 3 players that we draft a lot. Let's get Samantha and Scott to join us now. There's Scott Engel and there's Samantha. Good evening, guys, and lady. Samantha, how you doing?
I'm doing so great. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being a part of this special night, and we were thrilled to have you on. Scott Engel, what's up?
Hey, good to see you, Adam. And it's always a homecoming to be with my good friend Dave Richard, and Samantha. Pleasure to be with you as well.
So I wanted to ask you guys 3 players that you draft a lot. Samantha, why don't you go first? Tell us players that you keep on drafting.
Yeah, some players that maybe are not super, super popular that I've been drafting a lot of are Matt Ryan at QB 14. Of the quarterbacks just currently consensus ranked outside of the top 12, I just think he has a really clear path to finish inside that. Yes, he lost Julio, but I'm super, super excited about Kyle Pitts this season, and I think Atlanta's going to be in a number of negative game scripts, so I think that's going to be really awesome for Matt Ryan. He's like, I've seen him falling super, super late in drafts, so he's been a really good QB2 target for me. On the wide receiver side, I really like Amon-Ra St. Brown, especially with the news of Rashad Perriman getting released yesterday. He's wide receiver 79 in half PPR, and he just has a very clear path to be a wide receiver 1 in, yes, it's not a sexy offense, a Jared Goff-led offense, but I think he has just such little competition, and I'm really, really excited about him. And then the final guy that I'm going to say is James White at RB48. He's an obvious PPR target, but with Mac Jones under center, Jones has significantly more arm strength than Newton, admittedly a low bar, but he's not super accurate with the deep passes, so I think that White's going to see a lot of targets. This is going to be a really good bounce back year for him.
Oh man, that's definitely one that's on a lot of my teams as well. And James White, I just think, I say it all the time. James White, Giovanni Bernard, J.D. McKissick, maybe Nyheim Hines. PPR leagues are just going so much later than they usually go. I guess none of them had. Well, McKissick had a good year last year, but none of them had that great Tariq Cohen type year. So. You get great value on them. All right, we're going to get Scott's in a second. But, Scott, I want you to talk about anything you heard there from Samantha that if you find interesting. Matt Ryan, I admit, I've been passing him up. I feel like, first of all, I'm sure most of us have our QB1 before Matt Ryan. But even as, I don't know why I've gravitated toward, Ben Roethlisberger, maybe a guy like Tua who might have more upside. Maybe I'm overlooking Matt Ryan. Samantha also said Amon-Ra St. Brown and James White. Scott, what stood out to you from those 3?
Matt Ryan gets overlooked, but quarterback is deep. So, that's really, good advice if you're playing Superflex, because Superflex leagues are growing so much. You don't have to, when you're playing Superflex, you don't have to go bang, bang 2 superstar quarterbacks in the first 2 rounds. If you get a Mahomes, a Murray in the first round, you can wait a few rounds and you can get Matt Ryan as your second Superflex quarterback. And I think you'll be very happy. Ryan's not considered, an exciting name anymore, but that team's going to still throw a lot. I think they'll have more offensive balance with Mike Davis there, but with Calvin Ridley, with Russell Gage, with Kyle Pitts, who Samantha mentioned, that's still going to be a pass-first offense, I think. With Amon-Ra St. Brown, it's really about opportunity. There's not a whole lot there. The Lions, they have the worst receiving crew in the NFC. And then, if you're looking for those pass-catching backs, another name to file away is Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right, that's a good point. All right, give me 3 players that you draft a lot, Scott.
Yeah, Michael Carter of the New York Jets is somebody that I'm getting a lot on the 6-7 turn. I know there's a lot of reports of the Jets' backfield being muddled, but this Jets regime just has to be smarter than the last one. And it would not be smart to leave maybe their most dynamic player on offense other than Elijah Moore. They're both dynamic off the field. Now, Jacob Gibbs in our fantasy football draft Bible at Sportsline, you have to read his comprehensive breakdown of Michael Carter and just everything he does. The kid's electric. He doesn't need to be a feature back. He's versatile. He can be about efficiency. He averaged 8 yards a carry in his last year in college. If the Jets want to win ball games, he's a much-needed dynamic element to that offense. Speaking of electric, you down there in South Florida, Dave, you get a chance to see this kid up close. Yep. Jalen Waddle with busted ankles, enjoyed practices, playing with his former college teammate. He could end up being the number 1 wide receiver for the Dolphins right away. Comparisons to Tyreek Hill. Tua doesn't have to throw downfield to him. This kid can be a yardage after the catch demon and beat defenses in so many ways, and they have the established connection. And the other guy that I'm getting very late in drafts, although he's moving up a little bit to say round 12 instead of round 15, is Gerald Everett of the Seahawks. Last year, the Seahawks in the second half of the year, the offense really sputtered because defenses were playing 2 safety high looks against them, and they didn't adjust. Russell Wilson had 6 points, 6 games below 20 fantasy points, and 3 of actually below 16 points. The Seahawks this year under new offensive coordinator Shane Waldron are going to take what defenses give them, a high percentage passing game, more efficient in moving the ball, and Gerald Everett's a part of that. There's reports out of Seattle he's going to operate as essentially the 3rd wide receiver. They want to get yardage after the catch. Last year, Everett was 3rd among all tight ends in yardage per reception after the catch. He's going to be a factor in that Seahawks offense as they try to move the ball more efficiently and on key downs and near the goal line. You could see Gerald Everett become a fantasy tight end 1 this year.
Dave, you talked about Everett on the podcast. I think that's airing tomorrow that we recorded earlier today. That's really an interesting take, but I actually want to get everybody's opinion on Jalen Waddle versus Will Fuller. I'm guessing Scott's going Waddle there. Dave, where are you going, Waddle or Fuller?
I'm going Waddle as well. Scott's right. I saw him up close. And honestly, I've watched him in the preseason, and there were times this preseason where he was getting open and Tua was missing him. And usually when I see that happen early on in the year, it's corrected soon thereafter. So I think that there's a real opportunity for Jalen Waddle to pick up a lot of catches and be used as sort of that short and mid-range target. And that'll help Tua. That's where breakout quarterbacks come from, is having that target inside of 20 yards, but after 10 yards down the field, Waddle's perfect for that. He gets open on a slant every time. Will Fuller missing week 1. We don't know how many other games he's going to miss because that's something that he's typically done over the course of his career. He's only played with Deshaun Watson. His best numbers have come with Deshaun Watson. I don't think he's going to be used the same way in Miami as he was in Houston. I think Waddle is clear and away the better receiver to take in fantasy.
Samantha, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Fuller has some upside definitely in best ball formats just because of the way he is in terms of like missing games and that risk. So that's obviously mitigated in best ball formats. But yeah, with Waddle, it seems like a way better scheme fit with Tua's skill set. So I'm absolutely leaning him if it's between those 2.
And Scott, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming you're going Waddle over Fuller. So I'm going to ask you Waddle or Devontae Smith.
I'm going to go Waddle because with Devontae Smith, as much as I like him, I think it's a lot to ask a rookie wide receiver and to come in and be the number 1 wide receiver for his team right away and be more of a focus of defensive game plans and backfields right away. You know, they're both upside plays, but I think Devontae Smith is going to face more defensive attention. Whereas Miami has Parker, they have Fuller, they have, at wide receiver, I'm not even counting in the tight end. Waddle is my favorite rookie wide receiver, maybe my favorite rookie outside of Najee Harris.
Wow. Okay, so I want to talk about a giveaway real quick. We're giving away CBS Commissioner Leagues. Donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle. This is an amazing value. You want to get a free CBS Commissioner League? Just make a donation to St. Jude in the next 5 minutes, and please leave your Twitter handle. We're giving away so much stuff all throughout the night. Remember, we're live until midnight Eastern. We're having a lot of fun giving away a lot of stuff here. And now it is time for some more donations. It is time for our trivia questions. I got 2 for Samantha and Scott. All right, so this one I think is actually pretty hard. This is probably the hardest one so far. I'm sorry. But I know Scott's an NFC West guy. So maybe you have a little insight. We'll see. All right, here we go. There were oddly enough, three NFC West running backs who caught exactly 4 touchdowns last year. 4 touchdown catches by NFC West running backs. Can you name 2 of them?
Chris Carson.
Yeah.
And Cam Akers.
Okay, that's incorrect. Samantha, the
One out of two.
NFC West running back?
Ooh, Chase Edmonds.
Yes, we got it. Yes.
That's what I thought first, and then I said no. Okay.
Now, Dave,
teamwork there, though. That's cool.
Totally random guess. So,
Dave, if you get the third one, I will mail you like a case of Snickers.
A case of Snickers?
Yeah.
So that means it's somebody that's probably out of the way. I'll say Kyle Juszczyk, but I don't think he had 4 touchdowns.
You got it. Yes. Case of Snickers. Woo, coming your way.
Snickers party at my house, everybody. Woo!
All right, $50 donated. Next trivia question number 2. Name the top 5 running backs in average draft position. This is both CBS ADP, Fantasy Pros Consensus, PPR ADP. I'm going to say not in order because it depends on the site. I think you guys can get this. Top 5 running backs in ADP.
This is easier than the last one.
Yes.
McCaffrey, Cook, Kamara, Henry, Zeke.
Samantha, we agree, disagree?
I agree.
$50 more.
I'll disagree just to be a stickler.
That was pretty easy. I probably should have gone with the 6th one, but I didn't think there was a consensus. But yes, it is McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Kamara, and Zeke. You guys, let's say you have the 3rd pick. Who do you take? Samantha, who's your 3rd overall pick?
Alvin Kamara.
Scott?
I'm going to go Alvin Kamara in a single QB, and I will go Kyler Murray in a super flex.
I'm going to ask you one more question, rankings question. Rank these 3 wide receivers. Chase Claypool, Brandon Ayuk, T. Higgins. Dave, you go first. Claypool, Ayuk, Higgins.
I actually did something before I came down here. I was looking at the 49ers, and I had a revelation about Ayuk. The ranking that I now have is Higgins, Claypool, Ayuk.
Oh, a bad revelation about Ayuk. Okay, we'll get into that in a moment. Scott, Claypool, Ayuk, Higgins.
I actually have the 2 of them close to each other. I have Higgins at 21. I think he's going to be the best of the wide receivers from Cincinnati this year. Ayuk at 22. I think he's going to have a breakout. Chase Claypool isn't consistent for me. I have him at 39.
Wow. Okay. Samantha.
Yeah, I have it Higgins, Ayuk, and Claypool. I'm super high on Higgins, especially with some of the reports that Jamar Chase isn't looking necessarily as good as we hoped. So, and then I think that Deontay Johnson is going to be the top target of that offense. So, but it's all pretty close in terms of Ayuk and Claypool.
T. Higgins, what a monster season he had. I think 5 of his last 6 games with Burrow, he had more than 70 yards. So looking forward, he's number 1 for me as well in that group. Samantha, Scott, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great to talk with both of you.
Yes, and thank you to everybody for all the donations. Keep them coming. We have a winner getting a CBS Commissioner League. Congratulations to Kyle Smith, and thank you very much for your donation. All right, Dave, talk about your Brandon Ayuk revelation real quick before we bring Sia Najad on.
So we are going to have on the site a wrap-up of the passing games from week 3 of the preseason. And obviously everybody saw in San Francisco that Jimmy Garoppolo started, Trey Lance came in. And usually when you see that second quarterback come in, it doesn't lead to an increase in pass attempts. It usually means more rushing. You go back last year, the 49ers were league average in pass attempts per game. They were lower than league average the year before that. Something tells me that as long as Trey Lance is sharing with Jimmy Garoppolo, they're going to run the ball a lot. And that means fewer pass attempts all the way around in San Francisco. And when George Kittle was healthy last year, it was 5.5 targets a game for Ayuk and 5.5 targets per game for Deebo Samuel. I'm not naive enough to think that it's going to be exactly that same number for both of them. In fact, I think Samuel's targets could dip a little bit from 5.5, but Ayuk's isn't going to go up to a high range. So that means he would have to be super efficient. Garoppolo is an okay quarterback, not a great explosive one. Trey Lance still has some work to do. I just kind of threw in the towel on these receivers. I don't mind taking Ayuk in round 6, but I know I'm not going to get him there. You just heard about how Samantha and Scott were big fans of his. So I think Ayuk is going to be a little bit overdrafted at this point. I don't see him getting the target volume that you'd want to get from a number 2 fantasy receiver.
Yeah, sometimes you can get him in round 6. His ADP is about round 5, round 6, so it's going to depend on the draft. But we've got 2 more awesome guests joining us to finish up the 9 o'clock hour. Let's bring in Sia Nejad. You can hear him on the Fantasy DFS podcast. And Ken Walker, big YouTube guy and a big fantasy guy as well. Sia, welcome to the show. How you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm upset, Adam. An hour ago, you asked a couple of panelists name 5 football movies, and nobody said Any Given Sunday. That's upsetting. I'm upset.
Yeah, Any Given Sunday. I watched that for the first time, I think during the pandemic, like a year ago. And Al Pacino is the worst coach ever. He has absolutely no regard for his quarterback's life. I mean, none. He put him in like on his dying like last legs, as I recall. So shame on him, because people put him in as like the best movie coach. I think we did a roster based on characters. He's evil. So please don't let him be your coach. Ken, welcome to our Draft-A-Thon. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, man. I'm happy to be here.
How many fantasy teams do you have?
I haven't played fantasy football in the last year, so I currently don't have any as of right now.
Oh man, you got time.
Yeah, missing out. Yeah.
So how come you took some time off? Because I know you used to be a big fantasy guy.
Yeah, for sure. So I got kind of busy, just kind of doing everything else. So it kind of got hard to maintain, and I kind of stopped watching football games here and there. So I kind of got lost in it. So I just kind of took a step back for a second, but I may get back into it in the next year or so.
I can understand that. Look, I know a lot of people didn't play last year for many reasons. Obviously, COVID being one of them. We're getting a lot more people coming back this year, so hopefully you still have some time. Hopefully, we can get you to come back as well. Sia, I know you're on the DFS show, but let's talk a little season-long stuff here. Let's talk about some strategy. I'll ask both of you guys, but Sia, a little quarterback strategy.
Well, I typically wait on quarterback unless a guy like Kyler Murray drops. If we're talking like a 12-team league, if he drops to like the 5th or 6th round, I'll probably jump on Kyler Murray. Maybe about 20 picks later, I might take a Russell Wilson. But if I don't get either of those guys, I'm not gonna pay up for Mahomes or Josh Allen or who am I missing there? Mahomes, Josh Allen, and of course Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So otherwise, I would just wait and maybe grab Jalen Hurts later, or maybe grab Joe Burrow, something like that.
Ken, I know you're not currently in a league, but do you have any players you enjoy watching, any quarterbacks that you'd want on your fantasy team?
Absolutely. So if I had the option, Patrick Mahomes, obviously, but like you said, you just don't want to go too early for those type of guys. So I think for my first 5, I'm normally looking for 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and maybe a quarterback, depending on who's available. If not, I think I may just go for a 3rd wide receiver. But no, I like watching football a lot. So I like guys like Tyreek Hill. Lamar Jackson is one of my favorites now. I like watching Calvin Ridley. I'm from Atlanta, so I'm a huge Falcons fan. Julio Jones, I love watching them. Even when I was younger, then we go Warwick Dunn, Mike Vick, players like that. So
yeah. Man. All right. So as a Falcons fan, by the way, you are ready to jump right back in with your quarterback strategy. 2 running backs, 2 receivers, quarterback, perfect.
Yeah.
What do you think about Kyle Pitts this year? How are you feeling about him? He is probably, I would say, the most interesting player in fantasy football this year. People just don't know. Well, actually, people know exactly how they feel about him. There's some people love him and some people like pump the brakes. How do you feel about Kyle Pitts?
I would say it's almost like a toss-up when it's kind of not. Kind of just really depends after going into that first week. I like him, honestly. I mean, I know some people are kind of on the fence about him, but I enjoy it. I enjoy watching him.
Yeah, so Dave, what's your official Kyle Pitts stance at this point? The rookie tight end who people are drafting as if he will be the best rookie tight end in NFL history. And honestly, he's got a great chance to do it. First of all, he got an extra game. But secondly, he's arguably the best tight end prospect ever.
He's not really a tight end. He's a wide receiver who you get to start as a tight end in fantasy. That really makes a difference. And I've watched him practice. He's got size, obviously. He's got speed, obviously. And he lined up all over the place for Atlanta's offense in their joint practice against the Dolphins. He was split out wide. He was in the slot, both sides of the offensive line. He was an inline tight end. He lined up. He was crouched behind the right tackle. He was in the backfield. He was a fullback. He's going to be all over the place. You go back and you look at how Jonnu Smith was used in Tennessee, and it's going to be the same thing, but it's going to be that on steroids, and you're going to see a lot of targets for Kyle Pitts. I like drafting him, but I'm not into drafting him with the top 50 pick. There are too many other players that I consider more reliable and safer and guys that I want for my lineup ahead of Kyle Pitts. But if he's there after 50th overall, I'm absolutely taking a long look at him. And if I need a tight end, if I haven't taken one already, I'm probably taking him.
All right, I want you to rank TJ Hockenson, Kyle Pitts, and Mark Andrews.
This is PPR, I'm assuming. So I'll go TJ Hockenson, Kyle Pitts, and Mark Andrews.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this group of tight ends, it's amazing because this is historically a really bad range for tight ends. We've had, over the last 5 seasons, we've had 21 tight ends drafted in rounds 4 through 6, and 5 of them had five of them finished in the top 5, and 3 of them were Travis Kelce. So that's the history you're up against there with those 3. But I keep drafting in that range too, so I like it. Ken, if I could bring up maybe a bad moment, can you take us through your emotions during the Falcons-Patriots Super Bowl?
Oh, man.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I already knew where you were going with it when you said emotions. It was a pretty steep fall up that roller coaster. It's kind of the best way to explain it. It was one of those moments where you thought you were going to win, you knew you were going to win, and then you just didn't. And it was hard to accept. It was heartbreaking for sure. I mean, my entire family, we were all heartbroken watching that.
I was too. I mean, I think it's just our God-given right to root against the Patriots. And
yeah, it's just
going so well for a half.
It was just one of those moments where you just give praise to Tom Brady and you just go to the next season. That's all you can really do about it.
I don't root against Tom Brady, right? Yeah, I root against the Patriots, but I love Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a Washington fan, right?
You're talking to me, of course. Yeah, well, that's Santana Moss behind me holding up the 21 for Sean Taylor. So I assume that question was for me.
Yeah. So what's your worst Washington football team, even before they were the football team, your worst memory, your most gut-wrenching memory? This is a really fun hour, everybody. What's your worst?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind, because, we haven't been good really since 1991, but we were good in RG3's rookie year. And so when we were up on Seattle, I believe we were up 14 points on Seattle in that wild card playoff game. And you saw RG3 hurt his knee, and then he sort of kept hurting his knee, and Mike Shanahan kept him in the game, speaking of any given Sunday. Long story short, they ended up losing the game, and RG3, unfortunately, just kept aggravating that knee injury in the game, and I think it really derailed his career. So that was a really sad moment, because I can tell you the city of Washington had their arms wrapped around RG3 in a way that I hadn't seen since, like, Doug Williams in 1987.
And that framed Johnson jersey, I'm assuming that is undrafted free agent Danny Johnson of this year's Washington football team?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm just
yes. Not Urban Magic, but Danny.
Oh, whoever that guy is. All right, Dave. So let's do some more rankings. I like put together these trios here of players to rank. Let's see. We did some quarterbacks earlier. How about Miles Sanders, Gus Edwards, Myles Gaskin? All right, you're looking for your RB2 maybe. Miles Sanders, Gus Edwards, Myles Gaskin. How would you rank them?
Yes, Gaskin is going to be first for me. I'm convinced that he's the Dolphins' best running back, and I think the Dolphins coaching staff will see that, and they'll give him the same type of treatment they gave him last year, where he was playing about 60% of the snaps in pretty much every game that he was playing. I'm nervous about Miles Sanders. I'm going to put him third. I think Gus Edwards has a little bit more upside as the lead running back in Baltimore. Sanders I don't know how secure his job is right now in Philadelphia. I don't think they like him in passing down situations. I don't think he's a lock to get fed the ball when they're inside the 5 or even at the 2. Jalen Hurts can certainly take it in from that spot. And Boston Scott's not a bad running back. We were kind of retaught that this preseason. When he played on 5 snaps in his 3rd preseason game, he had 3 touches. He took 1 to the house in the game. I think he's a serviceable running back, and Kenneth Gainwell is going to carve out a little role as well. So Miles Sanders was someone you and I were both very excited about last year, Adam. This year, not so much.
Yeah, I'm good with him. I'm in on Sanders in round 5. I think people are killing him a little bit too much. I understand that he may not have a 3-down role, at least not at the start, but he is the most talented running back on that team. And I think he's going to surprise people. And he barely played this preseason. I think that has sunk his ranking a little bit, but there's a reason he barely played, because he's a starter. Like I keep forgetting to give our next giveaway, another Trophy Smack ring. These things are awesome. Donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle, and we're giving away another Trophy Smack ring. I want one of these. I'm not eligible, but you are, so please donate right now. Ken, what's it going to be like to watch Julio Jones on another team, man? I love Julio Jones. Can he get it done with the Titans?
I definitely think he still has a lot left in the tank. And I think with him having a quarterback who is willing to throw the deep ball, also with them having a run game that has to be respected, I think that's going to open up a lot more for him. So I think Julio is going to be a fun guy to watch this season for sure.
I can't wait. Dave, Sia, I'll let you guys both answer. Julio Jones or DJ Moore?
Go ahead, Sia.
I like DJ Moore a lot, but I also like Robbie Anderson and Terrace Marshall. So 224 vacated targets in Tennessee. So give me Julio to suck up a lot of those with A.J. Brown and a concentrated target share.
I agree 100%. I'm a little bit worried about DJ Moore being that red zone factor that honestly he's never really even been. Julio will be able to be a red zone factor in Atlanta, and Ken will tell you this. He was double teamed in the red zone all the time. That's not going to happen anymore in Nashville. You're going to see Julio, if he's healthy, get a bunch of touchdown opportunities.
Before I let Ken and Sia go, I'm going to ask our trivia question for a $50 donation to St. Jude for every correct answer. Who is the NFL's all-time leader in passing yards? Is it A, Peyton Manning, B, Tom Brady, or C, Drew Brees?
You want me to go, or Ken, you want to take a shot there?
I think I'm going to go. I think it's Peyton Manning, yeah?
All right, Peyton Manning's your guess. Sia?
I'm going to go with Drew Brees.
It is Drew Brees, $50 donation.
And can I just say, Ken, sorry to interrupt, Ken, if you want to do a fantasy league, Dave once let me co-manage a team with him. So if you want to co-manage a team with me, you're more than welcome to do it.
Dope, for sure.
All right, good stuff. Ken, thanks so much for coming on.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys.
And Sia, we will hear from you on the Fantasy Football Today DFS podcast.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Later, guys.
Whew. Dave, how you doing over there? You're ready to go home, get some sleep.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be right back in this room in about exactly 14 hours doing Fantasy Football Today live on CBS Sports HQ. Just breaking down the latest news, coming up with other topics, and helping people. Tomorrow's going to be Thursday, and that means that we're getting close to the busiest draft weekend of the year. Everybody I know is drafting this coming weekend. People are banging down my door. Where are your tiers? Where's your trade chart? Who are the deep sleepers this year? Hoping to give everybody those answers by Friday afternoon. But FFT at noon Eastern tomorrow, CBS Sports HQ. Watch it. Get an edge on your competition in your league. Win your league and feel better about your draft in the process.
Man, we got 2 hours left in our Draft-A-Thon, so still plenty of time. I keep seeing that total going up. That is awesome. We want to see it get even higher. Plenty of time to donate to St. Jude. We're still giving away stuff. Our last giveaway, Trophy Smack rings. The winner is Joseph Boros. Congratulations, Joseph. And again, thank you so much for your donation. Dave hopped off while I was still chewing my Snickers. So what's up, Shraggy?
Over $55,000. We're in the control room here. So there's my friend Deb. Over $55,000 for St. Jude. Keep those donations coming. Any small donation counts.
Our goal tonight is 55 million. So we are almost there. This Draft-A-Thon is going to be going on for many, many weeks. Whatever week we'll get, we'll be very happy, and we appreciate it's already an amazing total. So let's just keep it going. We got 2 hours left. And with that said, let's bring on our next two guests. We are going to Jonathan Coachman and Zach Samini.
Whoa.
What's up, Coach?
Oh, there we go. Okay. I heard you say Jonathan Coachman. I didn't know who you were talking about. Oh, what's up? How you doing, Adam?
He's our third guest. He's not here yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm doing well. You're looking good. Zach, welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing well. How about you?
I got 2 hours left, and I'm still feeling great, man. You know, last year I did the 4 straight hours without a break, and I caved at like 11:15 or something like that. I went to the bathroom. I went upstairs for like 5 minutes. I think Jamie was on. I let him host for a bit. So I think I'm going to try to make it all 4 hours. But you guys, the guests have been great so far. We haven't gotten a trivia question wrong. We're raising a ton of money. So we're giving away some year-long subscriptions to Sportsline. I'll tell you about that in a second. But before we do that, Coach is the host of Sportsline's Early Edge podcast. Zach is also from Sportsline. Amazing gambling content. Let's talk about some futures and some week 1 lines. We had Larry Hartstein and Mike McClure on last hour. They were talking about some week 1 lines. Coach, kick it off. Where should we start if we're looking at week 1?
Well, first of all, we recorded 4 episodes today, and we're going to be doing 4 tomorrow. All futures for every single division in the entire NFL. We're going to be releasing those, I believe, Adam, starting on tomorrow or Friday. So if people want season totals, team totals, props, we've got it all for all 8 divisions. Now, I went to look at, because I normally don't cap. I usually leave it to my man, Zach Attack and Maestro and all the guys. But I thought maybe you might ask me, so I'm glad that you did, because I look at my favorite team, the Chiefs. And I think this year, more than any other year, and Zach can speak to this too, that 17th game is going to really cause some havoc. I think that we're going to see the win totals have to be adjusted next year because we don't know what to expect. But I think when I look at really the Chiefs over 12.5 wins, and you think all they have to do is go 13-4, and all I keep hearing in my mind, Adam, is Patrick Mahomes saying, I want to win every single game. I want to break the record that Tom Brady had all those years ago against the Giants when they were almost perfect. So I like the Chiefs as a over. I like the Green Bay Packers. Their over is only 10. They've been, 13-3 the last 2 years? To me, that's an easy one. But the one my guys love the most is how bad the Lions are going to be. The under is 5. How bad do you have to be that you can't go at least 5-12?
Yeah.
Well, so I love those 3 futures. I really do.
Yeah, that was one that was brought up an hour ago as well. The Lions under. I think Larry was on that one. Zach, you can go futures. You can go week 1 spreads. What do you got? Oh, and Jamie's here. What's up, Jamie?
What's up, guys?
Hey. All right, Zach. Well, hit us up.
Yeah, as far as week 1 goes, I think the Thursday matchup is perfect to analyze and assess. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers -7.5 currently. I think that rises before kickoff against the Dallas Cowboys. We saw them win 8 straight games to finish off last year, went 6-2 against the spread. And for Dallas, how much in sync is Dak Prescott going to be right off the bat? I think you have a big number for that reason. Ezekiel Elliott, he looks in shape, but we all know once you get into that second half against a good defense like Tampa Bay, it's gonna be a big factor. So I think it's gonna be close within the spread, but I think at the end maybe the Bucs are up 6, they kick a late field goal, get to 9, or they're up 3 and they get a late touchdown and get to 10.
So the Bucs and the Chiefs are the Super Bowl favorites, and the Chiefs have the shortest odds. They're plus 500, Bucs are plus 650, and then the Bills are next at plus 1,200. Jamie, are there any Super Bowl odds that you like in particular? And if not, between the Chiefs and the Bucs plus 650, Chiefs plus 500, which one do you think is better?
I mean, I guess you look at the Bucs, but the Chiefs, it's hard. Like Coach said, you hear Patrick Mahomes say he wants to win every game. I find it hard to bet against that guy, especially after losing the Super Bowl last year and getting the reinforcements on the offensive line. Bringing back the skill players and maybe getting an upgrade at the wide receiver 2 spot with maybe a younger, faster Mecole Hardman. So the defense should be great again. The offense should be great again. The offensive line should be great again. I mean, it's hard to go against the Chiefs. What are the odds on the Packers, though? Because, a motivated Aaron Rodgers is obviously a good Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. So Chiefs plus 500, Bucs plus 650, Bills plus 1,200, Rams, Packers, Niners are all plus 1,400. So are the Ravens, plus 1,400. Rams, Packers, Niners, Ravens.
You got to hope that maybe the Packers get over the hump. It's been 2 frustrating, final games for them. But if Rodgers wants to go out with it, I would actually like to see the Packers win the Super Bowl and then see what they do. Do they let Rodgers walk, or do they say, all right, let's run it back one more time and see if we can make him happy? But I think the only concern with the Packers is what does the offensive line look like before Bakhtiari gets back? Because if that group is fine and they can keep Aaron Rodgers upright and they can run the ball like we typically see, then it's going to be a fun season in Green Bay. But if he's running for his life, like we've seen with a lot of these quarterbacks, Mahomes in particular,
it could be a struggle for him. Give me one more odds. What are the odds on the Cowboys?
Plus 3,000. Same as the Dolphins and the Patriots.
Oh,
kind of middle of the pack. I mean, there are a lot of teams that are much longer odds than that.
They're going to outscore a lot of teams. They're gonna be in a lot of shootouts, but they're gonna outscore a lot of teams. So if you want to just put some money on a team that is going to have a great offense if everybody's healthy, that could be the best offense of football.
Jamie, I think I'll jump in real quick. I think you bring up a good point there, and we were talking earlier today when we were taping our futures episodes for the Early Edge that there when fantasy players or people that like to bet props, they look at the really good teams, and that's kind of almost the opposite of what you want to do. A guy like Calvin Ridley, for instance. The Falcons are going to have a lot of games where they're coming back, garbage yards, just throwing it and scoring late. Those are the teams that I want to look at for props on receiving, leading the league in receiving touchdowns, those type of things. It's not the Packers, who we know once Aaron Rodgers gets up 21-0, that he's the best game manager in the NFL. So you're not going to have a bunch of props that hit for them. You got to go to the middle to the lower tier teams, like Jamie said, like a Dallas Cowboys team.
Yeah. Zach, what are our bettors doing right now? I mean, I just think it's interesting that the Chiefs are the favorite, first of all, when the Bucs beat the crap out of them and return their entire team. And I understand the Chiefs' offensive line is much better, but it wasn't even close. And again, you return all 22 starters. That's amazing. Not their entire team, their entire starting lineup. Do you know the betting trends in terms of the futures?
Well, for me, I like to wait because I think you're always going to get better value on a team later in the season. Like last year with Tampa Bay, they had that big slide and then they went on the big winning streak. So you could get them at plus 750, even higher at some points in the season. But with the Kansas City Chiefs, we know they're likely to get to the AFC Championship. I think that's why we see them as the best team right now, plus 250 to get to the AFC Championship. They've done it 3 years in a row. So that, you're going to get there. You're one step closer to the Super Bowl. I think Kansas City would be the best bet before the season.
How much do you guys factor in the divisions that these teams play in? Because like the Browns, for example, their team looks great and they have a chance to really take a step forward after a strong season last year. But their division's brutal. I mean, obviously you have to go through the Ravens twice, the Steelers twice. Those teams are going to be really good. If the Bengals are improved and steal one from them. We know the Patriots' path has always been easy when Tom Brady was there, and just navigating the AFC East was always a little bit more less challenging than some of the other teams in the conference. How much do you guys factor in, those teams that have the ability, like Tampa Bay, for example, with the NFC South sort of falling off a little bit?
I factor in a lot for a couple of different reasons, Jimmy. And the first one is that now with 7 teams making it to the playoffs, only one team has the bye. That's incredibly important. And when you have a team that plays in a division that's not as good, like the Chiefs, I don't think the AFC West is very good at all. And now you can get to that number 1 seed a little bit easier than, say, maybe a Bucs or a team like the Packers who have to play the Vikings and the Bears. To me, it's very, very important because I think you're going to need to get to 12 or 13 wins to secure that number 1 seed. I really, really do. So I think it's very important because those are 6 games that are locked in every single year that you know who you're going to play. So I think it's a big deal. I don't know about Zach.
Yeah, as far as that division, the North is always so tough, but I think they just beat each other up so much during the season. That's why Lamar Jackson, he struggles in the playoffs. We saw Baker Mayfield not be able to get out of it. Pittsburgh, all those years when they had Le'Veon Bell, looked like they could get there. They couldn't get it done. So that division, I think they just beat themselves up too much. I would focus on win totals, if anything, with those teams.
Before we get back into the week 1 spreads, the futures and all that, we've got maybe our best giveaway of the night. We're giving away 5 Sportsline subscriptions. Donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle. 5 year-long subscriptions to Sportsline. That is just tremendous right now. So 5 people can win. Make a donation in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle. We're talking to Coach. We're talking to Zach Cimini right now from Sportsline. You can hear just their insights, and you can tell what kind of product we're talking about here. So this is a tremendous value. Please take advantage of this. What do you guys think about it?
Stop talking for a second. Coach wants to jump in.
No, I just wanted to ask. We like to say on our show that we're changing lives when we give away a year-long subscription, because you get all the simulations, you get all the cappers, you get everything for one very, very small price. And if you get it for free, then you're part of the community that we're building, Adam. So I've got to ask you this. Next year, because you haven't brought it up since me and Zach came on the show, aren't we bidding on a chance to watch the Cowboys and the Bucs with us next Thursday night? Where is that bid at? What's the price on that right now?
I don't know. I have to ask our producer.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm throwing it out there right now that on social media, you can bid on a chance to have a watch party with all the early edge crew next Thursday night. We did it for the Super Bowl because, Adam, you and I were together at the Super Bowl.
How cool is that?
It was cool. We were only supposed to do the pregame, and it was so popular, we did the entire game. And we're going to do the entire game next Thursday. I know it's a little past me and Zach's bedtime, but we're going to stay up to watch the game.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now. $100? Come on, we can do a lot better than that. We're gonna raise a lot of money here. It's a lot of fun. Let's do it. Yeah, I gotta say, you're the most gracious loser ever because I watched the Chiefs game with you, and it's easier when your team gets killed. I would have loved to have been there if that were a close game and seeing like you sweating and all that, but they were obviously, it was a blowout. You took it really well. You're a grown man. I would not have been able to take it quite as well. I got to be honest with you.
It helped we won the year before. That helped for the first time ever in my lifetime. But also, you got to remember that it was obvious after 3 minutes of the game we were going to get crushed. It was obvious that we were going to get crushed. So by then, I had an entire game to try to make money. That's what I was worried about, is hitting bets. I wasn't worried about winning the game because we were terrible.
I gotta tell you, so Adam has a few teams that he roots for. He's a New York sports fan. He went to the University of Miami. He takes losing with his teams very, very hard, especially when they're playing for something that's meaningful. And as his friend, and we have a group of friends, whenever he would lose a meaningful game, we would remind him of that loss from time to time, and he would not take it well. There would be a lot of F-bombs, a lot of curse words, a lot of throwing things if he was in person. It did not go well if he lost a game for one of his teams.
Yeah, one time I knocked this guy Mike's papers all off his. I just walked by his desk and I just shoved his papers right on the ground. He's, "Are you kidding me?" And I must have said something. And it was also the group text that these guys gave me. This is before I knew about the do not disturb function on the group text. I haven't gotten Zach in a long time here. Zach, I don't know if there's anything else you like from week one. Or anything else you want to leave us with with the trivia question in a second too, but any words of wisdom?
Just a win total. I do like the LA Chargers over 9 as my best win total in the year. We saw how well they should have been last year. So many close losses with Anthony Lynn. He was removed. I think Justin Herbert's going to do much better this year, and they'll be able to correct those issues. Coach said that extra game this year, I think that will be beneficial for Justin Herbert, and the Chargers will go over 9 wins, minus 120.
All right, guys. Pressure's on because we have not had a missed trivia question yet. I'm pretty sure we're still perfect. Every correct answer is a $50 donation from the CBS Fantasy crew. Okay. I think you guys are going to get this. Here we go. Who holds the record for the most rushing yards in a single season? I don't even think I need to give you the multiple choice. I can give you if you need it, but who holds the record for the most rushing yards in a single season? Jamie, you are not eligible to answer.
This is easy. Go ahead, Zach. You can answer it.
Oh, man. Now I'm going to have to think. I want to say Barry Sanders, but I think I'm off on that one.
No, Eric Dickerson.
Eric Dickerson is the answer. Yes. Barry Sanders was one of the multiple choice options. Yeah. Just so you know.
Oh, here's a little nugget, by the way. There has never been a running back who rushed for 2,000 yards, rushed for over 1,500 yards the next season, and Derrick Henry's prop this year is 1,525. Take that for what it's worth.
Wow.
Would go the under.
And every running back, the first 7 to rush for 2,000 yards, they lost at least 1 yard per carry on their average the following year, which is really wild. And I think Henry was at 5.4, which was one of the lowest. It might be the lowest of all the 2,000-yard guys. So he probably won't lose that full yard, but it would be shocking to see Derrick Henry average 4.4 yards per carry. Guys, great stuff. Tell us about your podcast, Coach.
Well, I tell you what, we're really exploding. We've been doing a great job. We've really been building up to what we're getting into right now because we started last December, and we had no idea that it would become what it's become. It's really the daily sports betting show of record across this great nation of ours. It's every single day, 10 a.m. Live on our own YouTube channel. Obviously, we put it out on social media everywhere, but we're also starting a bunch of afternoon shows now. So we're going to be doing 3 shows on Sunday, hour shows, Monday, an hour show, Wednesday, a college preview hour show, Thursday, an NFL preview hour show. So we're really expanding morning, afternoon, and get everybody ready for the night games as well. Zach's an important part of the team. the maestro Larry Hartstein, Tom Fernelli, Mike McClure, M Squared, Justin Perry. We've built a team that is so good and it's positive, and we want everybody to be a part of it. So come join us every single day. And also, we win quite a few bets too, which is very
yeah, you do. Well, that is Coach and Zach. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Jamie. Just so everybody knows, quick programming announcement. We've got 3 awesome guests coming up right now, and then I'm going to hop off from 10:30 to 10:45.
No, you're not.
Yeah. No, I'm not. But I'm going to wish that I did.
No, you're not. I got a trivia question for you.
Okay.
Let's see how you do with this one.
All right.
They're playing 17 games in a season, right?
Yeah.
How many players have already played 17 games in one season in the NFL?
I remember. Okay. I'm going to say 2.
You are incorrect.
Okay. It was a wide receiver like 2 years ago, I feel.
Yes. That is one of the 8. His name is Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh, okay. Emmanuel Sanders.
When he was traded from Denver to San Francisco.
Right. Yeah.
There are 7 others that you will not get, except one is arguably considered the greatest player of all time.
Wow. God, Brandon Jacobs played 17 games. Did not know that.
Rice, Jerry.
Oh, interesting. All right, let's see if we can announce our winner. I think we do have. No, we have 5 winners, so we're not going to announce them just yet. But if we've got another giveaway, donate in the next 5 minutes. Leave your Twitter handle and another Trophy Smack Ring giveaway. These are so cool. Oh man, that is awesome. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Leave your Twitter handle, and yes, we do have our winners for the 5 Sportsline subs. Brick, CT Fox, Merb, Sam, and Alva, congratulations. Now, let's bring on, we have all 3 of we have 2. All right, let's bring on Michael Florio from NFL. Let's bring on Michael Fabiano from Sports Illustrated. Michael, hey, and there's Sarah Roberts. All right, we got everybody from Fantasy Viper, Sarah Roberts. Michael Fabiano, welcome. I'll say hello to you first. How are you?
I'm good. Florio, what's up, dude?
What's up, Fabs?
In a while. Tara, nice to see you as well. All good. Eisenberg, how many hours are you on this thing? Are they giving you pee breaks? What's the deal?
I did the first 2 hours, so now I'm in my 3rd hour. So Adam's going to get me by 1 hour on the show tonight.
All right. Well, you guys got nothing on Scott Hansen, whose fantasy football team name is the Iron Bladders. And if you think about it, that's the perfect name for Scott Hansen's fantasy football team.
It is absolutely perfect. How are you?
Wait, hold on. You got the insight here, right? So he's not on set the entire 7 hours. They show enough football where he can sneak off.
He is on. He has had to go pee once.
What?
Once.
That doesn't matter. That's amazing.
Adam is convinced he wears a diaper.
I don't know. All I know is that when I used to work for NFL Network and I'd have to go in really early in the morning to do game day, Scott was in there carving up in the calf, and I don't think he was drinking anything. So, I couldn't do it. I certainly couldn't do it. I mean, I have the bladder of an 80-year-old woman, so there's no way I'm doing that. But God bless Scott for doing it.
Yeah, your NFL Red Zone will be like 10 minutes of football right now.
Exactly. Let me run to the bathroom.
All right, guys, we're gonna do fill in the blank for this segment, and Tara, I'll let you go first. But these are from Twitter followers, so we got some listener questions, viewer questions here. All right, here's the first fill in the blank. Lamar Jackson's ceiling would make him QB blank this year, and his floor would make him QB blank this year. Lamar Jackson's ceiling is QB blank. His floor is QB blank. Let's go with Tara, Florio, Fabiano.
All right, so for me, his ceiling's QB1. We know it's entirely possible. He can do it. If he picks up on his touchdowns this year, it can definitely happen. And I want to say his floor is QB10. I think that's around what he finished last year. And I think kind of last year, I'm holding that as his baseline. It's not going to go much further down than that. I think he'll finish a lot higher, but I think 10's the floor.
Okay, Florio.
Yeah, I don't want to kind of piggyback what Tara just said, but I'm going to piggyback what Tara just said. His ceiling is definitely the QB1. 2 years ago, not only was he the QB1, but he was on pace to shatter every fantasy quarterback record until he sat out because the Ravens had no reason to play the final game of the season. And his floor, I'll go a little bit higher. I'll say like QB 8. I would be hard pressed to find 9 quarterbacks that could outscore Lamar when he's going to run for 1,000. But I think it's in the same range, like QB 8, because I think the truth is somewhere in the middle of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. All right, Fabiano, floor and ceiling.
Well, first off, you should be having that long stick mic like Gene Rayburn, because that's the only proper way to do any sort of like, you don't even know who Gene Rayburn is. You guys are so young, you have no idea. Eisenberg knows who he is, right? Jamie,
Yes.
you know who he is?
Yes.
Yes? The match game, you don't remember.
Why didn't you just say Bob Barker? Like, I know Bob Barker.
Because Bob Barker didn't do anything that looks like this. Bob Barker was like, come on down. That was The Price is Right. Gene, go watch the old Matt. The old Matt. Come on, man. But now you guys make me feel old. Anyways, but it was a great show, by the way. And they used to smoke. They used to smoke on the show. Like they would have Richard Dawson on the show. He'd be smoking like during the show. It's crazy.
Azer does that during our regular show. So he's holding back tonight.
So with Lamar, his ceiling is QB1. Like, I mean, he was a QB1 2 years ago. Of course, if he has an amazing season with the rushing totals that he can put up, his ceiling is QB1. I don't think he's getting there, especially with the injuries they have, the wide receiver and the question marks they have there. I'd say his floor is probably quarterback's gotten a little deeper. I think there's going to be some guys who bounce up. I think his floor is probably right at the back end of QB 12, right there. So I don't know that he'd fall out of QB1 range, but there's some dudes that could potentially move up. We see it every single year. Quarterback surprise. They come out of nowhere. They put up great numbers. We didn't expect Josh Allen last season, right? Came up. He was the best quarterback in fantasy football. So I would say that's an awful season for Lamar Jackson, but I'd say probably QB 12 would be about the floor. Still a QB 1, but a disappointment if he ends up being the worst QB 1 in fantasy football.
Jamie, you mostly agree?
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, I don't think he falls out of the top 12, and I think certainly, as we've seen, he could easily be the best quarterback in fantasy. Thanks for saving me for the end, though, on the easiest discussion that we
You can go first on this one. Saquon Barkley will receive 20-plus touches in blank games this season. This is not including the playoffs, by the way. So Saquon Barkley will receive 20-plus touches in blank games this season, Jamie.
I'll be optimistic. I'll say 12 games.
Wow. All right. So we're going to go Tara. We're going to the same order, but I won't call on you. You guys can just pick up after each other. Tara, Florio, Fabiano. Go ahead, Tara.
I'm going to say 10. I think maybe the first 4 or so, he kind of, eases into it. And then after that starts to pick up, maybe has 1 or 2 that he goes a little low in. So yeah, 10 for me.
I was going to say 12 originally, so I'll just split the difference and say 11. But I think it could easily be higher. Like Saquon has looked healthy this offseason, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Giants were just kind of playing coy and not wanting to let on his early season availability.
I'm going to say 13, and he's not going to get any touches in the playoffs because the Giants are not making the playoffs. That's not going to happen.
Says the guy with the cowboy hat.
Hell no. And did you notice all the stuff in the back too? Look at that. Zeke, I got Staubach back there. I got Dorsett. I got a bunch of Cowboys helmets. Yeah, I'm not a Cowboys fan, not at all. Not that I'm biased. The Giants are making the playoffs. They're not going to be that good. They're already banged up on the offensive side. The offensive line's a mess. I'd say 13. I think he's going to end up starting the season off maybe not even active for the first week or 2. But by the second half of the season, I think they're going to have to unleash him. And we do have 17 games this season. So I'll say that they'll start him off slowly, but that guy is going to get a lot of opportunities as a pass catcher in addition to what he does carrying the rock.
And for every touch, he gets 5 claps from Jason Garrett. So it kind of, adds to the total of what he's going to do.
He's going to lead the league in claps.
Coach Jason Garrett.
Coach Garrett. Absolutely. Okay. Let's
disrespect him.
Another fill in the blank. Jamie, you can go first.
No. I don't want to go first again.
Okay. Tara, you can go first. With the 6th pick of 12 teams, I should draft, and this is PPR. With the 6th pick in a 12-team draft, I should take blank.
Ooh, I'm gonna go with Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones.
I knew you would. You're Packer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think we kind of talked. Yeah, I feel lucky to have got to my second night with you guys. But I think we kind of talked about this yesterday. I'm very high on Aaron Jones. I like to take a running back early, so I'm would have him falling before I go to someone like Kelsey or take a wide receiver as well. And that's kind of my cutoff right there for running backs in the first half.
I like it. I like Aaron Jones, but I'm gonna go with my guy Austin Eckler. I think Austin Eckler, I have him ranked as the RB5 in PPR. I think he can easily surpass 100 targets this year in the 17-game season, and a target is just worth 2.5 carries on average. So people who are worried about his usage, especially in the ground and near the goal line, I think he will more than make up for it in the passing game. And if, I know it's not a guarantee, but if they use him near the goal line more than we anticipate, I think his ceiling is the RB1 in fantasy football. So give me Austin Eckler there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Nick Chubb. Like, I don't get why people disrespect him. Like, I understand. Okay, Kareem Hunt's in the backfield. I get it. Right? They finished 10-11 last year, and Nick Chubb missed, 4 games, right? He's averaged the 8th most fantasy points among running backs over the last 2 years. He's bananas good. He played in 12 games, and he rushed for over 1,000 yards and had 12 touchdowns. The Browns run the ball a ton. He's a young guy in the prime of his career, maybe the best pure running back in the National Football League. So I am not afraid to go out and get him if he's there with the 6th overall selection.
So, Adam, you left a loophole. You didn't say who the first 5 picks are. So I'm just going to take Christian McCaffrey at 6. I don't know what you guys are doing, taking all these other players. They're good, but, I mean, the first 5 picks were – not McCaffrey. So I'm just going to take McCaffrey. I think this is a spot. I'll just go a little different. I think this is a spot where Travis Kelce could come to play. The 5 running backs that are typically going to go, I think we all know those guys, McCaffrey, Cook, Kamara, Zeke, and Henry in some order. Eckler's a strong choice. Aaron Jones is a strong choice. Obviously, Nick Chubb's a strong choice. But if you're concerned about those running backs that are in that group, because there are some reason to be concerned, then you just take the best tight end in football, and you just know you have that position locked up. He's going to go somewhere between 6 and 10 anyway. And so depending on how you know your league, and I think that's always something that needs to be said, is know the people that you're drafting with. If you know you're going to get a running back in the 2nd round that you're going to feel comfortable with, and maybe Gibson falls or Mixon falls or Harris falls or one of those guys, Kelce and one of those running backs is a pretty good start.
Congratulations, by the way, to Fantasy Cantina for winning the Trophy Smacks ring. Awesome stuff there, and thank you so much for the donation. I think we're out of time for fill in the blank, but we do have time for our 2 trivia questions for this awesome panel here. A $50 donation to St. Jude for every correct answer. Name the top 5 quarterbacks in average draft position, both on CBS and Fantasy Pros consensus. Top 5 in average draft position. Who are the top 5 quarterbacks? Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, it's got to be Mahomes. It's got to be Allen. It's got to be Kyler. And then you get into the gray zone there. I mean, I would think Dak, and I would think probably
Lamar's
got to be up there too, right?
Yeah.
Lamar's the 5th.
Jamie, you no cheating.
I think the only guy who can sneak in is maybe like Aaron Rodgers, but I don't think he's going ahead of
Jamie
Lamar.
was shaking his head, so I think now it's Aaron Rodgers.
Jamie, you're so charitable. You're so charitable, Jamie. No way would you guys have gotten Aaron Rodgers. I couldn't believe that he's QB5. And I thought, it's just a CBS thing. No, in Fantasy Pros too, he's QB5. Mahomes, Allen, Kyler, Lamar Jackson, and Aaron Rodgers.
The thing is, people get nostalgic, and you know what happened the year before, and he was the quarterback 1, and he was the MVP. He's obviously been in the headlines a lot, and Dak's dealing with a shoulder injury, so people get a little bit concerned. We had Tony Romo on our first 2 hours of the show. And, I asked him, obviously, with his ties to the Cowboys organization, he said Dak is fine. So there should be no concern about Dak going into the season. Who knows if there's a recurrence or re-injures himself, with how many times he may throw the ball, which is going to be awesome. But I think Dak should be ahead of Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure we probably all share that same sentiment.
And people forget, too, like Rodgers was bananas good last year. Like, he's not doing that again. The 2 previous years, he failed to throw for 30 touchdown passes in both years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, and I'm not being a homer here because I'm a Cowboys fan, but, like, no, I wouldn't take Aaron Rodgers over Dak. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rodgers saw his touchdowns, drop into the low 30s going into this upcoming season. 17 games, of course, but he's had 1 amazing year in the last 3, and the other 2 were good, based on like normal human quarterbacks, but Rodgers has typically not been a normal human quarterback. He's been great. So, but again, it's recency bias.
You're not
Be careful, Fab. Tara's a Packers fan. She may.
I don't think it'll be as bad. I think he'll still be up there in touchdowns, but I do agree with you. I do take Dak over him.
All right, let me get the second trivia question here. Remember, we haven't gotten one wrong yet. Don't be the ones who get it wrong. What is the name of the game-winning play in the movie Little Giants?
First off, I would never watch a movie that had anything to do with the New York Giants. So this is on Florio or Tara because I have no idea.
Oh, it's the annexation of Puerto Rico. Is
the annexation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good job.
And a bonus question, Florio. Who did the Giants beat in that game?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm happy this isn't because
I see the smart alecky look on Adam's face, so it's got to be the Cowboys.
Oh, it's the Cowboys. Yeah.
Again, which is crap because that's not going to happen.
Hey,
You
listen,
gotta understand, Adam is actually 3'9", so anything that's Little Giants, he's very excited about.
I was in Little Giants. Look, everybody loves Major League, right? I'm a Yankees fan. I'm rooting for the Cleveland Indians to beat the Yankees. Like, it's just a movie. Go watch Little Giants. It is
Wait a minute. Wait. You're a Yankees fan and you rooted against them in Major League. Did you also root against them in Brewster's Millions too? Listen, you get your Yankee card is out. You always root for the Yankees, no matter what. No matter, even if Richard Pryor is the starting pitcher of the opposing team, who I love Richard Pryor, by the way, you should, come on. You always got to root for the Yankees, no matter what. You could be a Mets fan like Florio and suffer every single year of your life. You're a Yankees fan. Root for the Yankees, damn it. All right, I'm off my soapbox now.
I want to thank you all for coming on. I appreciate it. I have to go Google Brewster's Millions.
Oh my God, you haven't seen Brewster's Millions? John Candy and Richard. Oh my goodness. Eisenberg, help me out here, Jamie. Come on.
Yeah, Brewster's Millions is fantastic. You got to go watch it, buddy.
All right. I'll put it on the list. Great stuff. Great segment. Thank you, all three of you. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
No problem. And Jamie and Adam, if you guys ever need embarrassing Frank Sample stories, I'm your guy.
Oh, love it.
Always. All right. Well, if you ever need embarrassing Adam Azer stories, we're about to bring on Nando DeFino, so this is going to be great.
Yes.
And Will Brinson.
Hi.
Hey,
Will!
That you love.
You know, I was watching a minute ago on my TV here on the, I don't know if it was on the CBS Sports app. That is an interesting Azer charity tracker you have in your background.
Yeah, I figure we fill it in with red as he helped us raise some more money.
Someone's saying
It's like a thermometer.
Yeah, it looks like a thermometer. Anywho, I was watching. I heard Azer say, "I'm going to leave at 10:30." I was like, "Oh my God, that is a direct shot." And then I didn't realize.
You have no idea what I had planned for you, too.
I know exactly. Well, I know vaguely what you have planned for me. I have not talked to Will Brinson in so long. Hello, Will. Welcome back.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I wish I haven't talked to Will Brinson in so long.
I didn't talk to you either. You know, me, Nando, and Adam did these Sunday Twitch streams every single week, basically.
Yes,
they were so much fun.
They were fun. They were really fun.
If I ever, I hope I don't ever, get married again. But I feel like Jordy Nelson's invited, right? Maybe.
Danny Woodhead seemed to like us.
Danny Woodhead liked us.
Yeah.
What was the website I went to about Danny Woodhead or something down there?
It was like Danny Woodhead facts.info. Hey, Danny! It says here you're 26 years old.
Dante Hall is just flat out like one of our good friends at this point.
I have something planned for this segment, Nando.
Hey, cheers, Will. It's good to see you again, man.
Nando, cheers. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, cheers, guys.
I know the top two aren't drinking.
Adam, stop talking. It's Nando's turn.
All right. Yeah, so I have something planned, but Nando, if you have something planned, I'm happy to cede the floor to you.
Well, Jamie helped me with this. It's not just me, by the way. All right, so what we want to do was to raise some money for charity. I've pledged $10 for each thing that you can pull off during this appearance.
I will blindly match.
I got a list of 16 things.
All right.
So everything you refuse to do, you're actually hurting St. Jude. Just remember that.
I will match your $10, by the way.
It's Adam Azer scavenger hunt.
Okay. How can I do this if I'm mic'd up? Do I have to get up?
Yeah, just take the mic off. I don't know, sir. How do these things work? Jamie can host. Jamie can host while you're gone.
Yeah, he got
I don't know. Adult man eating a Snickers. Figure it out.
All right. So for every one of these, you get, I guess, $40 for St. Jude.
Nando, what's in your hand? You been at a bar?
What? No, this is this.
Right, no, your right hand. Show your right. Show your right. The back of your right hand. No.
No, this. Oh, my daughter made me do Trolls tattoos. That's Barb. That's Barb from Trolls 2.
That was like a hardcore bar stamp that you got.
Oh, no, I wish. Yeah, no, it's just Barb.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, let's get him started.
All right, number 1, go get your cat.
No, I'm not getting my cat. Are you kidding?
All right. This is why this is going to be blank this entire time.
Cannot get
$20 to help
Go get the cat.
$40? All you got to do is get your cat and bring it in front of the camera?
All right, so then what? I have to keep the cat down here?
No, just show it to us. It's just check in. It's a scavenger hunt.
Time. Go get the cat.
Right back.
mute your microphone, Adam. Okay, he's muted.
He's so angry right now.
This is amazing.
Nando,
you know he loves it.
Will, I want to ask you a question.
Hey, one of these involves the guitar, so bring that back too, okay?
I want to ask you a question, Will, an actual football question.
Okay.
You like to take a look at prop bets, and when J.K. Dobbins suffered his injury, you saw a pretty nice one on Gus Edwards and his rushing touchdown total. Talk about that and what you think about the new Ravens running back.
Oh, yeah. So I got to give credit to my buddy Will Newman, actually, who texted, because I was sort of like doing work and kid stuff. And Newman's like, yo.
We know you weren't working. It's okay.
Yeah, I wasn't working. I was raking leaves. That's what I was doing.
That's right.
He's like, Gus Edwards is 130-1 to lead the league in rushing touchdowns. Like, well, that's just a bet, because even there's a cat.
Oh, all right.
Poor cat.
That's one.
Look how fat that cat is.
We've never actually seen Zoe on camera. No, don't get set up.
No, don't get comfortable, Adam.
Okay, what's next?
Go get your guitar.
Well, let Will finish his story, man.
Yeah, go get your guitar while I finish my story. Go get your guitar. I think that when you look at the Ravens' rush rate and how aggressively they run the ball, and the fact that when they get a lead, they're going to get downhill. I mean, there's a chance that they could go get Mark Ingram in a trade, or go sign somebody too. Todd Gurley's name gets floated, but that didn't make any sense. I think it's just Gus Edwards should be like 35 or 50-1 to lead the league in touchdowns, and at 130, it just makes a lot of sense. I'm still kind of bullish on the Ravens in fantasy because the value is down. People are off of them.
I just spent a lot of money in an auction on Gus. I just spent $28 in an auction on Gus Edwards.
I never thought in a million years that Will would be the straight guy in the middle of a segment that we're having.
I'm like providing actual fantasy analysis. Acer's holding a cat.
I can't believe it's taken him this long to get his guitar.
Usually it's right next to him.
I was going to say he probably has to sneak into his bedroom. Pull it out of the bed.
All right, so what do you have to do with the guitar, Nando?
Well, first I want to know what kind of guitar is it?
This is a Gibson.
Wow.
It's a nice guitar, yeah. It's good guitar.
It's a flimsy pick you got there.
It's not. It's a Fender pick.
Okay.
All right, so Nando, what does he have to do?
Are you ready? I need you to play a song from Nirvana's second album.
Oh.
No, this is easy. He hates it. That's the thing. He hates Nirvana's second album.
I guess their second album is technically Nevermind.
In Utero. Yeah, no, it was In Utero.
Well, no, because they have Bleach before.
Yeah.
Nevermind.
Oh, Will.
It was actually
needs a music historian right now.
But you wanted to play a song from In Utero? That could go south.
I know.
No, Heart-Shaped Box is on that album.
Yeah, you hate that song, so please play it for $40.
Song. All right, let me see if I remember it.
All right, don't sing all the lyrics.
Don't make me sing, guys. Don't make me sing on the Draft-A-Thon.
I'd like to eat your. Okay, don't sing Heart-Shaped Box.
Adam, hurry up, man. We got 15 of these.
I don't remember how to play it. I'm sorry. Here, I got the first 4 notes. Ready? Dun 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 boom boom boom. That's all I remember.
That's impressive. I'll call it. That works.
Are you in your Heart-Shaped Box?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Wow, look at him. Look at him go.
Yeah. All right, number 3. No, hold on. Don't put that guitar down. Number 3.
Oh.
Zoe has to play a song on your guitar from the first Nirvana album, Bleach.
I like it.
And Will donate $1 million.
Yeah.
Or 40 large. Will donate 40 large.
Yes, I don't think that's going to happen. Sorry.
All right, what we got next, Nando?
I need Adam Azer to show us an inappropriate drink coaster and explain why he has it.
Okay, I think I have one down here. Hold on.
You have one down where?
What? Who's got the sirens? I assume it's the New York guys with all the weather, right?
Okay.
That's over here. Our street's flooded.
Can you see this? This is a cat butt coaster.
What?
A tail.
That counts.
I'm sorry, what?
It's got like a little butt.
FFT after dark. Wait, you have a pink. That's not a little butt. That's a
yeah. I know what it is.
Term. That is a butthole.
Yeah. Well, on cats, it's like they're just very pronounced. So we got cat butt coasters. Yeah. So there
This
you
is
go.
amazing. I can't believe you actually. I've been to his house.
That is.
Like, why do you have nipple coasters? She's like, no.
Well, you know what it was? It was supposed to be a white elephant gift for Christmas, but nobody wanted them, so we just kept them.
I can't imagine why nobody.
Right?
Yeah, why? You don't have a choice, right? Aren't you just supposed to keep whatever you get?
Do you usually keep them in the cabinet with the fine china? It's like the house guests go like, oh, thanks for coming to our house. Here's of course our cat rectum.
No, he's 3 for 3 so far.
I don't think he's going to do this one, but it's for charity, Adam.
Yeah.
I'll double and go to 20 if you do this one.
I will too. Oh, that's good.
I want you to shave a J in your chest for Jamie.
I'll triple it.
Yeah, go get a razor. It's not that hard.
All right. Listen, you have 3 minutes left in your time slot here, so.
All right, hurry up then.
No, instead, I think we should donate to charity through
trying
questions.
Who's on after us? Why are you chasing us also?
Yeah, why? Come on, man. We're having fun.
Yeah.
Jeez. So butthole coasters are okay, but shaving a J in your chest isn't?
Rectum coaster.
What if I made it a W for Will?
Sphincter.
It's hard to do.
A W for Will. All right, so this was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks.
Oh, man. All right, well,
I think they should stay on for a little longer.
Yeah.
Oh, the producer has spoken. Give him
Do
one.
it.
Oh, baby, keep them on.
I'll be
Stay
back
on for a
in
little
30
longer.
seconds. I don't want to break my guitar here, so
You don't
give him one more.
your guitar.
it's right next. I got to put it away. I can put it away.
Do the thermometer one.
Guitar?
What?
The thermometer.
Well, he's up to $120.
What you want him to go get?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, no. You're right. Yeah.
All right. He's not going to shave a letter in his chest. That's just too much. I mean,
All right.
All right, let's move on to the next one, or go to trivia, or whatever the host wants to do.
Yeah, I guess you are the host, man. I'll respect that.
Well, I had fantasy.
But I got a lot.
I had fantasy.
Tragedy B came on. He's like, they aren't going anywhere.
Let's do another right now. Who cares about Fantasy Feud? This is good.
Yeah. All right. Call any of our wives' friends' husbands and get them to answer.
That's good. That's good.
It's gonna be late now, don't you?
I know. Well, actually, I asked Billy to be by the phone. He said he's going to be asleep, so he's off. Your number one is off.
That's the only one I have.
I'll text you. You want me to text you one?
No,
No, make him go find something.
All right, fine.
Maybe a mask.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, all right.
My wife.
Adam,
Yeah.
go find your Taste It mask that we gave you for Christmas.
Yeah, that is absolutely 100% in the garbage months ago. So
Months ago.
I can't do that one.
What, did you not like the movie?
Adam is just costing charity money.
Yeah, this is really messed up, man.
Would you like to make a $50 donation to charity? Or, well, we're doing it if you get this question right. Here's the question. The co-stars of the 1996 hit comedy Swingers appeared in which football movie?
Rudy.
Replacements, John Favreau.
What movie did they appear in? What football movie?
Was I not supposed to answer that?
Or you can answer.
Oh, they were in Rudy. They were in Rudy.
Yeah, they were in Rudy, Jamie.
Oh, together. I'm sorry.
Dang.
Yeah, Rudy. $50. There you go.
Hey!
Oh.
I didn't even have to do anything weird with my cat for that. So that was
Not yet. As for a follow-up.
Can we all agree that Rudy sucks, by the way?
no. That's the best football movie.
That makes sense. All right, I agree. It does
Well,
suck.
what's a better football movie, Rudy or Jerry Maguire?
Jerry Maguire.
Ridiculous.
Any
Love
given
story.
Sunday.
All right, Jamie, end the sec.
Necessary roughness.
I don't want to end this segment. I want this
Wait,
to keep
dude, your
going.
producer literally said keep them on. The other producer, our boy Jamie, is saying like keep it going.
I know. Look, he's walking off the set. I hope he's.
Not there. Find what else we got on that list there.
If he gets his, well, I had come back wearing a waffle shirt. Go get your wife's toothbrush and use it.
We can do these. These are good.
Someone on Twitter said have him go get any tool at all, like a hammer or a screwdriver. He guarantees it'll take forever. I want to see if he could produce the Miami ticket stub from the first date he had with his wife when he bought hot pizzas in the 100-degree heat.
Okay, these are good.
I want to see if he could figure out the brunette's name from Bounce Patrol, because I know he enjoys those YouTube videos with his children. Name one player on Eric Young's team, because I know he didn't pay attention to anyone's rosters. I want to see if he do a shot of milk.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire, bro. Come on.
I want to see if he can.
That one you have to do.
You got to take a shot of milk.
Go do a shot of milk.
I'm not getting back up again. Come on, man.
It's for charity, man.
$40.
Hey, Schrager, we have a guest coming on that's not like an industry analyst. I can't leave him hanging. That's pretty rude.
The guest is coming on.
Matt's not ready yet.
It's
Matt's
okay.
on the StreamYard. Let's do one more, but in the meantime, Nando, Holly Mac 470 said he'll donate $1,000 if you admit you drew something else, not a thermometer.
It's for charity, Nando.
I don't know. All right. I admit. I tried to make it look like a penis to be funny. Thank you.
There it is. For charity.
Yes, I did. In fact, I figured if I didn't put numbers next to these, it would look more like little hairs.
Oh.
I did it for Adam. Adam sent me a text. He's like, "You won't do that." I'm like, "All right, watch."
I did not.
Your follicles extend pretty far there, Nando.
Well, wait, everyone doesn't look like this?
Okay. Nando and Will, thank you.
Let's do some trivia.
Jamie, this is what would happen every Sunday is Nando and I would get on and Asia would be like, okay, so Dante, what do you think about Patrick Mahomes and his passer rating this week?
Hey, Danny, when you played for the Vikings,
Now, Danny, it says here on DannyWoodheadFacts.com you actually were born in Eugene, Oregon.
The only thing I remember.
Hey, Danny, you own 17 Waffle Houses. I learned it on this website.
What are you talking about?
Danny, it says here at DannyWoodheadFacts.biz that you're an avid golfer who loves playing bent grass greens. Can you talk to us about the difference between bent and Bermuda?
No, give me a little credit. I was strictly a Wikipedia guy for those interviews.
Danny, it's going into space with Jeff Bezos. Is that true?
There's no way that's how you pronounce Jeff Bezos' last name.
That's what you took from it?
Are you not worried about eating a snail?
Not that you got corrected by Danny Woodhead like 70 times?
No, I didn't.
Hey, Danny, it says you prefer your name spelled D-A-N-N-I-E. Here's my fact sheet, sir.
Oh, and also, Scott Fish coming on. Scott Fish is chatting. He says he just got home. So
Bring him on.
Yeah, bring him on.
Coming on at 11:15.
He'll shave a J in his chest.
Start us off.
Looks like Matt is ready to join, Adam.
Who is?
Matt MMG is ready to go.
And then we're keeping these weirdos on with him, or what?
It's a great question.
Matt, what's up? Thank you for joining this madness. We appreciate it. How are you?
How you guys doing?
We're doing.
Hey, Matt.
This is
What's
the
up, Matt?
Matt?
Let me promote a sponsor here. Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Mostly eating Snickers because they are incredible. Snickers satisfies. Matt is he loves fantasy, but he, from what I understand, you make some rookie mistakes. You need a Snickers when you make those rookie mistakes. So tell us about some of the things that go wrong in your fantasy leagues, I guess.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'd like to say that nobody's first ever draft, especially a dynasty draft, is good. But mine was real bad. I've been in rebuild mode ever since I started drafting, so that was pretty tough. Running back depth, I had no. My friend tried to tell me too. He's like, draft running backs. Running backs are so important. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. First person I took, I think I was like round 1, pick 9. This was like 3 years ago. I took Julio Jones, and not the move. It was definitely not the right call.
So this was 3 years ago, you said?
Actually, you know what? It would have been 2. It was the year that Lamar got MVP. So it would have been 2 years ago.
All right. So what's your running back depth look like, or lack thereof?
It's so bad. I did get Cam Akers at the the end of last season with my pick, and I thought it looked so good going into this year, and now he's injured. So I don't know. Maybe at the end of next year, it'll look even better, but right now it's still.
Now, nothing is going to make Nando drink more than having to give actual fantasy advice. So, Nando, what do you think? You want to give actual fantasy advice here?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of an auction right now, actually.
I love it.
What would you like to know?
Yeah.
I just got Jerick McKinnon for $1.
All right. Actually, can I ask a question?
Hey, it's Scott Fish.
What? Scott Fish? Can I ask a question that's sort of related? Like, is potentially a segue other than do you have fantasy advice? So I want to know what you guys, Jamie, Nando.
Look at his board.
It's a Harry thermometer epidemic.
Oh my God!
So look what you've done, Nando. Look what you've done to Scott Fish.
That was probably there. Scott does a lot of charity work. I'm sure he's got a thermometer.
Oh yeah,
on a whiteboard
all the time. So what do you guys think about the anchor back approach to drafts, where you take one stud in the early round, like either the first or the second rounds, and then you load up on wide receivers and sprinkle tight ends and quarterbacks in there as you go? Because that seems to be like the trendy. It used to be zero RB, and now it's like anchor back, where you grab Kamara and then or whoever is Kamara, Zeke, etc.
I think it works early in the first round for sure. Because the receivers that you get at the 2-3 swing are amazing. Adam just did this in the 14-team draft where he rigged it so that he could win the league himself. But he got McCaffrey, Jefferson, and A.J. Brown. You're going to be getting two guys of Jefferson, Brown, maybe Hopkins falls, Metcalf, that group of receivers. And it's just amazing to start your team that way. And even on the next, swing, in the 4-5 swing, that's where you can get your quarterback, potentially your tight end as well. And you just have your team set up, especially in PPR, to be loaded in terms of catches and getting a stud quarterback. But you're going to be chasing a running back, but you still can get some quality players. They may not be superstars right away, but they could certainly develop into that as the year goes on. But you have that one guy at the top, and then get your pass catchers, and it's a great way to build your team.
Jamie nailed it. I did that just today in our draft. I took my running back in the first, then I went Justin Jefferson, AJ Brown, Mark Andrews, and I was feeling good about my roster.
That's
4 rounds in anyway.
Man. That's exactly. I had McCaffrey, Jefferson, Brown, and then I took Hawkinson, and Javonte Williams or something. Matt, do you only have the one dynasty league, or do you play any redraft leagues?
I got a bunch of random different leagues. I just had a 10-team where I got Derrick Henry and Nick Chubb, and I have no idea why these guys are so bad, but I'm loving that at my 1 and 2. So.
There is this weird hatred of Nick Chubb that has to stop. He might be the best running back in football.
He's so talented. And I just saw, and I don't know how much credence I really put into it, but I just saw the running back strength of schedules, and I know the Browns have the easiest strength of schedule for all running backs. So I could definitely see Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt both having like electric seasons this season, if they sail.
That's really interesting. I actually didn't realize that about the Browns.
Oh, you just got dunked on.
Yeah, man. Do your research.
Did that come through? I don't know. If
Yeah, he's going to go for 302 against Houston.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Go ahead, Nando.
I had nothing to say. I'm just here. I'm having a good time, man. Scott and Matt just came on. Let them talk a little bit.
Hey, Nando. Why is my wife texting me asking if she needs me to bring a hammer?
That's another 20 and potential, or like 30 and potentially $50 for charity if she brings one.
Yeah, come on, do it, Adam.
Okay, I'll tell her to bring. Great.
So run out to Home Depot, buy her first hammer.
You write the little tags me hanging from it.
Here's your circle, your chainsaw, Adam.
Scott, are you gonna also hop on for your 11:15 segment, or is this all we're getting from you?
No, sure, whatever. In fact, I felt a little bad. I was debating put the thermometer up or shave a J in my chest for when I came on. Nando teed it up pretty nice there.
Oh my gosh! I don't know how many people here could actually. I could shave a J in my chest. I will.
You can shave Nando in your chest.
Yeah.
Come on, Adam. Do it for charity, man.
Yeah. All right.
How can you not do something for charity with Scott? Why don't you shave a fish? Everyone knows you didn't give the $40 for Fantasy Cares, man.
I'm giving away another Trophy Smack ring. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Leave your Twitter handle. We're trying to raise. This is what this is all about here. Not the goofiness, but with a charity. We're trying to raise as much as we can for St. Jude. So please, really cool prize, the Trophy Smack ring. If you haven't seen it, really cool. If you donate in the next 5 minutes and you leave your Twitter handle, you will be eligible. There it is. Yeah, that is really cool, man. And I wish I were in more leagues. Like, I don't have any home leagues, really. I just have analyst leagues. But
because you have no friends.
Why don't you start one?
Weird humble brag, but sure.
What?
I'm only in analyst leagues.
Oh, I think he just said he doesn't have any friends, actually.
Oh, actually, I guess
He only has one of our wife's husband's friends' numbers in the phone book, man. That's messed.
And congratulations to Chad Strum, who won our latest CBS Commissioner League. Matt, I just want to know if there's any questions you had or any.
You guys want to talk about this? When would you reasonably earliest draft Travis Kelce? At what pick do you take him?
4 or 5.
Wait, like round 1, pick 4 or 5?
Yeah,
that's good,
dude.
No
104
way.
for me.
That feels early.
I have
This is PPR.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely 4th.
I assumed full PPR, 4 for me.
Look, it doesn't have to be that early because the reason why I wouldn't take him that early is because I like Darren Waller a lot, and I can get him. If I have the 4th pick, I can get Waller in round 2,
Sure.
and I'd rather have like Derrick Henry or Ezekiel Elliott and Waller than Kelce. And I'm probably not gonna take a running back there. It's gonna be like.
No, see, I disagree. I'd rather have Kelce and Mixon than Waller and Henry or Waller and Zeke.
If Mixon makes it there, then yeah, but that's
you could definitely get Clyde Edwards-Helaire too.
I would much rather have. That's interesting.
gimme.
I would much rather have Waller and say Henry than Edwards-Helaire and Kelce personally.
What about Kyle Pitts?
In round 2?
No, I'm just saying, like if you put Pitts in there as your tight end, then you can have like 3 good guys
No,
and then a tight end.
if you're that early, you can't go Pitts because he's going to end up going in I think
You can take it in round 4.
Maybe
if you
round
want
round
to.
4.
He's probably
Yeah.
not coming back to you in round 4. I don't think, right?
No, he wouldn't round 4.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that was a good question though. Also, we have our trivia question.
Great question. Yeah.
I think I have a visitor. 1 second here. Do we have a hammer?
No. Ali's got to come on camera. Let's go.
That's not happening. All right, let me ask our trivia question here. I think we got this is a fun one. For $50, who has won more Super Bowls? Tom Brady or the combination of Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, Drew Brees, Johnny Unitas, and Patrick Mahomes? Manning, Favre, Brees, Unitas, and Mahomes, or Tom Brady?
How many's Unitas? 1 or 2?
Scott has the answer.
How many's Unitas?
I counted 6 on the list you gave, so I would say
too.
Brady.
It's Brady.
It is Brady. Hey, good job. Yeah, 7-6. We have not missed a trivia question yet. Excellent.
That's a good question.
Thank you. Well,
Because it started out as the stupidest trivia question of all time. It's like, Tom Brady
Can
or
we auction something off quickly?
Yeah, what's up?
Can we auction off the 2 whiteboards and see who has the better drawing? Whoever wants to purchase the drawings to Scott Fish and Nando DeFino?
Oh my God.
This is screwed into my wall.
Hold on, guys.
all right, well, I guess we'll auction off a Nando DeFino art class then.
Please. Wait, hold on. Check this out.
Be right back.
Huh? That's the eagle from Angry Birds 2. Duh.
Wow.
Where did he go now?
Matt knows.
Is he going to get the hammer? He's going to shave his chest.
Sounds like Adam's finally been forced to drink. He's just giving up. He went and poured a drink. He's out.
Who knew Scott Fish coming on would raise this level of tomfoolery, man?
I think it started before me.
I was trying to look around for stuff I could auction off, give away.
I think honestly the drawings. If somebody wants to pay for those, you guys be willing to part with them?
Matt, it was great having you on. I'm sorry.
This person wants to pay for this? Yeah.
I'm sorry that Nando was hammered. All right.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay, there we go. 50 more, 40 more,
It's all good.
whatever.
I might take Kelce at 4 or 5 now. So I appreciate you, Joe.
Dude, you should do Kelce at 4 or 5.
I'm
There you
thinking
go.
about it.
And then take the running back coming back. Then in the round 3, you actually get a really good option at wide receiver, like a top end wide receiver, McLaurin, CeeDee Lamb, or somebody like that.
Matt, just so you know, Will has never won a fantasy league, so just
That is
take
true. That's not true. I did win my league in 2007.
This is the truth. I'm looking at our fantasy baseball league that Will is in with us.
I'm out.
He went 3-31. 3-31 in his fantasy baseball league.
Adam changes the rules and cheats every year.
Here we go.
Maybe run his team. I'm out. I'm just done. I won it 2 years in a row, so I had to keep doing it. I wanted to walk away. It's
Hey, you want to talk about Adam Azer and cheating in fantasy football and his wife? A few years ago,
What'd you say?
whoa.
Adam Azer ran his wife's team and basically beat like 12 and 13 of her
You're
friends.
saying he was cheating on his wife.
No.
Not like that. It's not like, all right, bye everyone. Jamie, thanks for hopping on for the last hour. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Scott,
thank you,
I'll see you in 15 minutes. Matt, thank you so much for coming on and dealing with us.
Are you throwing us off?
Adam, I can stick around.
Yeah, I can stick around if you need.
I got more questions.
I got nothing to do, man.
God, I love you, buddy.
All right, you know what? Not knowing Will, you can stick around.
Who do I give my money to? No, I feel bad. Like, you got guys like Matt coming on and we're taking up their time.
No, this segment's not really going to fit you guys. I think you can, unless, Will, you want to come on, you want to talk a little gambling?
I'm not really into gambling. I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah, can you stick around? Scott, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, Ben can pull me back.
Nando, I hate you. See you later. Thank you.
I love you.
Please just get rid of it. Get rid of it.
No, leave me here forever.
No, keep Nando. I need you to keep Nando for like 3 minutes while I go pour another cocktail.
Well, Chris is here. I don't need
Hey, Towers, what's up?
I just want to be clear. I will shave a J in my chest.
For how much?
I don't know. Let's up it to $40 per person. 160 total.
Bring Jamie back. You got to have Jamie here to, yeah.
Aren't you at the office?
Well, I wouldn't do it right now.
Why? What's the point?
Post it on Twitter and, prove it. Fine.
All right, you know what? I'll be in for $40.
I'm
I'll be in for $40 if you can get that done. I'm in for 40. To St. Jude, not to you.
Yeah, no.
All right.
10,
yeah, you can
10
make
for me, 40 for St. Jude.
Yeah, all right, Chris, that's good stuff, man. You're bringing it.
Well, Adam, you're donating 40 as well.
Absolutely. Okay. All right, so we still haven't gotten a trivia question wrong, and we got two more awesome guests from Sportsline. We got RJ White and Todd Furman. RJ also a member of our fantasy staff, so you're going to get great fantasy advice from him. Todd Furman is he's big time, man. He's big time gambling expert here. Are we bringing them on? Do we have them right now?
Adam, I can go, man. I feel bad. I feel like I'm taking time away from people who are going to take this seriously and answer questions that people have concerns
I think
about.
actually, yeah, in all honesty, I think it probably would just be helpful if you would leave. Yeah.
I don't have an ego like you, so I can just go and come and do whatever. It's fine.
All right, Nando. Well, thank you for the vivid drawings and the donations, and we'll speak to you next year.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Hey, Chris, good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
RJ White!
What's up?
Just hang up on
I thought someone has to X me out
already. Thank you.
I have a lot of questions about Nando's drawing.
Yeah, I don't
know if we can necessarily go over them on air, but maybe we might need to get a doctor involved or something.
Todd Furman, be professional. Bring us back here.
This is a tough room to try and enter. I won't be playing a musical instrument. I won't make any jokes about what was going on Nando's whiteboard or anything else. So I feel I can only raise the level of sophistication and professionalism up a half a notch from where Brinson took it as soon as he joined the show.
Yes, absolutely. You are nothing but professional. And
no lies detected, Todd.
What is the most interesting betting trend you have seen as we get closer to week one?
As far as some of the line movement, it's been interesting to watch with all the quarterback uncertainty with so many of the rookies and the optimism that we've seen with Jets fans and Zach Wilson taking over. We've seen the Lions win total. I don't know if I can find anybody who's bet this team over, given what we saw in the preseason. And in the most Lions move ever, Dan Campbell electing to cut 2 kickers. Now, I know they're going to have one when the season started because they did sign one, but you have to love that kind of move. I just think yet again this year, guys, we're going to see a true separation of the haves and have-nots. And for those folks out there that are bettors or in a survivor pool, you're going to find a handful of teams that you can go against and make it a pretty profitable season week in, week out.
Can I ask a follow-up question to RJ and Todd and Chris and Adam if you want? But I'm curious because Aaron Schatz actually is on the Lions over. Football Outsiders likes the Lions over. Very surprising, I thought. Have you guys noticed when you look at these win totals that obviously the sportsbooks know what they're doing, but have they fully accounted for a 17-game season because we don't know what to account for?
I think it's a great question. And I can tell you for me, when the win total started coming out and I looked at all of them going, man, these numbers feel high, and constantly found myself, having to remember that, look, it's not a 16-game regular season anymore. You're not quite sure how teams are going to handle the extra game late in the season. Can you get a team that's resting its starters as early as week 15? It will no doubt play a role. And as far as Aaron Schatz liking the Lions, I mean, I can understand why on some level. When you look at this team from an offensive line standpoint, it's actually not nearly as bad as some of the other elements on the team. But Jared Goff is going to be a placeholder there. They're clearly looking for the quarterback of the future. When you look at some of their weapons offensively, it doesn't leave you brimming with confidence past the likes of maybe DeAndre Swift and TJ Hawkinson. And defensively, I'm not quite sure where this team goes to find a difference maker. But I will say one thing, Brinson, and we've seen over the years, I mean, there's an old school thought process that when teams see their win totals as low as 4.5, 5, a lot of sharp guys would blindly bet them over. But I think what you've seen is teams realizing how valuable that draft capital is. And the Jaguars last year were the perfect example. They treated that revolving door for the quarterback position, purposely doing everything they could to put them in the driver's seat for the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes. They didn't tank games as individuals that were out there. They tank games as a franchise by trying to do everything they could to self-handicap their season.
RJ, you want to follow up? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any type of, I mean, there's no type of Trevor Lawrence quarterback. I think the next draft, I think we can all kind of agree on that. So we'll see what the validity of that strategy is going to be moving forward. But for a team that has no potential to win games like Detroit, like Houston, you figure they just lose games anyway and just see what happens, because might as well have that high pick, since you're not going to, at best you're going to be 7-10, 8-9. So might as well just go ahead and tank it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, RJ. I mean, you look at Houston, they had one pick in the first 3 rounds. Hey, maybe they believe that Davis Mills is going to be the heir apparent to Deshaun Watson, who I don't think will ever take another snap as a starting quarterback as a member of the Texans. But you'll have guys like Sam Howell. I know Carson Strong is rapidly climbing up everybody's draft boards. It'd be a lot more fun to make fun of Pete Briscoe saying he's watching tape and footage of Nevada football now, but this is way past Pete's bedtime. So I'll have to wait.
Word on the street is actually that he stole the Carson Strong thing from Ryan Wilson. That's just
it doesn't shock me. I mean, Will, we work with Pete long enough. He doesn't have any original ideas himself. Everything he's built his career on has been jacked from one of his CBS colleagues in some capacity or another. Let's call a spade, guys.
At least he's staying in house. Hey, listen, real quick before we get back to that, Will, this feels so much like one of those Sunday shows that we used to do. I want to congratulate Joe Hoffman and Greg Goings for winning our last 2 contests. Joe got the Trophy Smack ring, and Greg got the Sportsline subscription. So right now we're giving away another year-long Sportsline subscription. Donate in the next 5 minutes. Leave your Twitter handle. Let's get those donations in there. Leave your Twitter handle, of course. That's the only way we can contact you to give you your prize. But a year-long subscription to Sportsline where you can get RJ White, Todd Furman, all the other great guests you've seen, all their gambling, fantasy, amazing stuff on Sportsline. So a year-long subscription. It's tremendous. Donate right now and leave your Twitter handle. Chris, I'm going to get you involved here. We got some fantasy questions from the audience.
All right.
Let's see. How about Jerry Jeudy or T. Higgins from Yash Patel? Jerry Jeudy or T. Higgins?
Every time I get a Jerry Jeudy question, I want to answer Jerry Jeudy, but this is one I can't. I think they're 2 spots separated in my rankings, but I'll go with Higgins. He's 22, I think, at wide receiver for me. Jeudy is all the way up to wide receiver 24. I'm not quite as high on him as Dave is, but I don't think anybody is at this point.
Okay, and from Alpha, am I crazy to pick Najee Harris over Nick Chubb in a half PPR league? Everybody can reply to this one. Who would you take in a half PPR league, Najee Harris or Nick Chubb?
Half PPR, okay. Chubb and half PPR, yeah.
Chubb.
Yeah, I would still go Chubb. Yeah.
I'm right there with you, but honestly, guys, I think you could make a case if it's full PPR, and I know that's not the question, that Najee could play a bigger role if they're going to use him like Le'Veon Bell, and the Steelers are playing from behind more often than not.
He's a better receiver than, I mean, Alabama running backs just don't get the good receiver tag. He's a better receiver out of the backfield than people think.
Yep. No, I have Harris as a top 10 running back. I actually don't have Chubb and PPR in my top 10. Which,
by the way, on
was kind of controversial.
What was it? Jeudy versus who?
Higgins.
Higgins. Like the Broncos aren't going to be winging the ball all over the place, and Courtland Sutton looks like he's back. They got Noah Fant too. I mean, there's a lot of targets there for Teddy Bridgewater, who's not going to be aggressive in a Vic Fangio offense, whereas the Bengals defense probably won't be that good, and Higgins is better than his draft stock was credited for.
That's the thing is Fangio's offense was weirdly aggressive last season. It was such an outlier. Like they were chucking the ball downfield. Partially that's
Drew Lock YOLO.
Yeah, Drew Lock is like a homeless man's Jameis Winston.
You just weren't sure who Drew was actually going to throw the ball to. That was the bigger problem there. But I mean, you guys talk about the Denver offense, and I think when you try and figure out who's going to be the lead dog as far as the receiving corps is concerned, you have to believe if Teddy Bridgewater tipped his hand today, that suddenly Javonte Williams is going to play a much bigger role as a receiver than I think any of us were led to believe. I mean, he was drawing comparisons to Alvin Kamara, which is about as strong a praise as you could heap on a rookie, knowing that Teddy operated in Sean Payton's system down there in New Orleans.
Well, and it's not Ron Rivera comparing him to Christian McCaffrey, so maybe you can actually believe it.
That's a very good point.
Right. Yeah.
Williams averaged 7.3 yards per carry last year.
Will, you're not allowed to talk favorably about any North Carolina player. So pipe down. You can get on the Devin Leary hype train, but nothing favorable can come from you out of North Carolina football.
Fair enough.
I got flack from Fabiano earlier tonight because I admitted that I rooted for Cleveland to beat the Yankees in the movie Major League. And he thought that made me a bad Yankees fan. And I was like, come on, man. Like, I love the movie. I go Cleveland, whatever. I was rooting for the Wild thing.
So he was rooting against the what are they now?
Well, no, he doesn't care. He's not a Yankees fan, but I told him to watch Little Giants and he refuses because he's a Cowboys fan. And they beat the Cowboys. And I was like, dude, I rooted against the Yankees in Major League. And, he just.
That's our stance to take.
Honestly,
Yankees. It's not even the real Yankees.
Well, it's a different, it's a little league Yankee or Cowboys.
Honestly,
at least in Major League, it's the real Cowboys. You're talking about a group of 11-year-olds, and you're like, I hope they fail.
I have no idea how anybody could hate the Icebox first and foremost. But at the same time, next time you guys talk to Fabiano, ask if he watched Miracle and he rooted for the Russians the same way.
Seriously, Todd. God.
RJ, give me your favorite week 1 spread.
Yeah, so the Jaguars are favored by 3 on the road with, a coach that I don't think we have a lot of confidence in, with a rookie quarterback, with a defense that's still terrible. I know everybody hates Houston, but I mean, in this situation, how often are you going to be catching points with a home team in this situation? So I'll blindly take Houston here. I don't care. Give me Houston +3. I think they have a better chance to win this game than people realize.
Todd, favorite week 1 spread?
RJ talked about the game, and I actually tried to dig into this, guys, to figure out when the last time we had a rookie head coach with a rookie quarterback that was a favorite in their season opener. It was RG3, and it's only happened once in the last 20 years. So it's not exactly something that you see all that often as far as success is concerned, especially on the road. For me, though, I'm going to go to Nashville, and I'm going to make a case for the Arizona Cardinals as live underdogs. I know everyone wants to eulogize what we saw out of the Cards during the preseason. I mean, Kyler looked downright awful in his couple of series against Kansas City in that second preseason game. But this is a Titans defense that, in my opinion, can only go one direction, and it's up, but I'm not sure how far that's going to go. I think not having Arthur Smith there is going to change the dynamic of what they can do. And this Arizona defense, in my opinion, is actually a little bit better than people give them credit for. I love the Cardinals catching 3. I think everyone's blinded by the Julio Jones trade. But in my opinion, you lose 2 key cogs in Jonnu Smith and Corey Davis. Julio won't replace that production. I'll take Arizona plus the points. I think they win outright.
It's not even 100% that Julio is going to play at this point. He's dealing with that lower leg injury. So, and then the thing with the Cardinals offense not looking in the preseason, DeAndre Hopkins didn't play a snap. AJ Green, I don't think, played a snap. Those are, arguably their 2. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is their number 1. But AJ Green is expected to play a big role. We actually haven't really seen that offense yet. So I don't think you can take anything from that.
I'm right there with you. I mean, I think that, when you look at perception, so much is made of preseason performances. And we're going to see Kyler obviously use his legs a heck of a lot more. He wasn't going to run around like a chicken with his head cut off in a preseason game and risk getting killed.
All right, let me ask you guys our trivia questions before I let you go. $50 from the CBS Fantasy crew for every correct answer. We have not gotten one wrong yet. So, first question. Who led all running backs in touchdowns last season? Was it Henry, Kamara, Aaron Jones, or Dalvin Cook? Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, Aaron Jones, or Dalvin Cook? Who led all running backs in touchdowns last season?
Clearly a trick question.
I'm going Alvin Kamara with 21.
I'm pretty sure that's the answer.
If he says it's 21, that's the answer.
I don't know what the number was, but it is Alvin Kamara. So
nice
$50.
job.
We're still undefeated. Trivia question number 2.
I'm done. Hey, this is a Costanza walk-off. It's been fun, guys. I'm not going to ruin the perfect. No. I'll ride it out.
Who led the Cardinals in rushing in 2020?
Kyler, right?
We got to be Kyler.
Yeah, it's got to be Kyler. I'm not going Chase Edmonds or Kenyon Drake. I'm not taking Azer's Kool-Aid here.
Yeah, these are trick questions from Azer.
It's Kenyon Drake.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the trick was that you would think it was Kyler because everybody thought Kenyon Drake was so bad last year, but he topped 900 yards. I'm pretty sure.
Don't tell the Raiders that. They just spent $5.5 million on a backup running back because that's what Mike Mayock and John Gruden believe helps you win in 2021.
It was Kenyon Drake. Wow. Look at you guys. You're the first ones to get one wrong. You let everybody down.
I succumbed to the peer pressure. Everyone said it was Kyler so quickly.
Yeah,
and there's faith in myself.
When Kyler hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, he stopped
running. Yeah, he did stop running.
He attempts at 3.5, and he just didn't run at all.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, great stuff anyway. Chris will hang around. Brinson, Todd, RJ, thanks so much for being a part of this. We appreciate it.
You got it, boys.
Yeah, guys.
Our Draft-A-Thon is presented by Snickers. It's awesome. I've eaten most of it. I'll finish it soon.
Just one Snickers?
That's it for me. Last year I ate like 10. So
you've had a year to process them. You can get through 2.
I only bought one, but you're right. But thank you, Snickers.
I'll throw some through the camera to you.
Snickers satisfies. I can attest. All right, let's bring on Scott Fish and Jacob Gibbs to join Chris Towers here. And thank you all. Well done, Scott Fish.
That's all the hair I'm going to shave off. I'm going to send it to Scott so he can glue it on his whiteboard.
That's awesome, man.
That's
all
great.
Right. Scott is here, being a charity in the fantasy.
By the way, I would have had both those questions right. I could have kept the streak alive if I had stayed on.
It's all right.
If I was just more confident.
We're doing better. I'll do the trivia question right now. All right, for you guys.
Watch me get it wrong now.
Chris, you're ineligible.
Oh.
All right. Jacob and Scott, tag team here. The top 5 wide receivers in average draft position are Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs. That's not that easy. Adams, Hill, Diggs, Hopkins, and Calvin Ridley. Who is wide receiver 6 in ADP?
It's got to be DK, right?
I was gonna say DK. Yeah,
DK
Jefferson's dropped a little bit.
$50. DK Metcalf.
I think DK would be my guess.
You got it, guys. You got it. $50.
Nice.
For St. Jude. Well done. DK Metcalf is wide receiver 6. And I couldn't believe this, that the top 6 finishers in PPR last year are the top 6 wide receivers in average draft position. In order.
Of course.
In order. I knew they were the same top 6. I didn't know they were in order. That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure it's in order. Yeah, it's Adams, Hill, Diggs, Hopkins, Ridley, Metcalf. I don't think you see that very often. It's certainly not going to end up that way 2 years in a row.
Wow. Wow. That is impressive. That is crazy.
Yeah. All right, so we're talking about breakouts here, and we're giving away some commissioner leagues on CBS Sports. We're giving away one right now. Donate in the next 5 minutes and leave your Twitter handle here, and we will get you a commissioner league if you win. So this is an awesome prize again. And did I announce our last 2 winners? Let me congratulate Joe, who won the Sportsline package. And yeah, this is, I think, our last giveaway. So CBS Commissioner League, bring it on. Donate and leave your Twitter handle. Jacob, give me a breakout.
Laviska Shenault. Just start with my boy Laviska. Is he fair?
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's fair. That's who I had listed first too. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm super excited for Viska. I mean, he's been targeted at a really high rate in the preseason. He's going to move to the slot where he's targeted at the 10th highest rate of any player in the NFL last year from the slot. I think he's going to really thrive in that role with, some good downfield weapons there to open up the field for him, open up a lot of space. I'm really, really excited for him.
All right. I think everybody is at this point.
It's hard not to love him. If you look at the way that Urban used Harvin back in Florida, he wanted to do that with ETN. He wanted ETN to be his Harvin, and it's going to be Shenault now. I just love that. I love everything about that situation.
It's just too bad Kadarius Toney wasn't there.
Yeah, look, I don't know why you always make fun of that. Kadarius Toney was the consensus number 4, not consensus. He was the number 4 wide receiver in this draft class.
Yeah, weren't they looking at him? I mean, I feel like they were looking at him. I feel like Green Bay was looking at him.
Urban Meyer admitted that if Toney, that was why I didn't think ETN was necessarily going to ruin James Robinson. When Urban Meyer came out and said we would have taken Toney if he was there, clearly they were just looking for a playmaker. They weren't looking for a running back to replace James Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, congratulations to Jake for winning our CBS Commissioner League. Okay, Laviska Shenault is now going 87th overall. So the wide receivers after him are DJ Chark, Brandon Cooks, Corey Davis. This is in the last 10 days on NFC. You guys think that makes sense? Chenault ahead of Chark. I know we all think that, but what about ahead of Brandon Cooks and Corey Davis?
I think it's right.
I think I took Chenault ahead of both of them in our draft earlier today, Adam.
Hey, there you go. All right.
So
Scott, give me
clearly
a
I do.
breakout that Jacob didn't steal.
You know, how high up do you want to go? Because I think this is the year that Antonio Gibson drops himself into that top 5 talk for next year. Or I can go with a much, much deeper guy.
Oh no, let's go. I'm not there on Gibson, so convince me.
Okay.
I might be including him in my bust column on Friday.
Oh, oh man. So for me, the way I see that situation, and I was talking to Evan Silva about this just the other day, that I see that situation as last year they wanted him to learn the running back position. And that's why McKissick took all those passing downs and all that passing work. All the reports out of camp is he's taking on the 3-down work. They got him to learn the position last year. Now they can add the facet of his game that we knew he was good at in limited sample size as a wide receiver in college, very limited sample size, that we know is a strength of his game. They can add it to his repertoire this year because he's learned the position for a full year. I just feel this is the year that he jumps into that 60+ catch range. And I'm not sure that the rushing touchdowns even come down from 10. That is a great defense. They're going to be in okay game scripts most of the time. They're not going to be completely out of it all the time. So I like the situation he's in. I like the fact that the passing's got to come up from last year. I don't know that McKissick is going to take as much as people think. They're just in love with last year's stats.
That was definitely the argument that because I had him in my breakouts column the first time I wrote it, I think back at the end of June or early July. And that was basically the entire argument. The only thing for me was just watching in the preseason. Last year, he played, I think, 35 snaps on third down. J.D. McKissick played 280 or something. It was this huge disparity. And Gibson only played 1 snap on third down in the preseason. He played like 30 snaps total. So that's the concern for me. However, I think Peyton Barber played like 8 of those third down snaps, or no, he played like 5 third down snaps, I think. And so, if Gibson goes from playing 10% of the third down snaps to 40%, even that I think would be enough to make him a, breakout. So it's a really, it's not a huge difference, but it's a really key difference for him because he's going so high. If he doesn't catch 45+ passes, I think he's probably going to be pretty disappointing.
All right, Jacob, give me round 2.
What about T. Higgins and Chase Claypool? Is that too high?
No, not
There's
at all.
no such thing as too high.
I had both of them as well.
Okay, so I'm super high on both those guys. If you've heard me on FFT or FFT in 5, I talk about targets per round all the time, and those two, their data from the rookie season stands out more than any other rookie receiver last year, even more than Justin Jefferson in terms of their surprising ability to draw targets. And so I'm just super, super excited, given the past history. Look at receivers who have had the trajectory they've had so far. I think both are going to ball out this year. I'm super, super bummed for them.
Yeah, I think I'm more concerned about Claypool.
I am too.
It's really,
I'm not.
It's Ben's arm, right? It's Ben's arm and the amount of weapons.
I'm not concerned about Claypool. I'm very concerned about Ben Roethlisberger.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about a 39-year-old Ben Roethlisberger who looked completely washed up in the second half of last season. It was hard to watch that offense.
Honestly, I have more faith in Roethlisberger. He said his arm feels better than it did last year, and I could absolutely buy it. I'm concerned about Claypool because if you look at his season last year, I just don't think it was that good. He had one game where he went absolutely off. I like Claypool. What'd you say?
I said I called it on our terrestrial radio show. I called that game too.
Yeah, he had 100.
I called the 3 to 4 touchdown game.
He had 5. Okay, he had 5 games of more than 60 yards. And to look at all the other, recent year 2 breakouts,
his snaps were really limited last year, though. He's gonna play a lot more this year, right?
Yeah.
I would hope so. I like him. I take him right after Higgins. But just if I'm comparing the two, Higgins to me had a much more impressive rookie season than Claypool. That does matter.
I do feel like he's priced that way. Like the Higgins, Woods, Cup, Ayuk, Galladay, Chase group is going in that 4th to 5th range, and then Claypool's like a round and a half later. So I think that's priced in a little bit.
You would be shocked. I'm going to tell you CBS ADP right now. Claypool is going 74th. Higgins is going 75th. Jamar Chase is going 50th.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. I like Higgins. Wow. Way more
I'm
than that.
surprised Higgins isn't higher than he is,
Yeah.
given all the noise.
That's
about
very
Chase.
surprising.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't climbed much.
Wow. He is, if I'm looking also at the last 10 days of NFC ADP, and Higgins is 51st, and Chase, Chase Claypool was 63rd, and Jamar Chase is 64th. So Higgins is a round ahead of them in those drafts. Scott, give me one more breakout.
I'll go even deeper to a guy that I took way too high today as well, but I will not leave a draft without him, and that's Terrace Marshall Jr. I just can't leave drafts without him. I think there's a possibility, just given his high pointing and big playability, that he's a guy that fights for the touchdown lead in Carolina. I think that being reunited with Joe Brady is great. Joe Brady knows how to use him. He played over 73% in the slot last year. That's the role he's going to take over for Curtis Samuel, but he can jump outside if needed, if there's an injury. I love everything about that situation for Marshall, and I think he's going to be able to, move into that role slowly if he wants to. He doesn't have to take on everything at once as a rookie, because there are other receivers and options there in McCaffrey and Anderson on the other side, and DJ Moore. For where he's going in drafts, I think he's way gonna overhit that, overhit his value.
You know what the analog would be? Chase Claypool last year. Like that's what you're hoping for. He's the third option in a passing game.
Yeah.
Steelers' passing game wasn't that great. I mean, Roethlisberger threw for 33 touchdowns, but he was at like 6.6 yards per attempt or something really low. And so you're hoping that Terrace Marshall can be the third option who makes his butter or butters his bread in the red zone would be the idiom to use there. So no, I like him a lot. I think he's going to open up a lot for this offense because he gives them a different look. Curtis Samuel was a little too samey alongside DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. So I think he kind of makes the whole thing make sense a little more.
Yeah.
Chris, I fill up on bread way too often.
Oh no, I am like a bottomless pit when it comes to bread. You give me a bowl of bread and some hot, like melty butter.
Yeah.
Must be a bald guy thing. That's me too. Maybe that's the connection.
It's like ridiculous. You go to a nice restaurant and they bring you bread and butter, and I fill up on it. It's ridiculous. It's childish.
Call me a child, because
the difference between you and me, Adam, is I don't fill up.
I power through. I'm going to eat my. Are you guys leftovers people, or you go there, you do the job, and you don't bring anything home?
I'm so forgetful is the problem. It's shameful, really. It's one of my great shames.
Like you have leftovers and you leave them at the restaurant, forgetful, or what?
No, in my fridge for like 5 days, and then
I'm not a leftovers guy either. Just not really.
Jacob, what about you?
No leftovers for me. It's all gone.
Yeah, good for. One thing I learned about Scott Fish from Dave Richard. You saw him not too long ago. Apparently, Scott Fish is very tall.
I'm shrinking. I was a 6'3" man, and now at age 41, I believe I'm 6'2" now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that doesn't bode well for me in the next few years.
Yes, I'm dropping to 5'8" in about 10 years.
All right, Jacob and Scott, thank you so much for your insights, for being a part of this, for helping us raise money. Good stuff, and we'll talk to you soon.
See you guys.
All right, Chris, we got some good guests
Adam.
coming up. Hey, man. Hey, Chris Harris is here. And he's here as well. What's up,
Gucci? What to do?
Hey, we're glad to have you. This is one of our guests today, a YouTube star and someone who raced Tyreek Hill and lived to tell about it. Isn't that crazy? And I'll hold on before. I'm sorry. Let me just introduce Chris Harris as well. Chris from Harris Football. What's going on, Chris? Great to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
It's always cause. We're talking about busts with you guys. And D, welcome. Thank you for being a part of this. Yeah. So I'm sure you get asked about it all the time, but how did it go with Tyreek Hill?
Bro, Tyreek's a freaking beast, bro. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he's that fast, that athletic, but don't ever challenge him in nothing. Not even rock, paper, scissors, because he will whoop your ass.
Oh.
He's just like that, bro. He's like that.
Can I get you to do an impromptu right now, rock, paper, scissors against Chris Towers? Because Chris thinks he has like the strategy. All right, so it's gonna be rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, you want me to call it or what?
Yeah, you call it, Adam.
All right, here we go. You guys ready? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Give me that.
There was a little bit of a lag, but he won anyway. All right.
That's fine. That's fine. He must have been watching earlier.
So
you always got to throw scissors first, man.
See, I go paper first because people psychologically want to throw rock because it's the first one. It's the one you've got in your hand.
Yeah.
I've never thrown rock first. I either go paper or scissors.
That's why you're so good.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm going to come back to you. We're going to talk a little fantasy football, a little college football with you as well. Chris Harris, give me a 2021 bust. Who's on your bust list?
Bust list. I'll probably start with Myles Gaskin. You and I share a brain on that one. I'm pretty sure we've had a little Myles Gaskin interaction on Twitter. I just don't think he's all that different from Savon Ahmed. I think the notion that it's some sort of one backfield and there's a big difference between the three of the Dolphins running backs is wrong. I'm not trying to tell you that Savon Ahmed should be drafted ahead of Myles Gaskin. It's just that he's in the 15th round and Gaskin. Where did Gaskin go in this draft we did today? You'd probably remember better than I do, but it was early.
I wish I wasn't in the draft, but I'm guessing he went around the 4 or 5 turn. I'll tell you right.
I think 4 is where he went.
No, he went at 38th overall to Jamie. So second pick of round 4.
Second pick of round 4. Yeah. So I don't see a big difference there, and I don't think that there's some ordained target. People all they want to do is carve up a piece of pie, and I don't think we can do that on a team that doesn't really have all that good of a running game. I think he's fine. He's a good third down back on a different team. He's not a feature back. Just skills wise, it's just not who he is. So I'll be pretty surprised if Myles Gaskin winds up as an RB2 this year. Yeah, if you break up running backs into different types, the veteran who is projected for a big role but nobody actually thinks is all that good is probably the least profitable archetype at running back. And my thing with Myles Gaskin is if you want a Myles Gaskin type, just wait until either Mike Davis or Myles Gaskin gets drafted and take the next one later. Because I think they're very similar situations. I think they're very similar players. I don't think either is all that good, so there's a chance they just lose their job. But they could be good if they keep the role.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a lot of bust potential there for sure. So I think Mike Davis is a much better football player than Myles Gaskin. I think Mike Davis just do more things. He's a stronger guy. He's a thicker guy. He can win on the goal line. He can catch just as well as Gaskin can. Gaskin strikes me as, like I said, the Ravens would love to have Myles Gaskin right now to be the complement that they need for Gus Edwards. They don't have that guy, whether it's not going to be Justice Hill, right? So they would love to have a guy in space. Gaskin's great for that, but beyond that, I don't see it.
So, D, are you playing fantasy football this year?
I haven't gotten in the league yet, but I'm waiting. I'm a last-minute guy.
Good. There's plenty of time. We're happy to help you out. What are your teams? Who are the players that you like?
I got to go with my boy Cheetah. I have to. I don't really have a team, to be honest. I just recently moved to Arizona, and they've been freaking trading for super teams. So they're basically the next super team up. So I'm probably going to root for Arizona this year. Let's see what happens.
That's a pretty good team to root for sure. In fact, how do you guys feel about this, Chris and Chris? If there's a player that doesn't get drafted in hardly any leagues that ends up being 100% rostered by week 5, AJ Green is that, I won't say league winner, but that, out of nowhere, was it post hype breakout?
I mean, we saw, in Arizona, we saw the comeback from the dead season from Larry Fitzgerald a few years ago. Remember, there was a 3-year stretch, I think, when he put up 800 yards or fewer, and then he got moved back into that big slot role and became a 1,000-yard guy again. So, there's some precedent there. Obviously, it's a different coaching staff, but it's more of a, an aura that AJ Green could manifest.
Next question. No.
Give me
Not
another-
happening.
It's
we just
Rondell
did
Moore
a literally right before this. I was doing an auction with a bunch of old friends, and it's a big 26 man rosters, big deep league, and a lot of money to be spent because it's a lot of teams in the league. And AJ Green for $5 at the very end. It's just not. I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, $5. Was this like a $5,000 budget?
It is a lot. It is over $1,000 budget. Yeah.
Okay. Give me another bust, Chris.
I'll go higher. I'll go Eckler. Man, in a full PPR, I can live with the whatever turn. I can live with the 12-13 in a full PPR. Even then, I don't love it. I have him like 16. What are people doing taking Austin Eckler in a standard league 13th or 14th? Totally deranged. Completely wish casting based on 4 games. Austin Eckler came back after the injury last year, so all those people want to take those 4 games and turn them into the full season. I'll just go ahead and take the second half of the season. When I guess you argue maybe he wasn't right, but I completely don't think he's a full-time running back. I think it's going to be a big mishmash. He's gonna get to 1,300 yards from scrimmage. He'll have a bunch of catches, 100 catches. So there's a lot to like him in PPR, but absolutely not taking him ahead of Antonio Gibson or Joe Mixon or what are you, Najee Harris? What are you people doing?
So I've got 2 things to say. One, wouldn't be the first time I've been called deranged. I'm at peace with that. Second, the big thing for me with Austin Eckler is if you go back since targets were starting to be tracked, I think it's 91 or 92, I believe he is the most efficient running back on a per target basis with at least 250 targets for his career. He's much more efficient than someone like Alvin Kamara. He has a much higher touchdown rate than Alvin Kamara, actually. I think for his career, he's got like a 6% touchdown rate on his targets. So I just think
if only he were good. If only he were as good as Alvin Kamara. I wish if he was just as good a player.
I do have
he
him
really
ranked,
should be
7th.
He should be real good. If he's going to be drafted at 13, he should be real good.
I think he's an elite receiver. And so the question is, can he be, if he can get to 700-800 yards rushing, I think he's probably going to be worth that first round pick.
I think he's going to break if he gets to 700 or 800 yards rushing because I just saw it happen.
That might happen.
Now, D, let me tell you about something going on in fantasy football. You are a former kicker for the University of Central Florida. A lot of fantasy analysts, managers, they do have no respect for kickers. They don't want to start kickers on their roster. I think that's wrong. I always say kickers are people too. What do you have to say? Tell those people out there why they're wrong, why we should put kickers on our roster.
Kickers are the highest scoring players on teams, bro. You guys got to show us love. You got to show us some respect. At the end of the day, who's going to win them games for y'all? Obviously the quarterback. But, hey, if it comes down to it, you want to have a clutch kicker, man. You got to put some love and respect on us.
What's your career long?
In game 52, in practice 80 yards.
What? Whoa! What? Whoa!
No, seriously. I swear on everything I wouldn't lie. It was a little bit of wind, but I got a leg, bro. You got to check out my videos.
Okay, that was no tee. That was like somebody holding it.
Nah, off the ground.
Holy cow! 80 yards. That's amazing. Do you think you had the height on it? If you had done it in a real game, were there opponents or was it just you kicking?
Guaranteed. Because all my kicks, kind of how I kick, they never are flat. So, I mean, I don't think it would have been blocked. Check the video, bro. Check the film, man. Check
Adam, how many kicks do you think you would need to get it to travel 80 yards?
Hey, man, I was a backup goalie on my high school soccer team, okay? I would get
10?
I was thinking 8. I think I could kick it 10 yards.
Hopefully you can, man.
And you were kind of a trendsetter, in college. You were doing your YouTube stuff, and I know eventually you had, you couldn't do both. What do you think now about the opportunities that these college kids have to use their name, image, and likeness to profit and to, work, get a job, make some money?
I think it's awesome. I think it's about time that the NCAA realized that, it's 2021. Like, times are changing. People are making a living and creating a lot of revenue on social media. I don't know. I'm happy, man. I'm happy because if it was a thing back then, I knew I would have went crazy. So I'm glad these guys get to have the opportunity to do what they do.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you have taken off as much as you have on social media. And
Appreciate it.
I just want to ask one. It's going to sound a little bit cynical, but as a college football fan, I get frustrated feeling like it's not really an even playing field. In recruiting, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Just based on what I've read, obviously all the sneaker scandals in college basketball, all that. But do you think this is going to be a problem where schools are like, hey, you come here, I got a guy that's going to give you this and that? Do you think this is going to make that a bigger problem, or is it going to fix it? What do you think?
To be honest, I feel like it kind of already was going on behind the tables. Guys are getting paid. Guys are getting houses bought for their moms, cars, and all this stuff. So all it's going to do is just make it more obvious, because now kids are going to post that on social media and whatnot. So hopefully it doesn't taint, the integration of the game and lets guys pick their colleges and recruiting fairly. But I do think it's going to happen, man. We're humans. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam.
Yes?
What team do you root for?
Hey, it has nothing to do with selfish reasons or anything.
No. I know it has nothing to do with. What team do you root for?
I'm a University of Miami guy.
So it's been happening for a while, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Yeah, it's been happening. Yeah, I would like to see. UCF is a great example. Not a lot of schools like UCF who've risen up from nothing, to be a pretty damn good program, and I think that's great. And I just don't know. I hope that it can still happen. I just don't want to see the rich get richer, basically.
Yeah, I feel that.
Chris, let's. It's such a negative note here. Give me another bust.
How many do you need there, Adam?
One more, or you can give me a sleeper or a breakout. Maybe you want to turn it positive here.
Let's see, another bust. I'm usually not drafting Adam Thielen. I just feel like Justin Jefferson is. We're living a little bit in the past. And listen, Thielen was my number 10 receiver last year. I made a lot of money on Thielen last year, but Justin Jefferson's just the truth, is going to be one of the 5 best receivers in the league in a couple of years. And I don't like the argument that says touchdown regression, because Adam Thielen's been making big touchdown seasons 3 of the last 4 years. It's sort of what he does. It's a feature, not a bug. So he's probably got end zone shots taken his way. He's really good at it. He's still a fast guy, but 31 and just a far superior receiver. On his team, I just never wind up getting him. And the first 2 that I mentioned, I feel like those guys have the potential to really flop relative to where they were drafted. And Thielen, I'm not outraged about his draft position. It's just a lot of receivers I wound up taking ahead of him because I like Jefferson so much.
I do think just the fact that he's 31, I mean, you're in the territory where wide receivers historically tend to fall off. And I think we saw that a little bit last season, especially in the second half. And I do think there's a chance that he kind of just loses it this year. I'm not saying he won't be useful, but he might become even more touchdown dependent than he was last season. And that'll make it hard. I mean, he was wide receiver 6 last season, right? Something like that. So, yeah, I think he could be like wide receiver 20, but it'll take a lot of touchdowns.
All right, listen, we have a couple of trivia questions left. We've gotten all but one right so far. For every correct trivia question answer, we are donating $50 from the CBS Fantasy Crew to St. Jude. So here is your trivia question. Chris, you are eligible for this one.
Okay.
Chris Towers. Chris Towers, you certainly are. You are as well. Who led the Buffalo Bills in rushing in 2020?
I mean, I think it's Josh Allen. Right? Yeah.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Man, 2 wrong ones in a row.
I ruined it, man.
Devin
I thought it was Josh Allen. Devin Singletary. Yeah. We like to call him Devin Singletary.
Devin Singletary. He was the one. He is the answer.
It is the least productive backfield for fantasy purposes over the last 3 seasons. Buffalo.
687 yards led the team. Not so good. But thank you, guys. We have 1 segment left and great stuff. Chris Harris, thank you.
Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Destroying, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
You guys have a great night. Thanks for helping us raise money for an amazing cause. 15 minutes left to donate, everybody. And we have 2 amazing guests still to come. Here's Marcus Grant.
Hey.
Marcus, what's going on?
Not much, man. Good to talk to you guys.
You got a big smile on your face. You must have had the first pick in the draft today.
I did. It's weird because like I have not been near the top of a draft board like at all. I've done so many drafts, and I'm usually like hanging around somewhere between like 8 and 12. So like it was like the shock of the year to see that I got the number 1 pick.
Yeah, I had the number 1 pick in a 14-team league 2 nights ago. I have Christian McCaffrey, Justin Jefferson, and AJ Brown in a 3-receiver 14-team league PPR.
Pretty good start.
It's over. It's over. I won. Everybody quit already. And Liz is here as well. Liz Loza of Yahoo. What's going on, Liz?
Hi. Wow. Hi, Marcus. Hi,
Hello,
Chris.
Liz.
How are you guys?
Good to see you.
Oh my gosh, I'm like with my buddies. It's nighttime. What's going on?
We're the closers. Yo, you guys are you were West Coast, the 2 of you, right?
Yes.
All right. So
that's the dream, man.
Chris and I are gonna
sports
take
on the West Coast is much better.
Yeah, I always laugh because like, everybody who says like, the day after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday. Like I feel like that's mostly like a Midwest East Coast thing. Cause like out here, we can watch the Super Bowl and party and the game ends at like 6 or 7. Yeah. And like we can still like be responsible the next day. It's not as big a deal.
Well, we are still in favor of it being a national holiday.
I mean, yeah, just because I like days off.
To be Marcus.
Right? No, I just like days off.
Oh, it's over. That is over, guys. It's a national holiday only for the people on the East Coast. I think that's what we've determined here. All right, so for this segment, I'm going to give you the topic is the best average draft position among the following groups: the Bucs receivers, the Cowboys receivers, Bengals, Steelers, Broncos receivers, Rams running backs, and Tampa Bay running backs. So if you need the ADPs, I'm happy to give them to you. I think that's probably helpful for everybody, right? I'm going to use CBS ADP. And first we'll start with the Tampa Bay wide receivers. Chris Godwin is going 48th. Mike Evans is going 45th. So Evans, then Godwin a few picks later. Antonio Brown, 98th. Liz, best ADP among the 3 Bucs wide receivers.
I have scooped Antonio Brown in numerous auction draft leagues because his ADP is so depressed, but people fail to remember that he and Tom Brady were besties, and it took a minute for them all to get together. AB was AB and AB, but once TB12 got him in line, the two definitely kicked up together. I think they're going to pick up where they left off, and I like the value on that.
Marcus?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with AB there too. Just it's so wild. I guess people are just wondering, if the flame out is coming, and maybe that's the reason that the ADP is so depressed. But everything we've seen in the preseason and training camp suggests that this is a real thing. I think all 3 of these guys are going to be productive. But if you're just talking straight ADP, Antonio Brown's the best option. By the way, if there's ever a reality show I'd like to see, it would be the Tom Brady, Antonio Brown as roommates reality show.
You think it would be like Step Brothers?
Maybe, yeah, like in a weird way.
Yes. Yeah, it's got to be Antonio Brown. Yeah, the answer for that one, yeah.
Yeah, no, I said he's going 98th. That's on CBS. NFC in the last 10 days is going 82nd, but still good value on AJ Brown. All right, Antonio Brown, pardon me. 82nd for AJ.
Great value on AJ
Brown. CeeDee Lamb is 43rd. Amari Cooper is 49th. And Gallup is 135th. Holy cow. Let me see where Gallup is on NFC. 103rd. So let's use that. Let's say 103rd for Gallup. Let's say 43rd for Lamb. No, I never see him last that long. And Cooper 48th. Marcus, best ADP there among the Cowboys receivers.
I'm going to go with Amari Cooper. I love all 3 of these guys, to be perfectly honest with you. And I keep saying that Michael Gallup is sort of the Jan Brady of the Cowboys offense because we talk about CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper so much. I love all 3. I think Lamb is great, but for Cooper and Lamb, I think they're going to be similar production. And so if I can get Cooper just a few picks later, then I'm down for that.
CD. That's what Michael Gallup would say. Thank you. Well, where's the... All right. Liz, the best ADP among the Cowboys receivers.
I'm still in lockstep with Marcus on this one. In fact, I believe, Marcus, you had a very funny and intriguing tweet about Amari Cooper and the year and a half that Oakland at the time forgot how to use him effectively. I think that CeeDee Lamb is obviously like the exciting player, and Cooper has lost a little bit of time because of the ankle issue that he's had resolved over the offseason. I do think it's going to be a bit of a slow start for Cooper. But if you look at the top of last year, while Dak was still healthy, I think he saw a minimum of 9 targets. Like he must have averaged 12 targets per game. There's the rapport is there. And I think for that close in value, like Marcus said, I'm expecting similar output. So why not take the guy you can get a few spots later, who's also, let's be honest, like a technician at route running and can still break somebody else's ankles, not just his own.
All right, Chris, real quick.
Yeah, it was strike 3. We're all on the same page again.
Okay, let's do the Cincinnati wide receivers. So we'll go with Higgins is interesting because on CBS he's 75th, but
that's stealing.
In the last 10 days on NFC, I'm going to use this ADP because I don't see him available 75th. 51st overall for Higgins. Chase is 64th, and then Tyler Boyd is 76th. So you're basically like round 5, round 6, round 7, Higgins, Chase, Boyd. Liz, who's the best value?
Well, I think the lesson is that Jamar Chase's value is wildly inflated because he is going to have a slow start. And in fantasy, you want to win now. This is a week 1 proposition. I'm going to go with T. Higgins. I believe from weeks 2 through 10, before Burrow tore his ACL, he averaged over 7.5 targets per game, and that was with the corpse of A.J. Brown at the top of the season as well, still on the field. Chase, I think, is going to have a slow start. And I do like Boyd in terms of like PPR, right? The number of receptions. I think he only averaged, I don't know, maybe like 10 yards per reception last year. So you're not going to get massive yardage, but I do think he'll be used a lot behind that O-line when Burrow is still finding his sea legs and checking down a lot. But overall, whole picture, give me T. Higgins all day long. He can sky, he can do all the things. I love him.
All right, Marcus.
I think I'm gonna lean toward Tyler Boyd in this one. You know, I feel like in fantasy we love the shiny new thing, right? And in decreasing order, you know, Jamar Chase is the shiniest new thing in that passing game, followed by T. Higgins, then it's Tyler Boyd. But it wasn't that long ago we were talking about Boyd as the heir apparent to AJ Green in that passing game. He is the guy who led the team in targets last year. This is an offense that's going to throw the ball a ton, and yeah, if he's working primarily from the slot, that means that, you know, maybe the total yardage isn't quite what we want it to be. But like Liz said, the targets are going to be there, the receptions are going to be there, and he's the guy that's coming off the board last out of that 3. So he's the guy actually I think I have drafted the most. I've drafted Higgins a lot, but I think I've drafted Boyd a little bit more.
Chris, don't say Jamar Chase. That would just be annoying.
Jamar Chase.
Oh.
Give me the shiny new thing. Give me, like, the way I look at it is like, yeah, he's probably going to get off to a slow start. You should expect that for rookie wide receivers anyway. We see it all the time. Even, you know, the best rookie wide receiver seasons. Think of Odell Beckham. Think of Justin Jefferson. It took
That's
those
not
guys.
fair. That's not fair with Beckham.
I'm not saying he's going to do that, but you know, he was drafted higher than both of them, right?
Yes, he was. Was Beckham bad at the?
It took him a couple. He missed the first 4 games.
He had like an ankle injury, right? Like he had an injury or something early on.
Camp or most of training, he missed all preseason, and then he went nuts. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Your point is taken. I mean, even T. Higgins, Justin Jefferson had like 6 targets in his first 2 games.
Yeah.
So sure. All right, you're gonna take Jamar Chase. All right. So different answers there. Yeah, Beckham first 3 games, he did catch 3 touchdowns, but he had about 100 yards or so.
I'll never forget because after his 2 touchdown game, I traded him for Alex Collins in a keeper league.
Yes.
Best trade I've ever made.
But you own it, Chris.
Gotta sell high. He had 40 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's a perfect sell high opportunity. Then he had the best stretch of performance by a wide receiver that season.
All right, let's go to the Pittsburgh wide receivers here. On CBS, let's see, Deontay Johnson, 66th, Juju 67th, Claypool 74th. So they're all within 8 picks of each other. On NFC, give me a moment. Oh, damn you. Deontay Johnson is 42nd. So yeah, you know, it's so different being in analyst leagues and expert leagues and whatnot. And you see Deontay Johnson go in the 4th round, but you really might not have to. So I'm going to use CBS ADP here. Johnson's the first, followed by Juju, then Claypool, but all within 8 picks of each other. Marcus, who's your favorite value?
It's still Deontay for me. I think, all things being equal, he's the guy that I'm expecting to really pop in this offense. It's weird because I feel like people are really off the Juju train, and I mean I sort of get it. But even with the the higher or lower, however you want to look at it, ADP, I still think Deontay's the guy.
Liz?
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't really want any part of this offense outside of Najee Harris or Deontay Johnson, any part of the pass catchers, honestly. Like, I think in some drafts I'm taking Chase Claypool late because like there's some upside there based on how the draft has fallen to me. But I mean, Deontay Johnson, by the way, at Buffalo in week 1, like that's going to be a lot of passing volume. And this is a receiver that I think drew the 6th most targets among wide receivers last year. So I do think that there's a pretty good start that he's likely to have, at the top of the season.
All right, Chris,
Back on the same page.
Our last one.
We're back together.
Right.
Ben Roethlisberger just peppers. He goes through like 2 drives every game where he just can't see anybody but Deontay Johnson. The connection there is obvious.
Well, listen, we are wrapping up our show here, and I got to say, did not take one bathroom break. Take that, Scott Hansen. But this was awesome. So much fun. The night of the year that I look forward to the most in terms of work. I had so much fun last year doing this, and the guests were just tremendous. All of you, thank you so much for coming on and helping us. How about this? $57,191, nearly doubling last year's total. We crushed it, and there's still time to donate. The donation links are going to stay open for the rest of the week, and we got a chance to win get $50 more for St. Jude with our last trivia question of the night. We've only missed 2 of them out of 19. So let's go 18 out of 20.
And both have been with me on the show. So maybe I should step away from the microphone.
Derrick Henry rushed for 2,000 yards last season. How many running backs have rushed for 2,000 yards in a season?
Let's see.
Oh my God.
Well.
This is the part of COVID that I haven't missed because I'm horrible at trivia night. So I haven't had to go to any. Ugh.
How many including him?
Yeah, including him.
Can we go through the names?
No.
So you got Derrick Henry, obviously.
Yeah.
Chris Johnson.
Yep.
Adrian Peterson. Eric Dickerson. Did OJ? Is OJ?
Yeah, I think OJ did.
I think that's it. I think that's 5, right?
Jamal Lewis didn't get there that year.
I don't think he did. I'm gonna go with 5.
He did 2,066 yards in 2003.
Jamal Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's 6.
Okay.
Hey, great job. Very close. It was 8. You forgot.
Did Jim Brown do it?
No, you forgot about Barry Sanders and Terrell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Back-to-back years, Sanders and remember those fantasy arguments? Who's number 1, Barry Sanders or Terrell Davis? Those were great. Thank you, Marcus, Liz. Thank you for closing the show. Appreciate it, West Coasters. Good stuff.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I will talk to you guys next Super Bowl Monday when I'm on vacation and you're at work, by the way. Chris Towers, thank you for bringing it home in the 11 o'clock hour.
Thanks for staying up with me, Adam. I know it's a little past your bedtime.
Oh, no way, man. I got to go upstairs and clean all the toys up in the living room. Ben Schrager, come on over here and take a bow for doing a great job producing this show, putting it all together. Thank you for your help.
Thank you guys all for coming on. Liz, Marcus, Adam for hosting, Chris in there. Amazing job. Over $57,000 is nearly double last year's total. St. Jude, incredible cause. You guys are the best.
Yeah, and Jamie, Dave, and Heath kicking it off with Chris in the first 2 hours. All of the guests. This was such a team effort. So many people involved in this at CBS. So hats off to everybody for a tremendous Draft-A-Thon. And obviously, all of you who donated, we really appreciate it. You can continue to donate throughout the week. All right, I'm saying goodnight, everybody. Talk to you on the podcast, on Fantasy Football Today, on Twitter, everywhere you know how to find us. Thanks a lot for being a part of this.